easier to just tell somebody to answer their phone, and I can't reach this person, and I thought I'd just tell them I'm trying to reach them.
Gotcha. I was I was mostly joking around, but yeah, it's something that sometimes has to happen. I had an important thing that I needed to talk about. So yeah, and so that's that. But anyway, so Will is still working on the title. I'm about to make sure that Twitter is up and live and working again, and I believe that it is. Sometimes has to happen. Okay, well,
Cha-ching, title complete.
thank you so much. Would you give me another minute here to try to get
Yeah,
this
and it's weird. I don't know how we lost
Thanks.
Chris, because he had his hand up, and he was speaking, and he was engaged. So I thought he must have been drove out of an area or something coincidentally. Anyway, to go over some of the things that have happened, of course, overnight. Just briefly, obviously there was this Tucker Carlson interview, and we'll end up talking about that whether we want to or not. So prepare to make fun of that later on. That was overnight. Richie Sunak has commented on it, but we don't care about that either. All these people, obviously, everybody has a view on it, and the best part is I make sure that everybody's view that I look at it. If they've literally watched the entire interview, I actually don't want to know it because it's that there's zero new content essentially in this speech as far as the analysis I've read of it, and so the best way to make fun of it is don't have watched it at all and just comment on it anyway. That's my favorite approach. Let's see. We had there was a very bad strike in Kharkiv overnight. Unfortunately, either the debris of or a direct strike by a missile has accident. Well, they got lucky, I guess, from the Russians' perspective, and they hit a petrol station. And with the resulting damage of all of the fuel spread around, it burned a number of houses down in an area. It was a big, spectacular fire, and it will make the international news. So that might be a good thing because, with a big fireball on the telly, maybe some folks, it'll get people's attention to what's going on night by night in Ukraine. Let's see. What else?
I will just add, I said this a little bit earlier. Last I looked, there were 7 people who were killed in that in Kharkiv tonight, and 3 of them were children, the youngest being 6 months old. So, of course, it was
shocking.
Logical. Yeah, I know, right? It's sad. It's sad that it's, I just hold my breath and pray that there's no kids. I pray there's no deaths, but I pray that there are no kids even more. But it keeps happening. We're up to, this will make 526 kids killed that we know of. Let's not forget we still have the MriyaReport Drama Theater and MriyaReport, and I'm sure plenty others that are yet to be discovered. So yeah, but 526 confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy crap. I mean, it's night after night too. It's night after night, war crime after war crime, essentially, these attacks on civilian populations. And that's why I say at least this one had a big fireball that we can get onto the international news and be able to generate some interest in what's going on and hopefully turn it. It's unfortunate, but a big exciting fireball always leads the news. So yeah. So in other news. and we can talk about this, the Zelensky awarding the Hero of the Ukraine to Zaluzhny and Budanov. That was very interesting and had some interesting moments in those presentations, which I think are probably notable. Norway is going to provide additional NASAMS and 10 launch units and 4 fire control centers and probably a buttload of ammunition. Norway, well done. More NASAMS for Ukraine. Unfortunately, there's some bad news in supply of stuff, and it comes from right here in Australia. A senator from South Australia found out that these Taipan helicopters had not in fact all been destroyed, cut up, and parted out, despite the video evidence of a couple of them, and provided a very a good part of his speech on the floor of the Senate, raised the issue with the government in question time, and he made a really good point. And so these Army veterans in Australia and engineers had volunteered to restore the Taipans, and so that they could be handed over to Ukraine. But of course, the government has said, we take advice from defense as their excuse, and defense has said, we already made the determination and we're going to stand by it. So no helicopters by the Department of Defense, which by my recollection contains exactly 0 elected people and is supposed to be under civilian control. But anyway, we're continuing to look into what can be done from Australia and how we can attack the Australian government in relation to their position on aid for Ukraine on a number of bases, in particular still those FA-18s, where we'll probably have to I don't know, we'll have to get this senator or a political person who will take up the issue to bring it to the next, to the Senate estimates, to Senate debate, to question time like he's done here, or to the next election, I guess, if we have to. But it's disappointing. And the other thing that was pointed out to me in question time in looking at the long response from Penny Wong, the foreign minister right now, she's not the Minister of Defense, she's not Marles, but I would expect her to be across the brief well enough. And all she kept doing was responding that all that Australia's done in the past, not anything about what we intend to do in the future at all. And it doesn't appear to be engaged in the issue to know the depth of what, because if for instance she wanted to make a point about the training, she made a big point about the Australians who are over in Britain contributing to the training of Ukrainian troops, and that is a great effort about that. But if Australian government really wanted to support Ukraine now in a manner that they really require in the next year, they'd say, that exercise we've got going on over in the UK, we're going to triple or quadruple the size of that, so that we can move and train a lot more conscripts a lot faster to a much higher standard, so that they're more equipped sooner to be able to defend the country. I mean, that's what I'd like to see if we want to stick to our lane, right, of what we've already said is within our scope of being able to do. Then they should drastically expand that support so that so that others could withdraw a bit of their support, and it would be fungible, and they could put it into something else, like producing 155 millimeter shells or something, right? But Australia needs to lift its support overall, and we could really do that with a contribution that matched our capacity to provide one, normalized on GDP, as well as providing specific technologies that Ukraine has asked for, Bushmaster, FA-18, and that we have in stock in surplus or could produce quite a lot more of relatively quickly. So, yeah. Anyway, well, I'm not happy at all here with the situation in Australia, but every week we keep writing our representatives. Colin, when you see them when you see them out at their coffee clutches and stuff, ask them questions. Be polite, of course, if you see them in person. But it is a thing that we do end up seeing our representatives probably a lot more on the street than they do in some other countries. So don't abuse that privilege, but use that privilege to get this issue in front and center with every representative. Anyway, went on a bit long on Australia. We'll carry on, and I'll read a couple of things more that happened. So we reported yesterday, of course, and we'll talk about some more, the Ilski refinery being hit yesterday, but there was actually another refinery over there, the Agip refinery over east of that one, that we got no report of, and that there may or may not have been a strike on. But Russia is reporting that there was an attack on it, but we haven't seen anything, or I haven't seen anything as yet. Really good news that Finland has decided to provide Ukraine with a whole bunch of new military equipment in the form of, well, they don't say what's in the form of, but they say it's worth 190 million euros. So that's a really nice addition to the financial to the military support that Finland's already given, which is a very good in comparison to their GDP, as opposed to my country. Lithuania has handed over a new aid package to Ukraine, including equipment and clothing for tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. So well done, Lithuania, as well. The Soviet-made military equipment in Ecuador Ecuador is going to transfer to the USA in exchange for the new equipment. Will be delivered, transshipped there to Ukraine. So that's probably underway as we speak. I hope. I hope they're transshipping that stuff quickly. Armenia has handed Ukraine 10 tons of medicines for military hospitals. Fantastic. It's great to see Armenia get involved in this way, given their recent history with Russia. And also the U.S. National Guard has enough funds to complete the training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets. So that's good news. So all the pilots that they've identified to this point that they plan to train, the U.S. has said they've got their funds set aside in the National Guard to train those folks. So superb news. Now, after that summary, Prince, is there any subject you want to talk about in particular today before I hog any time?
No, I'm fairly good on that. I'm sure I can find something to talk about if need be, and I am more than happy to do that.
Or that bloke down there now.
Well, there's that bloke down there now. My son, I have not seen you in several days. I sent you a message that you have not replied to, and you are up past your bedtime. Good morning, Marcus. How are you?
It's still evening for me because I spent the night drinking and playing board games with a bunch of rowdy Quebecers. So it's pretty much late 30s badassery.
All right. Okay. So you just
Yep.
reminded me of Letterkenny.
That's exactly what it's like. Exactly.
Quebec. Yeah.
Exactly. So my question was, how did everything go in the United States tonight in the Senate?
Well, they have moved it forward to start discussing it for amendments, and they are convening again at 9 a.m. That's not a very thorough summary, but they
Queen.
But they have moved through some procedural items, and it sounds like to me that they are ready to start talking about amendments and have those come up when they convene tomorrow at noon Eastern. So yeah, that is what it sounds like to me, and it sounds like it went pretty smoothly. I mean, of course, there were some people who voted no, but whatever.
That's
but
the
we had
dream,
plenty
right?
to keep it. Yeah, we had plenty to keep it moving through the Senate. It's still not approved, of course, so there's still process to go, and of course, then it has to go over to the House.
Listen, this was my heart's wish this morning, so I'm happy it moved through, and the votes continued along the checklist to get us to Ukraine aid. So thumbs up for me.
It ain't over until Biden signs it. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. I was looking for something clever to say, and that just didn't turn out to be very clever. But that is what it is.
Have you seen the AI generated Trump with tits?
No, and we you may send that to me privately if you would like, but however,
Well,
I know you've had a little bit to drink, but we're still trying to keep it a little clean, Marcus. Go ahead.
My joke was that it's not over till the Trump lady sings.
You're funny.
Check your text and you'll get the joke.
All righty. You are funny. All right. Okay, Will. Save me for my son who has been out drinking and is up past his bedtime.
Well, we probably better get Marcus right on to his opinion of the Tucker Carlson interview, because as I say, I didn't watch it, and I only want to hear. But my point is, so I didn't watch it because I don't want to watch it, because I would prefer to get people's takes on it, like the Ukrainians I've read this morning, and Russians that I have heard from this morning, like Camille Galayev, and so I popped those up in the nest. There's Timothy Milanov. He's his piece is quite good. He actually walks through and refutes the history points that we can look at in a as we go on, because it is massive revisionist history, but it's done for a purpose like that. I think basically is my view of it. But he somebody had to do it, so I'm really glad that Timothy went ahead and got the whole thing down and did it as an academic exercise to refute the points of history and logic, because Putin has his own version of history that they teach in the schools for a long time now, by the way, and they also popularized in those little pulp novels about soldiers and whatever. It's kind of pulp fiction for kids, teenagers, young incel men or whatever, but it popularizes and re-romanticizes Stalin, and tries to resurrect these horrible figures from the past with a serious revanchist history flavor on it, which is okay in novels, right? It's okay if you wanted to do that in novels, but the formal history books for the schools, like in Camille's piece that he makes note of, those actually contain the revanchist history that Putin presents. So it's like getting a long, boring lecture, right, from a guy. If you're an American, and that's why I don't think it worked with the American audience that he would have been targeting with that message, thankfully. But it would have provided the useful tool inside the country for those who he was trying to sell himself as a powerful leader, a powerful leader with a plan and all this grasp of history and our future vision and stuff like that. I mean, it was too long, far too long. He gave it like it sounds like a Soviet speech, and it wasn't well received, I don't think, by the audience, and anybody in the know in Russia would have remembered it from their very young days, or a long time ago in the Soviet Union. So anyway, that's my take on it, and I thought these pieces up here that I put in the nest are good illustrations of the analysis of it. If you want to pick those up and talk about them, Marcus. Or not, Marcus?
Marcus.
Sorry. So, well, first of all, I didn't watch it either. I watched some clips. right? Because, well, I have a tremendous attention span for the details of things that are meaningful. Listening to a propagandist talk to a geriatric man rambling about the last 1,200 years of Ukrainian history through the lens of a psychopath was not was not my idea of a fun time. What I will say is, it's kind of surprising how much of a dumb baby he treated Tucker like. Now, my heart's wish is that everyone was that dismissive of that guy when they spoke to him. But if I were a Pole, I would be furious about that interview. Many people don't realize that the Polish people were among the earliest and hardest fighters to stop the Holocaust. So the way Putin framed it was disgusting and insulting to the people of Poland, and lies about history that entirely fit with the Russian narrative about the universe. But if I were a Polish politician, I would be fuming. There'd be steam coming out of my ears because, whew, just liar, liar, pants on fire, as the kids say. So, yeah, I mean, it's exactly what all of us expected it to be, but I don't think that that entire interview would hit for the audience they were aiming it at, right? Like, how many Fox News viewers wanted to hear a boomer ramble about the history of the Kievan Rus? I'm sorry, but it was not engaging or touching the points on conservatism that I think Tucker was hoping for in that interview. So it's kind of a hot mess, right?
Indeed, I would not have thought of that term, but it is exactly a hot mess. Dan.
Oh yeah, pretty good, Marcus. Only I called it Mr. Disinformation Journalist meets Mr. Genocide. That's what I called it. I did not watch it at all. I tweeted out something that was not. I can't say it on this line. It's probably taken down. I'll probably be banned from Twitter. I'm not calling it X. In the future. But yeah, I liken watching that as to watching reruns of Gilligan's Island. And with that, I'll say good night.
Like watching reruns of Gilligan's Island. Queen Dan, I haven't heard your voice for a while, and it's wonderful to hear you. But the reruns of Gilligan's Island kind of made me laugh. Marcus.
Well, Dan's right. Vladimir Putin is cocoa nuts.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Oh, you guys are freaking too young for these things. So yeah.
Hey, now, I remember that Gilligan guy could make virtually anything out of bamboo and coconuts. Come on.
Well, it was. I don't know that it was Gilligan who could do that. I would think that would be the professor, my friend. So yeah. And the plane. Anyway, the shows that we loved to watch growing up. For every child, I saw your hand pop up. Did you want to give us some wisdom about Gilligan's Island before I start going into my cousin who's really good friends with the actress who played Marianne?
Oh, I can't wait to hear. Marcus, I don't know where you got. Did you say hot mess? Because I haven't heard that since I was. Well, it's been decades. Oh my! I just love hearing words that I haven't heard in so long.
Hey, it works, right?
Marcus took us through the Wayback Machine.
Oh, no doubt. Apt. Very apt.
Why haven't the numbers come out yet?
Because Mocker's just still sleeping, and because we haven't talked about everything else we need to talk about first.
Okay, so were there suspicious fires in Russia tonight or overnight
No,
or
what?
yesterday?
I haven't seen any fires overnight. Strangely enough, I've still been looking at yesterday's fires and the results thereof. Um, but of course, I've been caught up in following this Senate vote today when they had to move along to the next thing. Right, they had a cloture vote yesterday, and then that doesn't solve it. Right, that cuts off debate to the short time. But then he has to schedule 30 hours of mandatory debate time, and in order to get there, there's a rule vote to get to that point that passed today, 61 votes. So they'll go to the next stage of, I assume, doing the opening and closing debate and everything, and just make the deadline for the last rule vote or two before they can pass it out of the Senate and over to the House. And I don't know if the House folks start. Uh, uh, I don't even know if the House is on recess, but I know the Senate goes in recess and won't be back till the 24th. So I know that I don't know if the House is on, but I don't know if they'll look at it on the weekend or they wait till Monday or if they're also on leave. But in any case, at least it will be at the next milestone, which is at the House arrival. And then I think they need to be prepared for what happens at that point if Speaker Mike Johnson decides not to bring it to the floor basically immediately and tries to use rules to obstruct or whatever like that. They've got to be ready with a discharge petition. And I suspect that's why they used this bill. I think it's 815 because it had already matured in the process of consideration long enough in the Senate from a while back that they can attach a discharge petition to it straight away if they need to. And if they do need to try to move a discharge petition, of course, that requires 218 representatives to sign on to it. So no easy task, of course, all by itself, given what we know of the personalities, shall I say, in the House. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Prince Heather if she'd heard QB lighting people up on Twitter lately. It's been delightful.
It has been fantastic.
He may or may not have tweeted something at Aiden, and it was pretty freaking funny.
He, definitely did.
And then I think Aiden blocked him.
Yeah, it was pretty much everywhere. It was a nice troll.
Oh man, Aiden does not know how to respond to criticism.
But Aiden doesn't even understand how to appreciate true art.
Oh boy. Okay, now I need to go and check out. I need to go and find some QB because
And
I haven't.
I also like his propaganda troll. He put a cutesy, one of those cutesy poster type things out, but it's got the QR code for the CIA
Is it
recruitment
really?
page. Yes, it's a classic. So I sent it on to NAFO Australia and see if they want to put some up over near the embassies.
That is kind of epic.
QB's my trolling hero this year.
He really is. It's a pro outfit, man. I love QB.
All right. All hail QB. I haven't.
No, not all hail QB. That's scary.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm joking around, and I'm tired. I'm really tired today, but that's okay.
What are you tired of?
Will, the list cannot be spread upon the internet. But yeah, and I'm just really sore, and I didn't sleep a lot last night. So,
ouch.
Yeah. I'm sitting here with a heating pad on my back all night. Good morning, Mr. Winley.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Chris, quick question before you start on the Malamute. Is
Yeah.
it the blue eyes are Malamutes and the other one are Huskies?
Brown eyes are Malamutes. Malamutes are always brown eyes. If they've got blue eyes, then they are a cross with a husky or something. Yeah. Malamutes, pure Malamutes never have blue eyes.
How good looking were those husky pups in those containers the other day then?
Yeah, exactly. yeah, they were great. I want to just make sure you all understand that I love huskies as well as Malamutes, but yeah, Malamutes are brown-eyed. Yeah, they're all gorgeous and that. Yeah, of course, Surf Fella's got huskies. I haven't seen his huskies, but I know he's got huskies. I think he's got Siberians, but because he's obviously the originator of the Siberian husky genocide story. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. That's the easy way to tell them. But we love them all. Well, we love them all. And what was I going to say? Oh, Will. It's at my time of life, learning about filibuster and cloture is a bit stressful. But anyway, I'm glad to see that we got a step further and the cloture guillotine dropped. So I don't know if I'm right or not, Will, but I hear that the next bit's going to be on Sunday. So that's is that right, Fritz?
I think that they are supposed to meet tomorrow. I think that they are going into session tomorrow at noon.
Tomorrow being Saturday.
Don't they
Yeah.
start hearing? Don't they start hearing debate tomorrow?
Okay, let's clarify. Saturday at noon. Let's do it that way. Saturday at noon Eastern time, I believe. Because for me, that is still tomorrow because I haven't slept yet, and it's still Friday for me here.
Okay. So I heard. I mean, yeah, I don't know who it was that said it, but I heard Sunday. So anyway.
Well, if they just got back from holidays, Chris, they just got back. I know because I just got back too. Right? We all just got back from holidays, and they're going on a recess again from sitting on the 14th of February, I guess, something like that. So they got to do this 30 hours of debate. They got to get through it. They have to do 5 procedural votes have to take place between cloture and moving on to the House of Representatives, still including this 30 hours of debate. And I guess the motion to start, motion to stop, there are 5 procedural votes that have to take place between here and there, any of which could attempted to be obstructed or whatever like that, but we don't see it yet. We still see on the first of those procedural votes, 61 votes to go ahead and go to the next step of, I guess, scheduling and having the debate and people offering amendments.
And Will, just so yesterday, again, it was only on somebody's post and that, but yesterday they were saying that for that. Sorry, when I say yesterday, what do I mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do mean yesterday for me, don't I? Yeah,
cool.
Yes. Yesterday, I saw this comment that said it only needed a simple majority for yesterday, right?
No, for cloture, in order to limit debate to the short period, just limited debate, that required 60 votes, and they got 67. The next rule vote that happened today, in order to go to the next step, which is, I guess, offering amendments and having debate on it, passed. When I last looked at it, they were still taking voting, but the last I looked at it, it was 61, which of course is all I wanted to see, and so I stopped watching it. But a second vote the first of the procedural votes to move it toward the House has occurred after the cloture vote. So yes, things are moving along fine. Numbers are strong. They have some work to do and a couple more procedural votes, but there's all indications that this could go to the House of Representatives by the time the Senate goes on leave, or goes on recess for till the 24th of February. So yeah, there's a bit to go, Chris, but it's all good news, man. Turn the crank on it. It's just a bloody government, for Christ's sake. Chris. Chris, you
Sorry,
got a follow up?
Yeah, I was just having trouble here. And the maggots are very upset. They can't understand, why Mitch McConnell and the Republicans are so keen to get this done, and that they're very, very upset.
Good.
Well,
Good. Who cares? This would be a really opportune time to just ignore any maggots. This thing is moving along, and leave that vocal, disgusting minority behind.
Yeah. And then just before I go, well, not go because I'll be here, but I was just going to say to you that there's somebody called Vladimir the Great who's having amazing fun
having a field day on the Daily Mail side, eh?
Yeah. So, seems to know his stuff. Well,
has he got any new friends?
Oh, well, first of all, you see, I wondered whether Vladimir the Great's comments would actually be approved. Then, well, yeah, they have been approved, right?
Right. So,
Okay.
So freedom of speech is presently alive and well on the Guardian Mail site.
This is exactly on the
Daily Mail site.
I would say on the Mail site, right? That they're definitely approved on that, right? And the Mirror as well, right? The Sun, I'm having a bit of fun with, right? Because that doesn't seem to work very well on that. And I have to say, the Daily Mail is putting out a load of shit. Actually, to be honest with you, right? There's a lot to comment on there, Will. But
they're seen as pretty much garbage here in Australia.
Yeah, but
boy, don't they put it out, man? They spam you.
Oh yeah, but the Mirror's pretty good actually, and the Sun's good. The Sun's good as well, which is interesting and that. So anyway, yeah, I'll be here.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear some of the most interesting exchanges that Vladimir the Great was able to generate on that site. But it sounds like a troll hunting exercise, and you probably won't meet anybody that insightful. But we'll see. We'll live in hope. Dan, back to you.
Hi. I only wanted to say to Chris, yeah, our senators and representatives, they need to have a vacation because they've been working so hard. Their energy has probably been all wasted because they've been busy fighting this thing. My only opinion of all this is that we should get to the point and change the rules, or the populace should start to change the rules and how they operate down there. What would they do in an emergency for the US of A? Would they, if the fire was burning on our ass, would they start moving quickly? I hesitate to wonder. They just want to go on vacation and get back to their constituents so they can sell them a load of bull crap. That's the way I feel. I know I shouldn't speak like that, but that's the way I feel. It's plain as day. And if the populist electorate can't see that, I don't know what else to say. But yeah, they need a vacation, Chris. They're so tired.
Yeah. So, politicians, because they're always claiming they're back at their constituency, or I've got to be back at, the Capitol, doing the government business, whatever. They're like those guys who has two offices, and you try to catch them, and they're always at the other one. Those guys. Yeah, so they tend to duck doing the country's work regularly. It seems like, because they don't spend many days in session, and they don't seem to spend many days researching and producing high quality legislation. But that's just my observation, and I'm talking about mine too, as well as yours, Dan.
Yeah, Will, I'm wondering, like, when you ran a company or worked for a company, if you or I did that, would we keep those employees around? So I just want people to know, when these guys get out of Congress, they can't be employable. That's why they go on to lobbying for the big corporations. That's another reason why we need to have stronger lobbying laws. Yeah, that's what they do. Because they're not employable. No company with a brain would want to hire somebody that takes all that time off and doesn't do a darn squat thing when they're working in the legislature because they can't legislate. I mean, it just stands to reason.
Yeah, so they only buy them for their influence peddling capabilities. I mean, that is fairly clear. Chris.
I don't know why it keeps messing around my phone here at the minute. Well, Dan, I was going to say, I think one or two of these politicians have got a few bob, as we say over here, and so they can. That's one of the reasons why they can spend all their time being politicians, isn't it? That's the rumor anyway. But Dan, what I actually wanted to say, right, was I am absolutely in love with Cece's idea of ringing these people up and saying, if you don't fund Ukraine, right, we're going to fund your opposition at the presumably next opportunity. Now, I'm wondering when the next opportunity is to fund their opposition, Dan, because I really like
representatives would be in the 2024 election, and senators, a third of them would also be at the 2024 election.
Okay, that's good, Will. That's good. Right, yeah.
Also, some of the primaries that haven't happened yet. So if you want to play around like Prince said she did with the way she registers, that's not a bad thought either.
Listen,
sorry, Prince. Sorry, I was just going to say I just absolutely adore this idea. You ring them up and you say, if you don't vote for Ukraine, we, and by the way, we are legion. There are masses of us, and we have a lot of influence. We are going to fund your opposition. Sorry, Prince.
No, it's okay. And where it's important is, well, I mean, the entire time is important. But if they are being primaried, especially if it's a sitting senator or congressman, if they are being primaried, funding their opponent is something that can actually mean something. Because if you're funding an opponent of a sitting House of Representative or senator, and you pour money into that opponent's funds, then that's going to give the opponent more opportunity to do things to advertise their point of view, which may, in the long run, give them a better chance of winning the election. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I may be getting a bit geeky now, Prince, but I'd love to see a list of who comes up for primary. Basically who comes up when, if you like. When is the first opportunity to fund their opposition, right? Because I definitely, in my
the time is now. Literally, the time is now, Chris. The primaries are all happening now. They've already kicked off. They'll carry on through, I don't know, June or something like that, Prince, whenever the conventions are, June, July, I guess. And then the candidates will be chosen, and they'll run through to the November 2nd election. So funding a primary challenger now is not likely to probably turn a race, given all the money they've spent at this point in time. But it might. Who knows? It could tip it back over the edge. In races where they haven't had to spend a lot of money yet, it might make a big difference.
I know there's got to be a list. I'm betting that Cece has one, but just a really quick Google spot here. It's like elections in the U.S. House of Representatives will be held November 5th, yada, yada. All 435 seats will be up for election. That's sort of crazy. I didn't realize that.
No, that's what I said, Prince. Don't let these people know that I know more about this. All the House of Representatives gets turned over every 2 years, and one
I
third of the Senate gets turned over every 2 years.
I can sing "I'm Just a Bill" most of the way through, but not all the way through. So and if nobody knows what "I'm Just a Bill" is, I will find it, or you can go Google it. It is Schoolhouse Rock. I'm Just a Bill. Um, I will send you the website that I'm looking at. It is Ballotpedia. Um, and so yeah, they that's when there is as of February 6, 2024, 40 House incumbents are not running for re-election. Click here to learn more. So yeah, it goes here and gives you a list of their incumbents, of the incumbents, and you know, those open seats. Um, they may be something that can flip, as you know, I do not follow American politics actually this close, except for, well, because I'm doing MriyaReport stuff now. I probably would be if I wasn't doing MriyaReport stuff, and I am starting to babble, so God save me, Chris.
No, but no, it's all very interesting, Prince. Yeah, if you've got a good link there, please put that up, and I will have a look. And obviously, I don't spend, certainly, have never spent so much time getting involved in American politics. But Will, you've just helped me learn something there. I just want to repeat that so that I've got that in my head. You're saying that the House of Representatives gets turned over every 4 years, and a third of the Senate gets turned over every 2 years.
No, the House the House of Representatives, you serve 2 years. There's election every 2 years, and off year elections between presidential cycles, and then one on every presidential cycle, so that the House of Representatives gets turned over every 2 years, and one third of the Senate gets turned over every 2 years.
I thought that's what I said, but anyway, okay.
So yeah,
Okay, maybe my confusion, but I didn't understand it the way you said it.
yeah. So you can, they actually, if you go down on here, there's like this house chart that says, you know, what it is, what the seat is likely to do. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of charts and a lot of data on this website, Chris, that you can probably, you know, get in there. I mean, there's, you know, solid Republican, safe Republican, that, you know, so you want to look for the, you know, the likely Democratic, or this, you know, it depends on how you look at it. You know, the areas that lean rather than are for sure solid. Those are the kinds of things that probably have a better chance of being flipped. And you know, it's like here, the main second district. It's a toss up. It's purple, but it leans Democratic typically. So yeah. So I mean, you can look through. I mean, it's hundreds, well, 430, whatever. So yeah, it's rather interesting. And I don't know if I mean, this is really bad. I don't even know if my representatives are running again. If my representative, or no, Earl Blumenauer, he's retiring, because my senators are Wyden and Markley. But yeah, Earl Blumenauer, who has been my House of Rep and my rep in the House of Representatives for probably over 20 years, is retiring. So, but I live in a very, very blue area. And so the chances of that seat flipping to red is really, really not likely. And even if somebody primaried whoever, you know, even if Earl Blumenauer is running again, whoever primaried him would probably be wasting their money, because it's just such a solid seat.
Because of
And
money.
yep. and like I said, you know, just Google Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just a Bill. I mean, I think I tweeted it out not too long ago. I can try to find it, because it's well, number one, it's cute, and number two, you know, it's how I learned a little bit about how bills are passed in the United States government, because you know that was the easiest way when you're watching your cartoons on Sunday morning, to have a little extra cartoon come in there that sings a song, a cute song, and teaches you a little bit about Bill, who is the bill trying to get through on Capitol Hill. So yeah. Anyway, for every child, go ahead.
The website that shows everybody that's retiring or not running, I didn't catch that.
Ballotpedia. I suppose I could tweet it out.
Ballotpedia. Everything's got to be a Wikipedia. Any good idea has to be copied like 10 times immediately. Isn't that right, Super Buff 200?
Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say as well. I have actually been watching a few bills go through our houses as well, and as I'm understanding the US one, it's no more complicated than ours is, really. Um, ours is pretty tortuous as well.
Well, I mean, they have to be procedural, of course, because you want to make sure that they get the business done right. But sometimes it looks like it's bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy, and or opportunities to kill something, hold something, slow something down, but not have to face any actual responsibility for the position on it. Having said that, I'll tell you what. I can see why nobody wants to run for that job, even though it's full of riches and all that. Can you imagine trying to run for a re-election every 2 years? Good crikey! I think that would be brutal. Which is why they just spend all their time raising money, and so they don't have to go to the next election worrying about the next election. I guess it's all taken out of their hands. I guess that's maybe the way they think about it cynically. Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, Will. I've seen this video or something kicking around about the clever way to get this through the House or something. Have you seen that? There's some way that.
Well, I know the clever way is for the Speaker of the House to bring it to the floor for immediate discussion and vote. They vote on the floor of the House that they don't need to go to debate, and they immediately vote to consider and accept the bill.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, because I mean, obviously Moses is going to be
I
a
know.
problem, isn't he? Yeah.
So the clever way, or the thing that they should be prepared for, the insurance policy they should have, Chris, is a thing called a discharge petition. Because if the speaker won't bring a bill to the floor, you can force him to bring a bill to the floor by putting a discharge petition signed by 218 members of the House in front of him with the bill, and then he's required to bring it to the floor, I think, immediately. So they basically can force the speaker to do their constituents' will. But yeah, there's every indication that he would probably try to delay or kill it somehow procedurally, and that's the thing. The guy holding the procedural wand has a vested interest in seeing it not get through. It's always a danger. So he either needs to see the risk himself, or he needs to be forced to do the right thing by a significant majority of his Republican Party. I mean, that's essentially what we're holding out for is people. So, and I read an interesting thing on this morning, Chris. I read about a woman from Eastern Washington who's quitting, young lady, Republican, but quitting participation in the next election, has announced that she's not going to run for re-election in Eastern Washington, some Eastern Washington state somewhere, and that now she can vote her conscience and so she'll probably be a reliable vote on the thing for Ukraine, right? Because she's not a bizarre, chaotic Yahoo. So that's a good thing, because if this bill comes to the floor now, or they ask her to sign a discharge petition, she might vote her conscience and do it now, whereas she would have had a lot of pressure from the Republican Party, before she was going to run again on how to vote, I reckon. Chris, that's what the whips are for. But anyway, Chris.
See, Will, Prince, am I right on this or not? Right, that it's my impression, right, that the Republicans are the ones that are like cleverer, if you like, and what's the word, more forceful about getting things passed, whereas the Democrats are a bit wishy-washy, and don't really want to push the limits on things and that when it comes to this. But am I right about that?
I think the word you're looking for there, Chris, is comedy. The Democrats practice a level of politeness and comedy that I don't believe you see on the Republican side anymore since Trump has come to the fore, because it's become okay to be a complete a-hole in your presentation and stuff. So yeah, Democrats oftentimes are considered wishy-washy, and that they're too touchy-feely about things, which I don't know, may or may not be the case. But the truth is, statistically, it would show out the Democrats practice a bit more comedy than do the Republicans in relation to things like, there's a whole section of the party, MAGA, that wouldn't believe in comedy ever. So there's no similar group in the Democratic Party. So that's why it isn't. They're fractious, right? These parties, so it's hard to say a party's one way or the other. There's groups within parties and factions within parties here in Australia too. So anyway, go ahead, Chris.
That's another word I've never heard of, Will. I keep getting all these words I've never heard of. Comedy. How are you spelling that?
Comity.
Comedy. Oh, maybe
Yeah,
I
and it's
have
not
heard
comedy. It's not comedy, buddy, because don't call it comedy. I've
Yeah.
made that mistake. Whew.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'll have to look at that one. Thank you.
Don't bring your best comedy to Parliament.
Ha 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 ha.
Anyway,
find.
anywho, you can all wave, shout, raise your hand, pop in to talk, whatever you want to talk about. But I'm gonna take a hands poll right now. Do you want to talk about the replacement of the military head Siersky from General Zaluzhny? If you do, raise your hand now. Otherwise, I'll just briefly cover the news on it, and then we can move on to the next subject. But essentially, I do want to cover the fact of that day, plus a little embellishment in the presentation of medals. But Valery Zaluzhny was retired essentially, although he was told he can still remain a member of he invited Valery Zaluzhny, the president did, to remain in the team and continue to work toward Ukraine's success. So I think he gets to be a general, like without portfolio advisor in like the Joint Chiefs of Staff sort of thing. I don't know how it works exactly, but he has invited him to stay. I think it's a great idea, and I'll give you a hint of my guess what he might be working on in the future. Anyway, Valery Zaluzhny was replaced. He was Alexander Siersky, who's been the head of ground combat forces for a long time, including through the battles near Kiev, Kharkiv, and Kherson. The first, the counteroffensive in there. Those three: Kiev, Kharkiv, and Kherson. So he's very experienced, of course. There is a bit of controversy. That's why I asked if you guys want to talk about it. I don't really want to talk about it, but there's always a bit of controversy whenever Siersky, a guy like Siersky, who is a competent general, replaces a guy who's been loved and respected for a long time now. in the work he put in to making sure that this army was equipped and got through the war to this 2 years to this date. We can look back a bit on Valery Zaluzhny's work, because I'm a big fan of his, frankly, and I don't really know the Syrskyi that much. Look, I know that the whole army is a credit to both these men, and there is a disparity in how people talk about whether or not they like one or the other. But having served a bit of time in the military, I can tell you that whether or not I liked somebody was never a consideration that came into my mind as even being a factor in relation to what I was going to be doing to serve my country at the time I was doing it. And I think both these guys take it far more seriously than I did, frankly. So I think that this isn't necessarily going to be a time for turmoil. It's not going to necessarily be any time for excitement or chaos or a scandal at all, because this is a natural transition from one head of the armed forces to the other at a time when they really need to rebuild the armed forces of Ukraine. That's what's going to happen through this whole year. This is why I said, in relation to Australian aid, I'd like to see them up our commitment to provide training assistance to Ukraine conscripts so that they can become very survivable and very good killers, frankly. And I think we could do a lot in that area, because that's the task for this year. I do not expect to see much significant level of attempts to do maneuver warfare type capturing of land all of 2024. I think we're going to see consolidation, a bit of tactical movement, and we're going to see Russia try to rebuild everything it can as fast as it can, and Ukraine to try to do the same thing so that they can have a red hot go at one another in the following springtime or maybe summertime. So it's going to be, wars take an incredible long time to play out. When you look at them back in history, it takes forever to mobilize 500,000 men and women, train them to a level of competency so that they will survive, then train them the specific skills they're going to need to be combat effective and survivable. And then you got to equip them, and all that stuff's got to be built, renovated, packed, shipped, set up, maintained, operated, all that stuff. There's a lot of work to do logistically. And so, that's why I've been harping on about starting all this work early, a long time ago. Why haven't they got those FA-18s? Anyway, a long time ago. There's a lot of work. I think that's what's going to happen this year. And for that reason, I think maybe we will see Zaluzhny hang around and spearhead their campaign to convince 500,000 people to be conscripted into the army and satisfied that they're going to be, taken care of, and that they're going to win and survive this war. So I think he might be doing something like that, because he is very well respected, specifically for not wasting people's lives. And if there's a criticism I've heard of Zaluzhny, it was that, to be honest, in his entire career. I haven't seen anybody pick out things that he did that were tactically or strategically bad ideas or bad decisions. To be honest, Zaluzhny, like anybody in his position or in Syrskyi's position now, are going to be faced with a series of tough choices, because they aren't given the support they need that we've been talking about here for a couple of years. So we got to keep at it. He's going to get up and do his job. Hopefully, Zaluzhny will stay around and be of significant value. And they need to equip and rebuild this year. So the other thing I found really interesting about the Zaluzhny and Zelensky relationship is that these guys, maybe he's changing political change of a military horse in the middle of this war. But these guys, to be honest, I honestly think these guys really like each other. Okay, when he handed out the medals to all the officers, including Budanov, who I'll come back to this, basically got no love at all. which I'm not liking. But Zaluzhny got a hug coming and a hug going in a military sense. That is, I find that to
Wait a
be
second, though.
astounding.
I think I don't catch Budanov as the hugging type, man. You know, that's one of the.
Well, maybe, but people force you into it all the time, even if you're not a hugger.
But at the same time, also, you know, one of the things that I have heard mockers talk about is the injuries that Budanov has suffered throughout his life, and how the guy probably is in a lot of pain, and the way he stands so stiff. I can totally relate to that, man. I can totally relate to that, because you find, yeah, and so it might have been a thing where, you know, it's just like, dude, I let's not have extra pain, you know. But I have to say, the two-armed Zaluzhny hug was rather sweet.
Agreed, and I think that is indicative, given the fact that it's a formal ceremony in relation to the Russian military, that getting a hug coming and a hug going means that they actually do really like each other, and not to mention the fact that he would get a hug coming and going from me as well, because he really deserves the Hero of Ukraine. That award that he was given is for a long period of service and a number of very good things, not the least of which is doing the work that they've done in the counteroffensive to recognize the terrible situation they would have been trying to fight their way through those minefields that were a kilometer deep and 2.5 mines per square meter, which is an incredible density. To change tactic and go to the attritional warfare and then positional warfare that they've moved into was actually pretty brilliant, given the resources that they've got, right? They've gutted the Russian military. So I count that as a win. I always have. They've got a small bit of territory, but remember, they also set up themselves to take half of the territory back in total that Russia took in at the beginning of 2022. So I call this. Do I call this a stalemate? I kind of do. I'll even call it a stalemate or a deadlock. But it's not a win or loss thing, because Ukraine has clearly eliminated half of the military capability in equipment of Russia, and eliminated 90% of the original 300,000 troops that entered the country to take it over. 90% of those folks are dead or permanently disabled and no longer able to participate. So that's an incredible task for Ukraine having completed, uh, given their massive disadvantages that they've faced. And look at the other stark, incredible things that they've done in special warfare operations and USV work, the innovation work. Everybody in the military deserves some credit for that. I'm sure Zaluzhny was also consulted on and deserves at least a small amount of credit for the overall success of that program as well. And so yeah, I can't basically find a thing to fault the man, Zaluzhny, but I do understand. I do understand people saying that the if it's true that he is not considered a full success because he wouldn't sacrifice the lives required at the time, at the rate required at the time, to try to overcome the Russian forces, say on the Orkiv axis, at one axis, right? Because Russia went from Ukraine went into a multi-axis attritional war where the United States at the time wanted them to pile it all up in one big fist and punch in and leave their sides and their flanks probably a bit exposed. But anyway, they didn't do that. They did what Zaluzhny wanted to do. I think, given what we know now, the U.S.'s approach wouldn't have been U.S. favored approach would not have been successful either. And not either, but it wouldn't have been successful. And I do believe there was, in changing tact at the time, to attrit as much of the Russian capability as possible, whilst always trying to take and hold tactical advantageous positions, was exactly the right move to make at the time. So I really give him a lot of credit for that. And anyway, the change has been made. Sorry I made you wait so long. Lisa, what have you got to add?
Oh, sorry about that. I was a
Oh, don't be. Nothing wrong.
little bit distracted. No, I don't mean to. Well, I guess I do mean to. I just wanted to ask a real quick question. I had just sent Chris a message, but I woke up not too long ago. I went to bed too early, so now I'm awake. But I read a notification that came across that said Kharkiv is under heavy attack. Does anybody know
Yeah.
Yes.
anything about that?
Yes.
I mean, like, are they like totally destroying it?
No, there's been a missile attack on Kharkiv, and it either wasn't fully interdicted, or the missile broke up and the warhead still landed and did some damage. And in this instance, it hit right in a petrol station and threw a lot of burning debris everywhere, and apparently burned down quite a number of residences as a result. And there is a significant loss of life, including small children.
Oh, that's awful. Okay, I just wondered. Thank you, Will.
Yeah, no worries, Lisa. Chris, over to you.
Yeah, Will. So I was, just with this Zaluzny thing. I mean, I keep looking for, the signs of like the Maidan 3 Oseval report. Basically that people just trying to split Ukraine apart and split Ukraine from the West and all the rest of it. And actually, I see some attempts at it. You probably seen there's a thing, a video kicking around of a protest on the Maidan, but it's not much of a protest, Will, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So I think largely speaking, although they're trying to have a go at it, it's falling pretty flat, isn't it? Right? You've got some people here now that are reacting against Sersky. Is it pronounced Sersky? Yeah. But it's really not very much, is it? I think you'll agree.
Yeah, I haven't heard much at all. I mean, I have heard heated but thoughtful debates over the merits of these two guys, but I haven't heard virtually any substantive disinformation at all as yet. I think it's pretty quiet. Maybe they're building their best memes or something. I don't know, Chris, but I haven't heard much of it yet.
Well, I think we would have, Will, but I know it could still come and that, but I sort of think we would have, there would have been like a massive immediate reaction, and there really hasn't been that I can see.
I've personally got my where's Gerasimov and where's Sokolov memes ready at any time to respond.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. I mean,
so this is the thing, right? Generals change in wartime, and it isn't necessarily, especially when it's been telegraphed and talked about this long. It's an orderly transition, as opposed to what's taking place in Russia, where people just disappear.
Yeah, and I didn't really know the detail, but I looked back and I dug out quite an interesting article about all the generals and that Churchill fired as well. and it's it was quite interesting, and that it just needs to be done, doesn't it? And I think I mentioned this when we were speaking last time, Will, as well. Zelensky needs a break. For Christ's sake, 2 years being in charge of this. Wow, man, that's gonna take its toll on you, isn't it? And like you say, he's done an amazing job. I mean, it is when you think about it, it's just incredible. It's just incredible what they've done to the Russians, and that which I truly believe is because they understand the Russians better than the Russians understand themselves.
You could be right. You could be right indeed.
I would really like them to send me numbers. I want to see how many good Russians were made yesterday.
Well, you are the person who talks to the purveyor of numbers. I
No,
have not seen
I
hide
am
nor
the
hair.
person who sends the numbers to the purveyor of numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
I
I definitely well above the food chain compared to me. That's for sure. So
when she screwed up the numbers, I was watching a movie. I didn't send her the numbers. She screwed them up. So I gotta find them and send them to her. But they're not anywhere.
I'll go look.
You don't have to go look. I'm telling you, I'm looking in places where they always are. They're not on Telegram and they're not on Facebook. They're often out on Facebook faster than they are Telegram.
Well, just make some up then, shall I?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I can.
Besides, we're also gonna get. I wasn't worried about the numbers at all because I know Mockers is coming up to fill in shortly. So take over. I mean, you've been tired for 2 hours.
No,
so,
I've been
I
tired
think.
since 11 o'clock this morning.
All right. Who's keeping numbers?
The government of Ukraine. But I can tell you that I did see. I got a little peek at Andrew Perpetua's spreadsheet, and I am anticipating some nice numbers. And so, it's always nice to be able to give good numbers to Mockers when she wakes up. So yeah, they're not on X, they are not on Facebook, and they are not on Telegram. So this is a 3 strikes you're out.
Oh my God! Nobody died today.
Right, whatever. If they make it to see, I consider myself a failure if they show up on X before I find them. This is just how it is, Will.
If they show up on X before I change the title to "Oh my God, nobody died today" from Absurdistan.
Yeah, I doubt that's true.
I could almost fit that in because you can put OMG, of course, right?
You could absolutely put OMG. And I wonder if you could translate that, how that would translate to Cyrillic.
I don't know, Chris.
Well, Will, I was just thinking, let's work back here, Will. Right? What do we know about what's gone on, like yesterday? So the numbers this morning are a reflection of what happened yesterday. What do we know about what happened yesterday then? What do we know about Avdiivka and these other little hotspots? What have you got in your head, mate?
So the last report that we have, of course, is the 6 a.m. This morning report from the Russian military, which says we are expecting some big numbers, Chris, because there were 111 combat clashes. That is a lot, folks. 100 is a pretty big number in that side, with probably something in the 70 to 80 range being more like average. They also used 73 airstrikes. So that would be and launched 76 attacks from rocket salvo systems. So the airstrikes are artillery rounds that come in as well as glide bombs. They count both of those as airstrikes because they come in from the air. So the invaders, they say, attacked Ukraine using 26 unmanned aerial vehicles. 18 attack UAVs were destroyed by air defense point sources. We had a great conversation with a bloke here this morning from Odessa, Ari, I believe his name was, and so he said that there were some strikes. There was noise in Odessa. There was obviously a lot of noise in Kharkiv, where we saw the big fire after a strike of a petrol station there. In Kupiansk, there were 11 attacks near Sinkivka and Ivankivka. In Lima, Liman area, there were 14 attacks near Bilharivka and Terny, Yapovlivka, Donetsk region. In Bakhmut, big day down there for them. This is a bigger day for them. It looks about 50% bigger than average. 22 attacks by them near Bodnivka. So this is up north a little bit. Ivanivsky and Klishivka. They still haven't managed to repel Ukraine out of good tactical positions in Klishivka, but they do continue to expand holdings to the north a little bit in what looks to be an attempt to try to envelop Chasiv Yar, but it's a long way from that. But it's that sort of move. So there's also an attack up near the reservoir at Terny. So in the area in Avdiivka, 21 enemy attacks, so a pretty average day there. They're trying to get the area down south at Novobakhmutivka, and 12 additional attacks near Pervomaisky and Novelsky in the Donetsk region. So that's the summary of what they reported to us, Chris. So given that number of attacks, 111 overall, and the locations that they're talking about, I would imagine there's going to be a lot of armor involved in that, as well as infantry, because what Russia would be attempting to try to do now is to reinforce and consolidate its positions in the south of that town, in that what we will call previously forested area, and up north of the reservoir, propelling themselves and trying to hold territory between the residential area of Avdiivka and the coke plant to the north, which has become a bit of a no man's land in between there, like most places that the Russians hammer and then move through, which is their favorite approach for doing this sort of maneuver. So it's kind of turning into Bakhmut. Russia will be attempting to move in lots of armor and equipment to try to support their infantry there, as well as pushing lots and lots more men up into the breach if they think they've found one. And so you can expect the armor that is brought in to still be interdicted at range by the Ukrainians, who will have positions where they can hit that stuff from a distance as it moves up to try to reinforce these guys, because there's not really a good way to disguise where they're going, right? You know exactly where they're going. And so it can become a shooting ground still, even though they should know where most of the minefields are now. But there's no guarantee of that. These are often very young Russian crews, or not young, but inexperienced Russian crews, because Ukraine has also smartly, because they're so short on ammunition, they have really been focusing on making sure when they did use it that they kill everybody they possibly can. Nobody goes home alive, kind of thing. Because that means less experienced crews show up each and every time you fight them, and you gain an experience advantage over folks who've never done it before. So it's cynical, but I fully appreciate and endorse nobody makes it home alive strategy by Ukraine on this defense. Chris, go ahead.
Well, you haven't done much work this evening, right? So Prince, can you just send Will a blank sheet of paper so that he can fill in the numbers, since we haven't got any numbers,
I
right?
know. Well,
Right,
yeah.
Will.
Do you want me to Karnak him for you?
Are you ready? Are you ready, Will?
I don't know that.
Are you ready?
All right. Who's got a piece
Chris,
of paper?
do you know what carnacking is?
Well, no, not exactly. I don't. That's another word. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing it means like make them up.
Well, pretty much. It was a part of the Johnny Carson show where he would, had this turban thing on, and he would grab an envelope. I think it was out of a mayonnaise jar or something like that, and he would hold it to his head and tell you what was written in it, and then he would open it up, and it would be, what it was. So it was a funny little sketch back in the day with Johnny Carson, and yeah. So mockers, they haven't given the numbers out yet.
I've just
But don't-
noted. What was the night like, guys?
Bad attack in Kharkiv. I did find out that was a family of 5, and they are still looking for one child. Let me go back to that post really quick. 5 people, an entire family, husband, wife, 3 children, 7, 4, and 6-month-old. It happened because of the fuel leak down the road from the thing. The search for the body of the youngest boy continues, which sort of confused me, because how do they have a 6-month-old and 7-month-old boy? Excuse me. Now this one says 7. I've heard 6. Regardless, but how do they have a 6-month-old and a body of the youngest boy? So yeah, they tried to escape and were not successful. In addition, a 66-year-old man and his 65-year-old wife died in a different location. But that wiped out a whole house. Big, huge fire in Kharkiv as a result of drones or missiles. Not quite sure which one. Not sure if it was something that got shot down. And yeah, so that's how that.
Either a direct hit or a debris landed directly on a petrol station. Mockers. Through burning rubble everywhere.
Sorry, I'm just commenting. Debris. Is that what we call successfully intercepted with its target?
No. So I suspect that they may have interdicted something, and the falling warhead that must have been a sympathetic explosion, or it was failed to get shot down, and it went directly in and hit a petrol station, because the explosion is that big. It looks like it penetrated and got the underground tanks, is how big it looks to me. Not just like taking out the Bowsers. It looks like it penetrated and set a significant volume of the underground tank fuel that would have been stored there to fuel vehicles. Probably a lucky strike, I guess, or an unlucky strike on the part of Ukraine. But it's essentially, just to me, demonstrates how using those type of weapons on areas of no military value still can be. I mean, they're war crimes. Each and every one shouldn't be minimized. Chris.
Yeah, all of that's very sad and that. So, but I was just trying to look up Karnakiing, Will. So I've come across a detective called Karnacki, but how do you spell Karnacki then?
Oh, I don't know. It probably Karnak. So Karnak the Great was a persona that a gentleman named Johnny Carson used to put on with accompanying what looked like Sikh headdress on his talk show, which was the biggest talk show probably in America in the nighttime. I think it was called the Tonight Show or something like that. And he used to have this bit where he would hold an envelope up to his head, a sealed envelope up to his head, and answer the question that was in the envelope. And they'd pull out the envelope, and of course, the question and answer would match. And so Prince was making the joke, of course, that I should Karnak the numbers, which I've duly done for mockers, and I think she ought to read, even if we don't get numbers, just to try to fool you all, like some sort of, bunch of mindless soma-induced sheep that are listening to my voice and falling to sleep. No, I'm kidding. Chris?
Well, I'd like to hear the Karnacki numbers. I don't know what the general feeling is, but I'd like to hear your estimates, Will.
So given the fact that we had 120, a large number of attacks, a significantly large number of attacks, and in locations where body counts have been pretty high before, and knowing what they're trying to do in Avdiivka, I'd say 100. I'd say they probably broke 1,100 men. I put 1122, probably somewhere in that range. Maybe I would say probably 1,100, because whether you're fighting in the city or you're fighting your way up to the city in that location, there's going to be a lot of guys got killed. Something like 23 tanks, 36 armored fighting vehicles, 27 arty, a couple of MLRS, 5 special equipment, and 44 trucks. That was my guess. Because when they start their attack, Russia, with these with the men and equipment, they would almost certainly accompany that with as much artillery as they could, and some of that artillery is going to be in locations and distances that could be hit with counter battery fire. So I'm assuming that the Ukrainians are holding their artillery fire and holding some of it, sequestering it for use as counter battery fire, and that they will use that then at the opportune time during an attack by Russia when they go to use artillery to support their infantry, which they probably try to do. They probably try to smother the places they're going to move into with artillery as much as they can, and MLRS to keep everybody's head down, but get some opportunistic hits, and then storm in there with the infantry. Now that they have a foothold at the edge of the city, I'm assuming they can move all the way up. As they get close to the edge of the city, they'll be in cover again, and they probably can move with some freedom across the north part of the residential zone of Avdiivka, west of the little sandbar reservoir. And 44 trucks. I said 44 trucks because anytime they have all that other stuff, they're going to have a lot of trucks in there, because it's all got to get up to where it's going. And one of the main purposes of trying to do this next attack is to reinforce the guys that are in the territory already, that are holding the ground in the city, so that you can move in there, reinforce, and take your next movement. And so, yeah, a lot of trucks. Maybe trucks may be too small. Maybe I would be my guess. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so a little bit of what I wasn't sure whether it was propaganda or something, right? In the sort of like Zaluzhny Sersky thing, was that apparently there were a lot of Ukrainians being held back, right? Not on the front line. Did you have you seen anything about that?
Well, so look, this is a complaint about rotation and the fact that everybody built they built their army for the front line, and then the reserve troops, and then the troops that they were going to use for quick reaction forces and stuff. So the structure of the military of Ukraine meant that, and this is true of everybody, meant that some of the units, some of the reserve units, never actually ever went up and took a position on the front lines. They were held in their role all through the period of time, which could make some sense. I don't know. I could envision doing it, but this is all tied up into the discussion around the conscription legislation that's working through the Ukrainian parliament, because they do need to have a discussion about why they need to have 500,000 additional troops and what that means with respect to rotation of folks who are in, the front lines for more than recommended periods for the Ukrainian side. Way, I mean, years beyond the recommended periods for Russian soldiers, but significantly not rotated according to, I guess, what we would call a NATO doctrine because of necessity. They just don't have the troops yet trained, equipped, and in position to do all that, which is why they're calling for a conscription to move its way through judiciously. And I wholeheartedly agree. The Ukrainians should have a really good, robust discussion about that conscription law. But at the end of the day, I think it is a prudent and appropriate number of conscripts would be 500,000 people, or recruits of any sort. If people want to volunteer ahead of time so that they don't have to raise 500,000 conscripts, but that would be great. And that would be a wise thing to do for probably a lot of Ukrainians. It's what I would have done. So it's what I would have done if I was there, because you can, if you join the army and they do an aptitude test for you and you pick where you want to go, participate in that decision making, you're always going to end up with a better spot. Well, not always. You can roll the dice. You can roll the dice as a conscript, and they can put you in to a very good role. But most people want to try to choose, I would think. But those that don't need not do it, because, as they've said, they're going to make sure that they train, equip, and rotate troops so that they can maintain a fighting force. And that means training these conscripts too, to a level where they can be expected to survive, rather than the way Russia's doing it. Pretty much everything you look at, you look at how should we do this? The way Russia's not doing it. Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, so I've got another thing on this, Will, that I'm just thinking about. But by the way, I just wanted to say to you that I totally agree with you about not having any idea about what a general, or in my case an admiral, would be like. Will, you made me think back, right? You made me think back to my time in the Navy, and that, when I was a junior officer in the wardroom. I never saw the captain. I certainly never saw the commodore or the admiral or whoever it was that was either on board permanently or sometimes on board. And that, right? Yeah, that would be a rare occasion, if you like, and a scary one as well, of course, as a junior officer. Will, but you're absolutely right. You'd have absolutely no idea really what the character of a general or an admiral or even a captain would be. Well, that was certainly true on the carriers and the landing ships that I was on. Not so much true when of the Type 22 that I was on. But anyway, yeah, which are obviously a lot smaller. But yeah, anyway, now my point was going to be. Is this in some way a criticism, right, of like basically not throwing everybody at one point in order to break through, as well as rotation?
So, I don't know what their approach is going to be offensively in the future, but of course they're going to put back into place forces in the Kupiansk area, forces down the Liman area, forces in Bakhmut, forces all the way up and down the line to be able to hold their positions. And then they're going to build a force behind that force, which is their punching force of a spearhead attack or multiple attacks like they did it before, multiple axes. But I would, I don't know. I'm not walked a bit of the ground. Wouldn't even guess what is the best approach. But I think probably a lot of the best of the approach is going to be determined by which technologies they have in place at the time. Because if they've got close air support in the form of F-16s and potentially any other fighter aircraft or attack aircraft like the FA-18, just saying, then that would be a whole different kettle of fish with regard to how you'd attack and everything, and what's their number of armor going to be able to put together as a spearhead with Bradleys, tanks, and other infantry fighting vehicles to get through, and what sort of numbers can you put together for that type of attack. So a lot of it has to do with technology, and short-range ballistic missile capabilities that we're still hoping come into play in the form of ground-launched small diameter bombs, ATACMS, and GIMLRs, which we hope we still see a lot more of that work, because it's excellent when we do see it. So yeah, I don't know how they're going to go attack, but they're going to use these 500,000 troops to be able to build enough units, Chris, to both reinforce the positions where they're at and rotate the troops that are there out for periods of rotation and rest away from back home, basically R&R, and refitting and retraining behind the lines where they won't be at any significant threat, whilst new young troops or experienced troops that haven't spent time up on the line do take that position, so that then they can train and fill up the numbers everywhere, enough to get the troops that they put in place experience in location and rotations through the place, so that they get at least comfortable with what's going on, and then hopefully when they face a real attack from the Russians, they survive it, and then they take that from strength to strength each time, and survive the war. That's the ideal. So gradually putting those troops into combat, into harm's way, as slowly as they can, noting, however, that at some points relatively inexperienced troops that have been only conscripted and through their basic training and AIT and stuff like that, that they wouldn't think they were going to the front lines right then. They could be. You could go to the front lines, depending on if the reinforcements needed at that time would be critical to winning a significant strategic victory. I would definitely do it myself. It's part of the, it's one of the risks you have to take, and this is what they're talking about in relation to Styrsky and Zelensky, right? Or Zelensky. Whether or not you risk people's lives to take a tactical or strategic gain, and sometimes you make the choice to take the strategic thing, even though it's a massive loss of life. It happens. Chris.
Yeah, well, I'm just like chewing this around a bit, but Will, Zelensky was down in a place that we used to talk about a lot, Robotny, wasn't he? The other day, he was
handing out awards.
Yeah, Robotny, and was it Hill 166 and all of that area where if you remember, Will, and I'm sure you do remember, that Ukrainians basically certainly got through the first line of defenses, and in some places got through the second line of defenses, right? And
they got all the way up to the edge of Verbova, and they got all the way to Novopropakivka. So yeah, they got all into both this in through between the second and third lines in a couple of places.
you know, and of course we speculated that they would, you know, drive south, if you like, or wherever is the exact direction, drive south down towards Crimea, but they couldn't or didn't, right? And I just wonder whether there's an argument that like everything should have been thrown at that type of thing going on. And I
Well,
know
so
we don't.
this is the little bit of the argument that was made, that they should have timed the drive down from Novovasilivka maybe a little different, and then really do put the punch on to go down the Orkiv axis to Tokmak. But the it looks to me, in hindsight, like they worked their way as far as they could down the Novovasilivka line, direct route to Mariupol. Found that there were a lot of obstacles to cross there in the form of waterways, bridges that could be blown. That they weren't going to make any massive advance there, so they did advance as far as they could without significant losses, and then trapped the Russians there a couple of times in some counterattacks that were devastating to the Russian forces. So this is what I was talking about with regard to the attrition rate, the attritional style war that they moved to, and tactically. But yeah, probably decided that they weren't going to be successful in getting much farther down that axis, so that then they swapped over to the Orkiv axis and got down through Robotynya. I'm just going to go ahead and say it right one time, and then we'll move back to your way. And down to Novopropakivka and onto the ridge there. This Hill 166 you're talking about, that ridge line there that leads down from Stepova down toward Tokmak, points directly down toward Tokmak, is an important ridgeline, and they did a lot of damage to the Russians once they gained that ridgeline south of Verbova and over. They had forward observers there that could see the whole valley down below them, and there's a major road and rail line that goes down along that way, southeast of that position, along that ridgeline east of Novopokrovka. So I think and we heard about, we heard and saw lots of attacks down in that valley, all through spring and summertime, and then they gained a slight artillery advantage there in the end of the summer, because of the fact that they'd tactically taken some very good positions. It gave them forward observers. They were able to interdict the Russian artillery at that point. They were doing a great job of that. The FPV was just coming into its preeminence as a means of attack, to augment or replace artillery. And so they had some good success, but they didn't gain much territory. And of course, that was we talked about that all through the summer and year. We talked about the fact that really wasn't the game we could see at the time, except tactically, and that the success in attrition was very impressive, for what are considered to be very, very low losses, relatively, on the Ukrainian side. But of course, what you want to do is you want to win, and you got to win with in a conventional manner. They do need to raise something like 500,000 conscripts, unless they get volunteers to do all that stuff before, and they don't have to conscript that many. But an additional new fighting force to allow rotations and allow buildup of a competent and powerful enough fighting force that they have a good chance to do some offensive action. My guess in 2025, spring of 2025. We have a long way to go before I would pursue any significant offensive activity on part of Ukraine, unless the infusion of equipment and support was much, much more rapid than I expected to be. I see War Doggo's joined us. I'd like to talk to War Doggo a bit more about the conscription laws and where those are at. But I'll go back to you, Chris, and then CJ before War Doggo. Go ahead, Chris.
No, bring them up. Well, I can come back on this. I'm just loafing around here thinking about this.
Okay. Make sure you're taking notes, otherwise you forget. That's my top tip for the day. That's my top tip for every day. CJ, go ahead.
Thank you for having me, Will. I just have a few thoughts, actually. I heard a lot of grieving over Zelensky the last couple of days, and I just want to say that all of us who have been in the military know that mission first always. And I'm glad to hear that people are starting to grasp that today a little bit more. And secondly, that it's impossible to graft a new idea onto a closed mind. And I'm starting to see where people are starting to open up a little bit to Zersky. He's the guy that brought most of the occupied territory back to Ukraine after the Russians came in. So I'm glad to see him with some more control over the situation. I might be stepping on some toes here, but I'm glad that he was trained in Russia and that he's going to be up against some of these guys that are commanding the enemy. So he knows what they're planning. He knows their strategy. He's working against. He's competent where it comes to the Russians' strategy, and I think they're scared of him. I really think that they're afraid of what he knows. So there's a lot to look for there.
And I would add, he has an evil grin, and he's going to be superb at trolling the Russians, specifically for the reason you said. And I get the feeling he's fairly smart too. Ward, I'll go. Hey, do you have an opinion on Stersky? What do you think about Zelensky, his medal and his going, and what role do you think he might take in the future? And of course, what do you know about, and what do you think about where that conscription law is going in regard to movement through the Rada? And of course, whatever you want to talk about.
I just got through reading The Snowman from cover to cover, the book that just came out about him, and I do have some insight from the book about. I am at work. I might have to drop out.
That's all right.
So,
hang on.
But
Let's see what.
I do have some insight. I have some insight from the book on the problems between Zelensky and Zelensky, and it's not as bad as you think, according to the author. But there were some differences, and most of those, according to the author, and he did have free reign and a free license to report what he saw without being sidelined by anybody. He says that what he saw and heard was that Zelensky wanted to do more with attacking Crimea and getting Crimea back, and Zersky was commanded to take the territory back more towards the north. He was under orders to take back the territory that he did. And the Crimean Peninsula was Zelensky's area, and he didn't get as much done as he thought he ought to. There was a lot of problems with him and the president regarding the strategy for the Crimean Peninsula. They had different ways of looking at it. So that had a lot to do with their, they weren't able to come to a meeting of the minds, but they weren't really mad at each other. There was just a difference of opinion with strategy. And Zelensky isn't a, he isn't a, he isn't a strategist, and he knows it.
And that's great.
But
I love guys that know what they don't know. You know,
And the author says that the author says that Zelensky knows he's not a commander. He hasn't been trained for that. He's not no.
my favorite, and they say, do you know that? I go, nope, but I know a guy.
Yeah, he's not no Schwarzkopf, that's for sure. Uh, anyway, so there was some ill feelings, but it wasn't as bad as everybody's making it out to be.
No, and look,
And so
that's clear from the medal ceremony. You got a hug coming and a hug going, and during a military ceremony, I think that speaks lots.
I wish more people would read the book, or at least try to, get a better perspective on what's really going on instead of just blathering on.
Come on, man!
Anyway.
Come on, man! We got 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fill here.
Well, I just got to my terminal. I have to stop and get to work here. So I got to take off.
Off you go. Off you go. Thanks for
I'll
coming
be
in,
back.
CJ. Now, War Dog.
I'll be back.
War Doggo, what would you like to talk about before I pepper you with more questions?
Oh, good morning. Hope everybody's doing good and well for you. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing good. Everything's fine. And we are always thrilled to hear how the future looks like from the workers' paradise, because being ahead and seeing the sun first is is an advantage. It's a competitive advantage, but it's also a responsibility. Uh, on what you've been earlier mentioning about Zaluzhny and all of the story about replacement of Zaluzhny, uh, uh, to like honestly, the only thing that Ukrainians feel about military and changes in the military, they feel trust. They literally trust their lives to the military guys. If that is the change that is going to be better for overall kicking out Russians out of Ukraine's territory, so that is the way. We have fully competent Ukraine's military command, and those guys know what they do. And the history being showing us they know how to kick Russians with the first any possible occasion, and they put all their efforts, time, um, passion, dedication, whatever human can dedicate to kicking the Russians out with the first occasion possible. That's the feeling that majority of Ukrainians feel about military, and then the personalities. Never create yourself the um, the word I forgot in English. I will um, the idol, because actually the idols never exist. Every person is a human, and humans are known for doing good things, doing bad things, and so far and so on. So it's really not worth creating an idol, because then people would be feeling disappointed or whatever. Why to feel disappointed if from the very beginning you may not invest your time and effort and your emotions in creating an idol? Mm, I truly believe, despite not having any intention in creating an idol, that Zelensky is, and overall the Ukraine's military command is something very good that have happened with Ukraine for the previous 100 years, most probably, in a sense of having such brave, responsible people who are doing the right job, and they know, being very professional and speaking with many partners, colleagues all over the globe who are their counterparts in militaries of different countries. That is something that is recognized, that they're the leaders. They are very good leaders, and they're good professionals in what they are in. The only thing I would prefer to avoid during the war is kind of political speculations around the military stuff, because it's very important that civilians have control over over the military, right? And it's like a synergy counterbalancing military and civilians. But civilians always have this temptation to start doing politics where the time is absolutely not adequate to do the politics. Why? Because I believe this is the nature of politics, and politics are politics. And I'm super glad that Zelensky is not a politic, actually. He came to his role being far from politics, and he is not, how to call it, he is not in this dirty politics stuff like many experienced politics would be. And that is his advantage, I think. And the worst thing possible happening now is like politics games behind the war, because now is not time for any politics bullshit. And these days Ukraine is in the survival mode rather than doing a certain things that the politic would do in the peaceful time. Therefore, the only thing we feel about the change, if it is happening, it means it should be happening, right? I have no idea what Zaluzhny is going to be doing, but is going to do. But I believe that the leader and the professional of his level, who already recorded his name in the book of history with the golden letters of courage, braveness, and professionalism, those people do never go away, I would say. And yeah, this is the way we feel about that. About the recruitment process, uh, this is somehow um, like non-negotiable process. Let's call it this way. Ukraine needs more military on the ground to defend successfully against Russia, and that is something that here, to be honest, I don't really understand uh, somehow the politics behind, because like if military says I need more people, we are all together think how to make the proper recruitment, not the conscription, not grabbing people from the streets. We are not Russia, and moreover, like giving a good picture for Russians, for Russian propaganda insofar and so on. But in this sense, I don't really understand the hesitation of Ukraine's um, like senior leadership of the country. Let's call it this way, because when I hear during the interviews when they are saying, you know what, military is saying that we need 500, but they didn't convince myself, apologize, but you should be the one who would be who would be advocating in the name of military, but not military convincing you.
Yeah,
That's the wrong move, in my
that,
opinion.
that's a good point. Hey, sorry. I was just going to let Prince interrupt for a second, and we were going to swap in mockers. So, yeah, that was the first question I was going to ask you is what do you think about what is the scuttlebutt around the numbers? Is the number right, wrong, too low, too high? And how are things going, and what are the discussions around making sure that they get rid of practices like press ganging, capturing people off streets and things? Is it going to be orderly, egalitarian, and have due process built into it? Does all those provisions remain in what's proposed?
The very honest and sincere feedback is I don't know, because simply I can have my own opinion, and my own opinion is in that the only way how to get uh, society being like fully involved is to first properly communicate, and second, proper recruitment process, in the sense of explaining people that uh, more and more every day, even if it is tiring, that we are in an existential threat, that this is not the training alert, right? But so far, at the beginning of the war, I've been hearing a lot of people saying, like, you know what, it's going to be like for 2-3 weeks, and then Ukraine is going to be victorious, right? I've heard this already 2-3 days from Russian side, and this is somehow very very connected in a sense that it leads at the end of the day to people's disappointment and to wishful thinking, which is not the case. I believe that since 2013, even since 2004, when Ukraine started setting its civilization choice, even back in 2004 with the Orange Revolution, then 2008 when Ukraine's president was highly put in mud on the internal level and international level by those Melnishenko tapes, where Ukraine actually was kicked out from the process of NATO partnership. Since that time, Ukraine started setting its civilization choice. And back in 2013, Ukraine did really galactic size jump in Ukraine society, growing up and being capable to defend its civilization choice. In 2013, then in 2014, when the war has started, trust me, we had almost no military to defend our country. And in 2014, those military who were moving on the ground, they didn't have even fuel to move from point A to point B. That was the society. Those people from Maidan, those hooligans, from football hooligans, who are, by the way, majority of them are in Azov battalion, part of the armed forces and part of the National Guard of Ukraine. Those people stood up to defend their own country, not for the oligarchs, not for like corrupted politics or so far and so on. They went to protect their own country. They understood that if enemy comes to their homes, there will be Bucha, Mariupol, and all the rest. What happened in the future when when the Russians came, and that society that then showed its capability to defend its civilization choice back in 2022 when the Russian full-scale attacked, I believe that society deserves an honest discussion, but not, like in couple of months prior the full-scale invasion of Russians, discussing on the main show that we are going to do the barbecue very soon, and no attack is going to happen. And then when attack was happening, to tell that, you know what, if I say the truth, many people would be running. Come on, we're the society that makes revolutions because of lack of dignity, and many stood up to defend its civilization choice back in 2022, and it was military plus society who made Russians run around the Kiev, around Kharkiv, around many other areas in the north of Ukraine. Look, politics are politics, military are military, and if we don't intend to create the idol, the main idea is to trust the institutions. I don't care the name. I care the institution and that the process and governance works. I want that the institutions are built and the processes are built in that way that no any person can ruin the process or turn around the process from the certain roadmap that is built and the action plan that leads to Ukraine's sovereignty and Ukraine's protecting its border and setting up the things in a way that Russia cannot any longer attack in the way that Russia is doing these days. I hope I answered your question.
Well, yes, sir. You did as far as you could, of course. Because we're so bound up in U.S. politics. Of course, I want to know all the machinations and ins and outs of how amendments and things are moving through the Ukrainian part of Parliament. Now, you'd almost say I'm addicted to it. I noticed that we have a co-host change, and Mockers has joined us. And let me just preface everything Mockers is about to say with, "Boy, did I get those wrong."
Are you saying that the numbers have turned up? They have. The numbers have turned up, folks. But we've got a couple of hands, so we'll go through them first. War Doggo, do you want to come back before we go to Bull Terrier?
Yeah, I was going to ask Will in return, but prior I'm going to ask Will in return. I want to ask people to check in the nest the refugee relief fundraiser that MriyaReport is doing is important because many people, and myself including, we are usually focused on helping militaries because we truly believe that if militaries do not stand, if militaries do not hold the line, civilians are also screwed up, and that is the trouble. But someone
Plus, some of us actually would like to kill every Russian that's illegally in Ukraine. Just saying.
and some actually should care also about civilians. And this fundraiser that MriyaReport is starting is worth your attention. Go there to MriyaReport.org, check in the nest this fundraiser, and like obviously don't spend your last money. But if you're having some spare, please consider to donate. You can also check my profile. There is a pinned message over there. We are trying to do something good with in certain areas, and we're partnering to do something very good. And I believe that some of you would like to participate, and or you just like the shiny Ukraine labeled symboled Zippos. We've got also something interesting for you if you would like. But the question is, Will, do you know that it is possible that the export of Ukrainian biogas might soon become a reality? Have you heard about it?
So Ukraine's moving into biogas production, are they?
Ukrainian authorities are preparing to launch the export of biogas to Europe through the gas pipelines. In particular, the Ukrainian parliament has adopted the procedural draft law on the custom clearance of biomethane. And the document adopted in the first reading proposes the regulations for customs control and custom clearance of biomethane exported abroad by pipeline transport, like gas pipelines. In the accompanying documents, it is noted that Ukrainian companies are already working on producing biomethane and transporting it through the pipeline network. And more than 10 agricultural holdings are entering the biomethane market and plan to build more than 30 biomethane plants with a total production capacity of more than 220 million cubic meters per year. 77 biogas plants are already operating in Ukraine. They produce up to 260 million cubic meters of fuel annually, and which can be processed into almost 150 million cubic meters of biomethane. And by 2030, the total biomethane production in Ukraine may reach 1 billion cubic meters per year. What do you think?
Okay, so my question is that is those are some impressive numbers. Is given the war going on and the cropland that was lost due to the agricultural in the agricultural areas due to the burst of the Novokakhovka Dam, is Ukraine going to have enough? I assume we're using corn for production of biogas, and is it going to have enough agricultural material to both cover the production of the gas it's planning and not affect its food exports?
What I can know for sure that you see how connected all the things are. Ukraine farmers, the Ukrainian agricultural sector is highly dependent on demining the lands, and the plus the emergency rescue services. They're doing the great job to help Ukrainian agricultural sector and like civil demining. And by the way, MriyaReport did a great job in supporting those from military and from the Ukrainian rescue services supporting with the demining equipment. So MriyaReport listeners' part is also in that, in the civil demining, in military demining, and by military demining and civil demining, military liberating the territory. So demining the territories for liberation, because actually it works in a way that in order to liberate a certain area, first you need to do the breakthrough. And in order to do the breakthrough, you need to actually demine the certain narrow, thin line where the military equipment should pass and like break through, expand, and then hold the area. That's how the counteroffensive works in reality. And civil demining is more complex process because actually you need to certify and verify, first verify then certify that area is back to civil living, and those guys from Ukraine Rescue Services, whom we remember, you remember Arseny, whom we had in the space, you remember Gary AOD, who've been delivering 17 metal detectors to different units from Omega Special Force Unit, to Andri's 18 National Guard Brigade, to the rescue services. So we, dear listeners of MriyaReport, we're donating 17 for funds to purchase 17 metal detectors for Ukrainian rescue services. Then GAS have matched that with another 20 metal detectors, the mine sweepers that are doing their job these days in Ukraine, demining the territory. So demining the agricultural lands allows to farmers to do their job, right? Doing their job, they also take part in all of this initiative in biomethane production that is going to be a significant part of Ukraine's export in the future, as we see from the Legislative Act. That's how all the things connected. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's why I asked the question, because everything is connected, and I could see a situation where you'd use a mixed kind of waste feed, agricultural waste feed, but probably augmented with a bunch of not food corn, but animal corn, and produce pigs, and also produce a lot of pig shit, and then also feed into that mix of the corn as well to produce the feedstock for the anaerobic digestion by which you make biogas. So interesting, but it's all a balancing act, right? Which things you're going to put into where, and I imagine it's not a big deal to produce that much gas for Ukraine. I find it interesting too that you said you're going to make it for export. Rather than use it for local heating and fuel value, and offset other natural gas that you would otherwise export normally. And then we'll go back to you, Wardago, and then Mockers, I think, either wants to tell everybody to retweet or is ready with numbers.
I can anticipate. People should retweet the space, letting others know that the space exists, that there are a lot of interesting discussions over here happening. Before I will have to come down, I will remind people that there is a nice, very good fundraiser of MriyaReport in the nest here. Go there. You can check also in my profile interesting things going on there. Maybe some would like to take part over there. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Thank you so much. Take care and have a nice beginning of the day, or end of the day if you're sleeping, or rest of the day if you are in Australia, the workers' paradise. Hugs and love, dears. Hugs and love.
Hugs and love, Wardago. I've got a question for you, Will, but I will let Bug Terrier go first because I'm like that.
Well, thank you very much, Mockers, and hi, Will, and thanks so much for all your hard work. And it was really interesting listening to Wardago, especially about the Ukrainian biogas production. That's something new. Will, I just wanted to ask if there were any updates about Australia and redundant military equipment. I haven't heard anything recently.
Nor have I. I mean, I'll tell you what I heard at the start of the weekend. Of course, these little tit for back and forth. But so the federal government has essentially stonewalled again and said in question time late last week that we take advice from Department of Defense, and Defense basically just said they stood by their position to retire the helicopters in the manner they already defined, and they aren't answering. They basically, we stand by our decision. So they're not answering any further questions. Stonewalling. Taipans are obviously, and this is weird because it was exposed by a South Australian Senator Fowler who was a pilot in the military himself. So he looked into it further, found out that these Taipan helicopters weren't in fact all disassembled, cut up, and parted out or buried. He, in fact, found out that the majority of them are not cut up by any stretch of the imagination. And while many have had started to have parts taken off them for disassembly purposes, that they could be reassembled or shipped in their current condition to Ukraine without any difficulty, and they could get help from their European partners, where they use this helicopter continuously still and get them back into service. So knowing all that, and he put that question to question time, to have the minister responsible at the time, Foreign Affairs, basically poo-poo, just pat it off. We take advice from defense, and defense said no. But they're not the elected body, right? So he then pleaded with them to change their decision on this matter, or actually make a decision, because the problem here is the government is deferring to the Department of Defense, and the Department of Defense is not a decision-making body in this area. The decision-making body is the government, and the government should be directing the Department of Defense to do things, as I've been saying for more than a year in relation to F-18s and other surplus items that could go to Ukraine. Governments have to be directive. Defense don't ask the Defense Department what they can do. Tell them what they need to do, and give them a timing on it. Right? That's why we waste so much money. Look at the absolute bulk programs we've cut worth billions of dollars that never produced a thing in this country, and we have things right now on hand that could make a real difference to the world strategically. Prove me wrong, folks. Prove me wrong. 43 FA-18 fighter aircraft to augment the 64 F-16s that we know Ukraine is getting in a short period of time. Prove to me that a similar plane of a similar vintage, nearly doubling the value of those, to have in Ukraine's Air Force, prove me that wouldn't be valuable. I'll wait. But I am waiting, essentially, is what I'm telling you. Every entreaty we have made to the Australian government about this, through an FOI request, through regular repeated contacting to the Department of Defense and to elected officials, has achieved exactly bumkus so far. They don't want to answer questions. They hide behind bureaucracy. And when an answer gets forced out of them, it often tends to be a misleading answer, like was the original feedback on the Taipans, that they had already been parted out and cut up for burial in the desert. So, I'm not happy at all with openness, transparency, and decision-making processes here at all. That's the update. Sorry, it's not a happy one. Peter.
Anytime now, my friend, you could be getting a one-way ticket back to Montana from
I know, man.
the Australian government.
I actually feel personally responsible. The more I learn about this subject, the more I feel personally responsible for it.
No, love your dog and determination, though. Is it possible that there's some kind of insurance aspect to this, that there's, they don't have a setup that covers them legally?
No, it's just a CYA. It's a cover your ass exercise, and also it's easier for them not to make a decision.
Yeah, that's always the case. It was really interesting for me. I shouldn't have been awake, but the Georgetown professor, ex-CIA, was on whilst Axel was on, and to very pointed questions about the EDA, hot topic that we've been ahead of the curve on here for weeks. And he cut down to the politics of it, in a really kind of smart way, I think. And so I don't know, maybe that there's a determination like that in Australia as well.
Well,
but
I wasn't up for that. Tell me what you found out in relation to that. I'd be very interested to hear.
Yeah, it's just, Axel did his homework, to a degree as best he could. And he was trying to press on the fact that, if you read the statute, that the president has the ability, depending on multiple factors, of course. One of which I would guess is like, are you a treaty participant with the US, right? Which like that may be an issue with Ukraine, obviously. So, but still, like the backdrop of it, which I have seen in print, is that the US Congress still controls the purse, and they have oversight on any EDA releases. Because there's the aspect of who pays for the shipping, in essence, even though phenomenal pieces of equipment could be allocated at $1 US or something. So with that in mind, right, and even though when I looked back in my own research a couple of weeks ago, I didn't find like any cases going back I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years or something, where Congress had halted a president, either Trump or Obama, attempting to move some EDA items, to wherever. But as he explained it, it was a matter of politics and, being in the good graces of having a healthy relationship with Congress, because, that is still their domain, the bottom line. Trump was the one exemption of this, because he did everything he could, however he wanted to, in whatever way it would, benefit him, his standing personally. So, outside of that, and that isn't Biden, right? He's been in federal government way too long, but 40, 45 years, whatever it is, with extraordinary amounts of time. So he's very mindful of that. But, as we learned, and we talked about, well more than a week, 10 days ago, on Blinken's latest, mass, 10-stop travel in 5 days trip, he made the deal with Greece, giving them outstanding pieces of equipment that were EDA. And then out of that, he got a bunch of their stuff in storage, headed to Ukraine. And then he went to Kuwait and did that again, I think, with tanks again. And I don't even know if that was a matter of having to give them anything new. It was, you guys are sitting on these, and these need to go to Ukraine now, right? Like, you don't even have a country if we hadn't stepped in when we did. So, I think that's now how it's working. And, good. That's actually a very proactive thing by the administration. It's just kind of tragic that it's taken, this long before they figured out, this tactic. But is that a possibility, with the Australian government? Could they be, working some deals like that?
So probably no, because they don't have a scope to do that, unless they had somebody who was brilliant and committed to it, doing that sort of deal with the F-18s to somebody, for instance, like Finland, which is I've been advocating here. We shouldn't do this on our own. We should do it in conjunction with a country like Finland that has a real track record of showing support for Ukraine, including 160 million euros yesterday, I might add, and do it as a partnership thing. There's no sense trying to organize this ourselves. When they fly those, they maintain them, they know everything about the supply chain for them. They're clearly engaged in wanting to beef up the Air Force in Ukraine, and they would love. I'm sure they would love to do it. I have tried to have I copy the ambassador from Ukraine and the ambassador of Finland in my correspondence with the Australian federal government sometimes. Just for throwing this out there, guys, you might try this anyway. But the government doesn't need to do anything like that with regard to purse strings, right? The government here in Australia is the government. The executive is the government, because it's a parliamentary democracy. And of course, if the government decides they want to support Ukraine, they get together and formulate a measure that they put to Parliament to do that, and they've got the numbers to win it. Oftentimes, they would try to put something like that out, and it would be, but they'd try to get across the chamber support from everybody. Now, you're not going to get many Greens in anything that includes military equipment, but you're going to get most of the most of the centrist or righter wing independents, and you're going to get a chunk of the Liberal Party that would vote with the government to provision of aid to Ukraine of sizable amount if they needed to do that. But even before they do that, they have some discretion in money that all this surplus stuff, the government would just need to decide to do it, Peter. But not only will they not decide to do it, they won't even decide to tell us anything about what their decision-making process is, what their decision is. They're literally acting as if these FA-18 fighters do not exist. And it's
And they're mothballed perfectly, right? Like they're
they are
as far as we know.
mothballed. They are mothballed in temperature and humidity controlled storage so that they are saleable for use as fighter aircraft in the future, despite the fact that they've given a few away to museums and returned service members leagues. So yeah, they'll put them on display, but they won't sell them.
And just so I'm clear again, as one of the fellow cousins, like it is like the prime minister president is in charge of the military. Right?
No, technically the defense chief is in charge of the military. It's a bureaucracy, but it takes direction from the Minister of Defense, Richard Marles, and the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, in consultation with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Penny Wong. They don't do anything in secret with each other, the top cabinet guys, but essentially that would be it. Decisions are made by the Minister of Cabinet or in consultation with the cabinet, and it wouldn't take long at all. It doesn't in Australia when we decide to do something government-wise. If they decide to make a decision on something, and they want to let you know about it, things move very quickly. So that's the thing is they're just so secretive up until any decision gets made, and sometimes they're secretive, like in this case, I think because they refuse to make a decision. And that then becomes the question: why is the Australian government failing to make a decision about a key technology that we could give to Ukraine that is absolutely going to assist them in exactly what they needed? And they've asked for them, F-18s. They have asked for F-18s by name on the 19th of December, along with 2 ships of coal, which we also haven't provided them yet. Honestly, this is our government hiding.
So what is Albanese's deal? Well, like, isn't he strident, on security and et cetera and defense? Is that just for the homeland? It's not potentially for the free world.
There is one area of it's myopia. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade under Penny Wong seems to be solely focused on the South Pacific and China. That's it. That is their only focus, unless the Yanks ring them. That is a shame, because this is a country and this is a government that regularly says we want to be considered one of the big boys in the world. We want to be invited up to the grown-ups table at holiday dinners, and that we've always punch above our weight, except when we don't come to the game at all. And that's the problem here. There's no excuse for it, Peter, and there's no answer. And eventually we're going to have to get an answer out of this government. And I don't know, it'll probably be too late, frankly, for them by the time they give us an answer. But it is a crying shame, because there's a lot Australia could do. We're really letting down the side if you're talking about the being liberal democracies in the world. And I think we're hurting our reputation internationally, just as is the United States, through delay of support for Ukraine based on what we can provide. And the government, in a direct question about the Taipan helicopters, the government said, we take advice from defense. And then she deflected by talking about all we're doing in training. We're a big supporter of Ukraine. Look at all this training we're helping them do in England. To which my response is, okay, alrighty then. If Australia is happy about the military training we're providing, but won't provide helicopters or F-18s, why doesn't it ask to double, triple, quadruple our training effort to support the British and NATO partners in training lots and lots and lots more conscripts as they bring them in from Ukraine. Why aren't we absolutely beefing that up to the point where that would be commensurate with a contribution that would be impressive based on our GDP? Why don't they do that then? You know, they're not doing anything. It's not like they're saying, my idea is a bad idea. We've got a better idea. They're not even acknowledging that I've asked them a question about an idea and moving on to their next subject, which is, if it's foreign affairs, it's only China and Southeast Asia. And if it is, and they'll use any other domestic issue to not talk about support for liberal democracy. And, you know, there are lots of issues in Australia, and I don't want to take away from anybody's issue. But the problem is, we can do all these issues, folks. We can talk about all the things that are wrong in America and all the things that are wrong about Australia and all the things that we need to fix up, and equity and all. Even though they try to get a referendum up on the voice to parliament, it fails. Pick yourself up, move on, work on something you can do, and don't avoid big issues in the future because you're butthurt over trying to do a voice to parliament and you screwed it all up, right? Be honest with yourself. We screwed that up. We want to have some wins. And if I wanted to have a win in Australia and I wanted to run for office, boy, I'd sure pick that Ukraine issue up and say, I'm going to take that one to the election. I'm going to be the pro-Ukraine candidate in addition to being my pro-Australian candidate. I'm going to be the pro-Australian candidate by being the pro-Ukrainian candidate, because much like in the case in the United States, if we started building Bushmaster vehicles 3 shifts a day in Bendigo, and we paid the money to have the maintenance, long-term maintenance done on the F-18 fighters, and gave them to Ukraine in combination with Finland, if we did all that, we'd still come out way ahead economically, because great paying jobs using lots of resources and supply chains in Bendigo, Victoria, folks. One of the very places that the state government and federal government are usually banging on about trying to get regional development going. This is regional development, just like it is in America. It is analogous to the situation in America. And I could also argue that those Bushmasters being produced is not inflationary in nature, because they're not being sold into the Australian market. They're being provided as foreign aid to a liberal democracy. But that's a bit of a nuanced, silly issue. Frankly,
it's just straight commerce, though, right? I mean, Ukraine can be such a big trading partner for Australia. How big is the Ukrainian community in Australia?
Well, it's bigger since the war started, because one thing we have done is taken in a good number of Ukrainian refugees for our size of population. I think we took in 4,000 or 7,000 Ukrainian refugees here in Western Australia, in Perth area. I met some of them. But yeah, we're doing enough. Well, we're doing okay with regard to that, but we don't do. I don't think we do a lot of trade with Ukraine now. And of course, we're a wheat exporter, so they're kind of our competitor. But you know, I don't think that's a big deal.
Talking of what you were just going into there as crops, yeah, we were talking about biogas. Now, could it be that they've got a lot of contaminated land, and producing biogas is an alternative, because, you know, some of that land may not be possible to use for food production currently?
So what you're talking about is a remediation technique, but not at a level which you could produce biogas from commercially. Because if you want to produce biogas for commercial, you have to feed a lot of not just a contamination level of material, hydrocarbon or something like that into it. You have to feed in, you know, pig shit. Well, lots and lots and lots of pig shit, right? That would produce great biogas in a anaerobic reactor. But what you're talking about, contaminated land in relation to explosives and fuel and, you know, remnants of big fireballs and stuff like that, where it's got contaminated soil. A biological reaction is a great way to eat up that stuff if you have large quantities of area and time, and get somebody a little bit smart in it to set it up so that you get the right bug population in there, and that it's got oxygen, water, and is controlled pH well enough that you can maximize the conditions for a biological reaction, and then you definitely can eat that stuff up. We regularly ate it up, you know, treated contaminated soil in refineries where I work to remove the contaminants that way. Yes, it is a viable technique, but you wouldn't produce enough gas from it, or biogas for one thing, but you wouldn't produce gas from it at a rate high enough to turn into commercial use. Sometimes landfills have so much organic material in them that they can produce commercially viable biogas, but most of the time you end up having to try to feed a specific waste into it that does produce a lot of gas, a little like pig shit, or you feed in organic material that you can that you can ferment and feed the anaerobic reaction with a hydrocarbon, or sorry, a carbohydrate source like corn, or, you know, lawn mulch. You can mix in all kinds of stuff into it, but essentially at the end of the day, you've got to run an anaerobic reaction for a bacteria to produce the gas for you, the methane, hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, water mix, and then you separate it and burn it.
You know far too much about this. I've got some numbers, Will, but I was also just going to say that hemp is very good to, apparently decontaminate land, growing of hemp. And it
So
can
yes,
use all sorts of things.
So, well, what you're talking about is certain heavy metals and things. That's called fixation. What you do is some plants that you can grow that are shallow root things, can actually be great at sucking up things like selenium and some heavy metals into that biomass. And then, because it's concentrated that metal into that biomass, you then harvest that biomass and dispose of the biomass in a much smaller volume than you would have with all the contaminated soil, and clean it up that way. So that's another good technique of biological remediation that you can use. All the time when I was working in the refineries, because remember, I'm a chemical engineer, but I mostly worked on environmental stuff, and secondary processes that weren't worth any money, like wastewater treatment plants and stuff like that. You do these reactions to try to minimize your volume of waste or minimize your toxicity of waste, and get it in a package it, get it in a form that you can then dispose of cheaply and efficiently, rather than have a waste spread everywhere around places and contaminating water sources and what not. Prince Heather, and yes, the occasional poo fountain does result if piping is not connected together well and valves are stuck.
No, it just made me think of something, because, you know, sort of what you're describing is a lot of composting, right? Am I missing the point here?
So composting, so biological reaction, yes, but composting and that sort of thing is way too slow. What I want to do is take a biological reaction and put it into unit operations as a chemical engineer, so that I can maximize the rate of production of the thing I want, or maximize the rate of destruction of the other thing that I don't want. And you know, biological systems are used for a long time. They are absolutely superb at both cleaning up wastewater and sometimes decontaminating water that's toxic even. You wouldn't believe some of the things that were considered poisonous that would absolutely never be able to treat biologically, that we've learned how to treat biologically through experimentation, augmentation of certain things, using fixed growth. I mean, there's lots of different techniques. You have to treat it like it's a a chemical unit operation rather than a biological beast. But yes, at the core of all these things is an animal. And believe me, when they say never work with children and animals, these things have both of them, because sometimes they do temperamental weird shit that you cannot figure out. It takes forever to figure out what's gone wrong with a biological system sometimes, because they are sometimes almost seem incomprehensible.
Okay.
Not unlike cats and women. That'll get the hate mail going.
Yeah, no. I was just curious because several years ago our city started a composting system. So we have a yard, we can put our food scraps into our yard debris bins, and you know, and it all just goes off into, you know, wherever, and they do the composting there. So especially during times of the year when we do a lot of leaves and grass clippings and stuff like that, and you throw your food on in there with it, and they do something with it and compost it. So anyway, I was just curious.
Yeah, just run it through an auger, make it all mixed up and homogeneous, and then feed it into the system that you're going to use to react it. And what you're talking about is a slow rate composting thing that doesn't go to produce a gas, because the gas production is so diffuse. What it's going to do is try to break down and release some of the mulch material at the bottom, which becomes an excellent source of use in gardening, and also to stabilize other treatment systems by itself. I mean, it's got a lot of uses, that sort of mulch and compost. Agriculturally too.
Thank you.
No problem, Peter.
Yeah, right on, Mockers. Hemp for victory. It is so powerful on its own. You don't have to do anything with hemp, right? In Iowa, in the last few years, crop fields that like had years of chemicals in them, the soil had been rendered useless, and they did a funny thing and just left them empty, and somebody, I don't even think the farm owners, just planted some hemp, and within a year the soil was completely back to an incredibly healthy state, and they could start farming again. So, like,
and you can still use that hemp for fiber in rope and clothing, but you can't smoke it. No, I'm not kidding.
No. Well, dude, you know, like the largest cash crop in U.S. history to this date, I think, still is hemp, even though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Cotton concerns, you know, like ended it in 1928, 1930 because they didn't want the competition. So, no, this would be a phenomenal turnabout, and it'd be extraordinary.
Yeah, I've multiple times tried to use that decontamination farming on industrial projects, and I've got it up a couple of times, but oftentimes you can't get people to see the proper vision to it, Peter. They don't believe it'll work, believe it or not, even though you can show them the data, but yeah, they don't believe it.
Well, dude, this is the point of my story, is Iowa. Think about that, right? And, you know, like hemp gets such a bad rap from some corners because it's associative of cannabis and cannabis oil or whatever. But no, just like for its soil properties. And you don't have to do anything with it. Zero zilch, just let it go.
Yeah, it's a good fallowing crop because it keeps the soil in place. If you grow up some hemp and then just leave it, if you're going to leave a field fallow for a while, you could do that, surely, because it's just grass, right? I imagine, I don't know because I've never gotten it out of a crop, but I imagine it's pretty hard to get out of a field once you've got a lot of hemp in it, though. If you wanted to turn it over and turn it into corn or soybean or something else, you might have a problem with volunteer hemp. But I don't know. It's a grass family, so it's probably pretty persistent. Prince?
Yeah. No, it would depend on if the plant was male or female, and you can get feminized seeds, or the other way around. And if you don't have both of those there, you're not going to propagate additional plants.
So do you only support feminized seeds, Prince?
I'm into
What's that?
heterogeneous
What did you
seeds.
say, Peter? I'm sorry.
I said, do you only support feminized seeds then?
Well, actually, yes, because feminized seeds are the ones that actually give the bud off. The male don't. So
The flower.
yeah. So there you go. I tend to have I have a little experience in growing this stuff. Well, not hemp, but you know, the other stuff. It's legal here. It's legal here. And yeah, I've done this. And so yeah. I mean, you could do it so that they wouldn't propagate. You know, but that's how they get hybrid plants is planting the you know, fertilizing them. I know somebody who does that. I've gotten some good seeds from him before. Anyway, it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, it is interesting stuff, and it is interesting, especially when you're thinking about Ukraine and what they're going to do after this. I mean, so a lot of the places that were set up agriculturally before Novokakhovka Dam got blown, you know, were set up to service a agricultural market at the time, and it probably is a good idea to rethink that. Not that they're not going to go back to doing the same crops they were before, but have a think about it, right? Because if you've got a massive disaster like this you have to recover from, it behooves you to have a look at what the best use of the land is going forward, so it's both going to make you the most money and be the most sustainable. CJ.
Thanks for having me back again, Will. I have, you know what? I listened to you and Dryfly talk about blowing up refineries by the GUR last night, and I was absolutely fascinated by the science and engineering of it all. And you're doing it to me again. I'm fascinated again by bio recharging soil.
Yeah,
And
it is. I'll tell you. You know, I joke about it, but I am a passionate chemical engineer. You would do a lot worse for your children than to get them into chemical engineering. It is fascinating, and you can do some amazingly cool shit and blow stuff up occasionally too.
well, I when I was a kid, I used to be Mr. Science to all the class kids because they thought I was a nerd. But I read a lot and I studied and I educated myself a little bit, but not to your extent. And but I am still that nerdy kid, so I get it. And
So
so it's
CJ,
cool. It's cool.
while you're here, buddy, I'm going to update you then on my story from yesterday, because I found another benefit, or actually, CJ Beefeater pointed out another benefit from what we were talking about yesterday. Mockers, I do realize you haven't done the numbers yet, though. But hey, CJ, are you going to hang around? We should do the numbers. But if you're not, I can update you on my refinery story before that. Mockers, what are you doing?
Please go ahead.
Go hit us with the numbers. We're waiting. How many people we got in here? I did my retweet.
Turn my mic off.
Boy, somebody didn't retweet.
Well, they're going to miss out then, because I'm going to do the numbers. You're right. I've got them right here somewhere when I say that. Right here. There we go. Today, there has been another 980 approximate liquidated personnel. It currently stands at a total of 394,270, by the way. It's not going to take very long, is it? A week, if that. 9 tanks. Well, that's plenty. 21 armoured personnel vehicles. 24 artillery systems. 26 UAVs. 28 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 3 special equipment. You could also call that a not so terrible day, as they only lost 980 soldiers. Apparently, the APCs and tanks were mainly lost in the Avdiivka and east directions. Artillery and tankers were lost along the front. The drones were, of course, the Shahed drones from another massive missile attack. please continue, Will.
And yes, I got those numbers. My numbers were all higher than that. I got close, but most of them were well outside the range of probable error. So I suggest I stick to my day job. But I do find it interesting that there were 111 attacks. So I predicted the numbers were going to be bigger, mockers, because with the number of attacks being about 20% higher than we would see on average, I had expected the deaths to be higher as well as most of the equipment. But I will note that I did predict correctly that most of the armor would have been lost attempting to reinforce the positions at Avdiivka, which is absolutely what the Russians would be doing at this time. Although I thought they probably would have got more of them. Maybe you know what I probably missed out on to get those numbers. There actually wasn't that much activity down in Krinky, so there was a lot of attacks, but not many at all in the south. So I guess the key to get really big numbers is to make sure they have 2 or 3 fronts really producing with 3 big Russian attacks along 3 axes is the way you get over 1,100, I think. Right. Now let's return to chemical engineering hour at the refineries. I'll note that we were talking about yesterday, and if I didn't bore you enough with it yesterday, there's a thread up in the nest that was talking about the attacks in the refineries and other terminals that we've been talking about for days since they've been trending. And every day I'll talk about something, and Beefeater will end up going up and doing some excellent actual number write-ups on it. And yesterday when he was doing his write-up, he actually pointed out something phenomenally important that I also forgot to talk about when talking about logistics upsets inside Russia that are caused. Because the big deal here, right, is cut out their legs from making money on high-value exports like naphtha and gasoline fraction or jet fuel, and also then cause them supply problems internally because they won't be able to produce enough gasoline or diesel fuel or whatever product they're making. The other important thing to note, though, is when you take out these things that are at the front end of a refinery, like a vacuum column or a major distillation column, then you're cutting off the ability of the thing. You're derating the refinery right then, and so they'll have a whole bunch of crude oil that has to go somewhere. So they'll have to push that out into the international market because they'll run out of tankage. The pipes are full, and they got to put it somewhere. Otherwise, they have to start closing in wells in production, and that's got a lot of problems associated with it, as we've talked about before. But we can revisit. But it's a very bad option, closing in production if you don't have to. So what they'll end up doing is pushing more of it out as crude on the dark fleet, or as part of the price cap that they can push out, but the volume will be higher than they agreed with OPEC. So they'll be screwing OPEC. They'll be further reducing the price of crude on the international market by flooding it with additional volume, and long term probably then really pissing off OPEC, and OPEC probably everybody will decide to start making more oil next time, and that will further reduce the price because they'll catch Russia cheating, and everybody will start cheating more, and that'll hurt Russia as well. So that supply side of the logistics hassle that I was talking about, the logistics hassle I was talking about was, shortages in diesel or gasoline or jet fuel inside the country that could be problematic, or lubricants. And correction to what I was talking about yesterday, that isn't a vacuum column in the Ilsky refinery. That's just a regular distillation column, because as that refinery, as I said yesterday, that's a topping refinery on the pipeline going down from Krasnodar down to Novorossiysk. So they're taking stuff out of the pipeline. And this is why they have so many tanks there. They're taking stuff out of the pipeline and running it through a large but a wide body but regular distillation column, not a vacuum distillation column, and they are producing a whole lot of diesel fuel. And then the stuff, the bottoms that isn't diesel fuel or gasoline, they just put back in the pipeline, send on its way as part of the crude. So this way you can really maximize the production of your diesel fuel for yourself, and doesn't really, I mean, it hurts your volume of export, but it doesn't hurt your price of export all that much once it's blended down with everything else. And it's a great source of diesel. Well, it looks like that was a refinery focused mostly on production of diesel fuel there, and that explains why they have so many tanks around, because they're obviously producing quite a lot for their logistics activities. And so hitting things like that, which is what I was hoping they would do next, they've actually already done, because they're not after the gasoline fraction in this refinery, they're after the diesel fraction. And if they can do this type of refinery hit and go after the more complicated refineries and hit things like the diesel hydrotreaters, they could definitely impact the capacity to produce diesel fuel in the upcoming harvest or spring planting season. At the same time, they might want a whole lot of diesel fuel to run tanks and armored personnel carriers and artillery. So hopefully the theme doesn't change. I hope they continue. I hope Ukraine continues to hit these refineries, because they hit this refinery and they also hit an FGIP refinery that we didn't, well, Russia said they targeted it. We haven't seen any photos. We haven't seen any damage of a refinery even further west of Ilsky that we looked at yesterday, but no damage that we can report there. But they're definitely going after refineries, and they're definitely able to reduce their euros and dollar exports, increasing their budget deficits. They're definitely can cause logistics and supply shortages for themselves, and they actually also cause themselves a problem with having to get rid of crude into the commodities market, which means they hurt the price and piss off their friends. So it's even more brilliant than it was yesterday, this idea of hitting these refineries.
Awesome. I like to hear that they're doing a really good job with the hitting of the oil refineries there. It does make quite the difference. Now then, would you like to hear what's happening in Crinky, and probably a reason why there's not a lot going on in Crinky?
I would.
Well, a lot of the guys in Crinky are too busy arguing with each other to do anything else. So there's some notes. Well, let's just say none of this is fighting in mind, except with each other. So I'll say it again. Maybe I'll reach all pests from directions. We must be like brothers, doing the same thing. I ask you for the 100th time already. Do we want to win? And once interact, understand and listen to each other. Don't kiss anybody's ass. Be yourself. Again, I will remind thieves stealing from their own people, especially cars. Do you think this is the 90s in this region? Perhaps so. There is no strong government. But believe me, if you stole something like this in the 90s of cases, then, 90% of cases, it is found. And then things will get worse for you. I ask people, I beg them to respect each other. One guy answers, somehow our car was stolen from us too, and the guys are from our own regiment. I don't kiss ass, but I saw it happen a lot for some. This is the meaning of life. I was very embarrassed to see this. So, yeah, they're too busy arguing with each other to be bothered to do much else.
And And were you to expect honor amongst thieves?
Well, no, but it just goes to show, doesn't it, that when your morale is very low, you know, they've got no real interest in fighting. They just want to, well, just want to steal from one another at this point. You know, it's just kind of bred into them, isn't it, just to nick everything. So, yeah, they're just causing each other problems at the moment, and I think that's hilarious.
I don't disagree. Also, other good news on oil oil sanctions in the oil area is that the G7 countries have figured out how to prevent Russia from using a shadow fleet, attacking the shadow fleet. They don't have a thing like OFAC, but what they do have is they're going to enforce know your customer controls on people that are selling tankers, which is great, right? Because you can't operate a tanker unless a dark fleet unless you have tankers, and they're going to restrict the sale of tankers to unknown owners that then will have to provide information and will impose sanctions on any company that violates the G7 regulations they're planning to make in this area. So that's good news too, because this is back when the Iraq war was first going on, the first time they tried heavy duty sanctions to get a country to comply with what it was doing. Those sanctions were actually working, but they weren't working very fast, much like in this case. But the thing that didn't happen then that's really happening now is the people that are getting engaged in doing secondary sanctions on people who are trying to evade sanctions, that's having a real effect this time. And I think it's great to see them find a different way they can do it. I'm not a real, I'm not actually that huge fan of the Office of Foreign Assets Control and their draconian instructions in relation to how they do things, but my God, it's scary to people who are moving money launderers. So it does have that going for it. But Europe doesn't have quite that tool. But enforcing know your customer, like Chris could talk about this, you know, relatively easy to do these days with electronic database things. Make people understand who their customers are, like they do for other sort of shadowy transactions. You'd note if you go to buy Bitcoin, you basically have to give 100 points of ID to whoever's going to manage the transaction for selling you the Bitcoin, so that it can't be completely blind. Although once you do get the Bitcoin, at that point the transaction's blind. But that you made a major transaction in Bitcoin would first be known to someone somewhere. So know your customer is important stuff. It's an important thing to use to make sure you don't get into business with somebody you don't want to, but it's also a good tool to use forensically to find out if people are in business with people that they shouldn't be, so that you can sanction them properly. And requiring to use know your customer controls is a good idea. It's a good innovation. And if Chris was here, he'd tell us the same. But I know who is here. Ioana's joined us, and I'll bet she knows something about what's going on the water. Hello.
Hello, Will and Marcus. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this measure from the G7 group because I've seen it like 2 days ago, and I was trying to figure out how this will work. So I understand the part about selling new tankers. Russia actually was very busy buying a lot of old tankers in the last 12 months or so, because they need those tankers for the Grey Fleet to escape a little bit from the sanctions. So okay for the sales of new tankers, but what to do with the Grey Fleet that Russia already has? How this will work? Because they are talking in different articles about the possibility of, you know, inspection on the tankers or even confiscation and things like this. It's complicated because international laws are interpretable, let's say, about what is happening in international waters, and I don't know who would like to enforce this, to really, for example, confiscate a sanctioned tanker that is doing business for Russia, and we are seeing them every day. every single day. When I'm talking about, the Black Sea corridor, and I'm looking to the northwestern part of the Black Sea, I am also looking about on the other side, on the eastern part of the Black Sea. And the reality is that it's very, very busy. If you look at Novorossiysk, there are a number of tankers, probably around 200 ships in that area. Half of them probably oil tankers or chemical tankers or things like this. So it's going very well for the Russians. They are exporting a lot. There is a lot of movement. They are very busy. And I'm wondering, how could we enforce the sanctions? So basically, that's why I came up. That's my question. What to do about the sanctions that already exist? Okay, for the sales of new tankers. Okay, for things to do in the future. But what to do with what is happening now? Do you have any idea?
Yeah. So what I would do, what I would suggest we could do at this point is the existing fleet that's out there. You're not going to stop them from becoming tankers, of course, and prohibit them from carrying stuff. But I love what's happening in relation to the controls that are attempted to be applied in control of currency when the thing gets sold. I mean, the pressure that they put on the Indians that are buying stuff out of the black dark fleet a lot is great, because your Indian currencies of no use. They can get listed on OFAC if they try to use U.S. dollars. So that going after the finance at the next transaction node is important. Or tankers periodically have to come up for inspection and rating by their rating agencies and their flag carrying country. So getting into that certification process for when these vessels have to be recertified and applying controls to them at that time, in relation to knowing who their customer is and trying to stop them from moving. Well, how would you stop them from moving too much oil? But I would catch them at other bureaucratic points where they have to come back to you and say, we'd like to be recertified so that we can get insurance to carry fuel around the world again. And you say, well, what kind of fuel are you carrying and where are you carrying it from? And limit them somehow to a volume of trade in relation to the crude price and the volume. I don't know. There's got to be some regulatory means to get after these people, Joanna, I would think.
Yeah, so they are talking in the different articles that are, addressing this subject of the G7 trying to solve this problem. They are talking about, convincing the owners, taking into account ecological points of view, insurance, and so on and so forth. The problem is that gray fleet, the owners are kind of obscured. I don't think they have any concern for the ecological disasters that may happen. And it's really complicated. The problem is that you cannot just stop and seize a tanker. That could be done in the Straits, that could be done in Bosphorus, that could be done in Suez, because the authorities that control those straits have the motives to have the ability to perform the inspections. The problem is that Bosphorus is controlled by Turkey, and we know that Turkey is playing both sides. And in Suez, well, it's complicated. Let's say now it's even more complicated than it was before. So I don't know how this can be done. The reality is that sanctioned tankers from Russia are circulating all over the world. You remember the strike in Novorossiysk? It was an empty Russian tanker that was under sanctions, that was struck by Ukrainians, and we are seeing them every day. So yeah, I don't know what to say, but you said about financial things and about secondary sanctions. Well, they officially don't talk about secondary sanctions. This would be very powerful. I think this broke at least partially Iran, the application of secondary sanctions. They are not talking about secondary sanctions with Russia, but I have seen a lot of reluctancy from the part of India to continue to do deals with Russia. It happened recently with the Chinese banks. Actually, I have a few files on this. We can address this later if you want. also with the Turkish banks, that are kind of not really willing to continue do business with Russia, at least with some entities in Russia. So maybe there is some pressure on this side, and maybe there will be some results following this pressure. I don't know. So yeah, I'm kind of frustrated because, you know, sanctions, it sounds very good, but in reality, the problem is that it's very difficult to really enforce those sanctions. And I wanted to talk about this with Uriel Epstein, you know, from the Renew Democracy initiative that was here in the space, but maybe for the next time.
Yeah, I mean, I love the physical sanctioning of refineries and stuff. But as far as the price cap goes, oil's so fungible that I almost always I think it's going to be better to go after the transactions and follow the money, because you know, nobody's trading oil because they like oil. They're trading oil because they want to get the money so that they can do whatever the hell they want with it. And identifying the transactions when they take place and getting a know your customer sort of if you could enforce it at the place where the transactions take place, that would absolutely be the best, because then you'd know whether or not people were inside or outside volumes for the sanctions regime, and you could verify that they're getting the price required under the sanction regime. And if they're cheating, find a way to penalize them based on the tools they're using, like tankers, or restricting their business. That secondary way with the OFAC listing is just, that's a piece of evil genius. Christopher, know your customer.
Well, exactly, Will. Right. Yeah. So I don't have all the detail on this in front of me, right? But I wrote a bit about it in an article, and there's a couple of articles there to explain a bit more. But you know, we're you know, hanging on every movement through the Senate and the House in America at the minute, right? Well, what we didn't know, Will, what we didn't know, I don't think anyway, unless you want to tell me you did know, right? But a bill slipped through, presumably the Senate and the House in December 2023, right? That extended all of the whistleblowing laws and the witness protection laws to sanctions breakers, right? To if you like, or two sanctions cases. Yeah. So so obviously what that does mean, and that I didn't know, is that before that, the same laws that apply to breaking financial rules did not apply to sanctions. Breaking the law on sanctions, right? From December 2023, it does, right? So the full, what I call the full KETAM provision, is now in place, right, for anybody that whistleblow's on their company or a company that they know about that is breaking the sanctions, which means they can whistleblow, they can enter the witness protection program, and they can get paid a shitload of money as well, Will, as a percentage of whatever that company is fined, right? So that is maybe a small but a little significant increase in what I like to call the tightening of the noose, Will.
Yeah, I love whistleblower things like that. And that was the question I was going to ask you, is in financial areas, you know, they give them you're often eligible for a compensation, which is a portion of the money recovered in financial things. And I was thinking, how would they compensate them? What value would they compensate them on in relation to stopping an illegal transaction. A value of the illegal transaction, make them party to. No, you'd have to say they must be giving them a fraction of the fine imposed, I would suppose. Yes.
Yes, exactly, Will. That's what I believe that it is, right? And you made me think of something there. Oh well,
but
yes, I think the thing that I was going.
It sounded like you've caught a bootlegger, and you get 10% of the value of his whole stash when we sell it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
No,
and
it's the fine. But no, it's the fine, right? Yeah, it's the fine they get a portion.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. And like even more so, right? Well, you probably heard me talk in the past, right? To say that what tends to happen is that let's say you've got like a company that's based in the UK or EU or Australia or somebody like that that's breaking the sanctions, right? And this will obviously even be more the case now, right? Because the US system is such a well-oiled system, right? With all of this stuff in place, witness protection, programs, a payment, a percentage of the fine or whatever it is, right? Because all that stuff is in place, right? What they try and do is basically make a link to the US to get it into the US courts, right? Because literally, all the wheels are oiled, right? Because of course, lawyers in America know that they will get a percentage of the percentage, yeah. So they will take the case on pro bono, right? On the basis that they're going to get a percentage of the percentage, right? At the end. So you just try and make a financial financial or otherwise link, so it could be, I don't know, one of the directors or shareholders is a US citizen, right? Or it could be, that company has received investment from the US or venture capital company or something. I don't know the detail, but you get what I mean, right? So they make some link with the US, then they get it into the US, put it into the US machine, job done. Get her done, as they say in the US, I believe. Will. It's about it.
Yes, I agree with all of that, except for fully characterizing the United States machine as well-oiled. I would say would have to overlook the parole system and the amnesty system and the public defender system. But yeah, other than that, I would say you're correct that there are much more set up systems to deal with things like money laundering and a lot of different things like that than they seem to be elsewhere. You're right. Not a great place to be a defendant sometimes, unless you're a rich one. Trixis.
Good morning. Can we turn all this theory in practice with Elon and his Starlinks in Russia?
Yes, that is. I'll tell you, I didn't say anything about that yesterday when I started seeing the reports of that, but I don't know. Some of the evidence of that, Trixis, is looking pretty damning. That he's probably, they have somehow, the Russians have purchased and are using Starlink systems in occupied areas like Kherson. It's a disturbing development, Trixis. You know more about whether or not that's actually real, and I do have an opinion about what could be done if it was.
Yeah, they went to Dubai, apparently, that's the story. But this morning I saw a picture of one of them. I'm not sure where it was. Can I see?
But outside a trench, alongside a covered little shelter, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got the suggestion that was in Kherson, and if true, why I found that quite disturbing. If that's true, there's no reason. So Elon Musk and Starlink might not be complicit at all necessarily in that supply. It might be a secondary sanctions evading nasties or whatever like that. But in order to use the service on the thing, I would think that Elon Musk could, make essentially those things have to identify themselves on the network, drop DTR or whatever. And when they do that and they find out that the customer is geolocated inside occupied territory, they could have them disabled, much like he did to the Ukrainian drones that tried to do the attack on Sevastopol. It seems 100% disableable if identified to him, and and it should be investigated to see what the supply chain was and how they got them in there, because they shouldn't. That should also be stopped if it can be.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a subscription model. So they're probably the subscription is probably from Dubai, but you will see, at least Starlink will see where they're being used. So, and yeah, well, if these whistleblower things are so easy, I think this is a good case to try it somehow.
Boy, you're not
Somebody-
wrong there. Yeah, someone should make a case. And you could make a case directly against Starlink on this, even if they weren't the offending party, because they'd be forced to help identify who the offending party was.
So we need a volunteer.
We need a brave American to step forward.
Don't know what you're talking about, you guys.
In
Don't.
the meantime, we'll settle for MOD report.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't be involved with me and your nefarious plans here. You carry on without me. I like my freedom. So anyway, let's have the latest defense intelligence update for the situation in Ukraine on the 10th of February. So, on the 31st of January 24, Ukraine conducted a strike on Russia's Belbek air base in Crimea, resulting in the destruction of a radar control coordination facility bunker. This will almost certainly degrade Russia's ability to coordinate air activity in the Black Sea region, increasing reliance and strain on the already stretched A-50 mainstay aircraft fleet, as well as an increasingly depleted pool of trained personnel available to direct air operations. Russian air doctrine relies heavily on ground control stations like the one at Belbek to coordinate its airborne assets, particularly fighters. This is especially prevalent during current combat operations, where the airspace is contested and becoming increasingly complex. It is almost certain that Russian pilots and ground personnel alike are now suffering from combat fatigue due to the demand of Ukrainian operations. Any further strikes on critical coordination nodes in Crimea will almost certainly increase these pressures, creating a heightened possibility of mistakes or miscalculation. So they're basically saying, Will, that they're getting to some sort of tipping point.
Yeah, recipe for disaster when you can't cover all the needs that you have to for seeing what's coming. And this is the big these strikes, especially they didn't mention what they didn't mention in their strike on Russia's Belbek air base in Crimea, resulting in the destruction of the radar control facility and one general who was in command of the air defense system as well. So there's a lot going wrong in these areas, and I've loss of an A-50, loss of the control bunker, where they route and produce signal intelligence from what they're getting back in, ability to communicate with the assets that are both collecting more information about what's in the on radar and everything, but also the communication on the systems that get fired to address incoming air targets. Everybody's got fatigued. Everybody's got losses of equipment. That means they can't cover all the areas they want. Oh no, it's Operation Crimea River time.
Absolutely. So, I'm not going to go into how annoyed I am about things being slow, but loud explosions were reported a short while ago in Belgorod in the Shebekino area. Remember how that area seemed to be particularly interesting with regards to military stuff? Well, again, it's booming. So, well, did you think that you would ever live in a time when the Germans were saying things like this? The war should be moved to Russia. Russian military facilities and headquarters should be destroyed. We must do everything possible so Ukraine can not only hit oil refineries, but also ministries, command posts, and firing points. Did you ever think that you might be hearing Germans speak like that? Very strongly.
Yeah, I mean, it's the world upside down, basically. Now, sort of, to me, the way people coming out of the normal mode you're expecting them to operate in, and being like you say, Germans, that sort of thing. You would not normally expect them to be that assertive, but of course, I think the time kind of does demand it. The statements and language and support that's coming out of Japan, South Korea, it's all offsetting of the weird language, frankly, we're hearing coming out of places like America. Because did you ever believe that you'd see, I don't know, a third of the Republican Party of America think that they want Putin and Trump to succeed more than they want Ukraine and the rest of NATO to succeed? We're in cloud cuckoo land here, Marcus.
Well, it is certainly a swamp of disinfo, and yeah, the Russians have tried really hard to misinform and redirect American eyes, and it's a bloody shame. It really is, because it's costing lives every day.
But and think of just a week ago too. In the last week, think of the strong statements made by Macron. Did you ever think you'd hear a French leader make relatively clear, direct, strong statements like he has too, when they were announcing the potential for providing mirages?
That is true. Yeah, he was
Very
indeed.
non-French, I'd say.
Very non-French. Yes, he was indeed very sort of a complete turnaround, I thought, from his sort of beginning very tentative and now solid. Yeah, I like these statements coming out. Words need to be converted into actions, though. You know me, I'm very demanding.
Or a shitload of scalps.
That would help, yeah. Also, I believe the Germans are talking to the US with regards to perhaps providing Ukraine with some long-range missiles. So we'll see.
Yeah, the language used there, I'll take slight umbrage with, in that those aren't technically long-range strike capabilities. They're short-range ballistic missile capabilities that are equivalent to the ones that are being used there now. But yes, longer and they said this in the press, and I was like, don't call that long range. Those are short range. But the beauty of it is, with them saying the words that they did, Markers, they've got to be talking about more small diameter gravity bombs, more HIMARS, more GIMLRs, and ATACMS as well as Taurus. That's got to be what they're talking about on both sides there, because those are the systems that everybody's been talking about wanting.
Exactly. So let's see what comes of that. Fjord fella, sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead.
No problem. No problem at all. So, hi, everybody. I'm just wondering if you have, I'm guessing that you've seen that Elon is now providing technology to the genocidal state of Moscovia, starting. So, when is it going to be sanctioned? This week or next week?
Well, maybe not directly, right? But I do think there's a case to answer, and if they put the case on him, he'll have to help answer who is using it and where they got it and how much, how it got there. I think it's worth pursuing.
Yeah, and I guess he can also deactivate it, can't he? Because he can decide which Starlink systems work, can't he? Or
I agree with that. Yeah, and Tarixis did when he came up. I mean, clearly, these things have to make connection to the uplink for satellite connection, and when they do so, they would be geolocated. And if they were geolocated, they could be geofenced to be disabled inside the occupied area of Ukraine by buyers that aren't certified as being buyers on the Ukrainian side, which has been authorized by their contract with the Department of Defense in America. So technically, absolutely, this could be done. And we know it could be done because he geofenced, disabled the capability from Ukraine way back when they were trying to do that USV attack. The first one of those big USV attacks. He caused that to fail by shutting down their access to Starlink. So it absolutely can be done, and it has been done. And there's no case that there's no case that they shouldn't shut it down in this case, and they wouldn't have to shut it down for Ukraine at the same time they're shutting it down for the Russian users. They just need to do some work on just identifying which ones those are, which they can do with computers, of course, and seeing what they can find out about how it was supplied. Starlink should be required to answer that question from a federal government agent in America about we understand, we have evidence that these are being used by our adversary in Ukraine. Please explain. Did you sell them to them? If you didn't, what are the serial numbers? Who did you sell them to? And have you taken steps to deactivate them in occupied areas of Ukraine? Relatively simple and straightforward. If somebody were to pursue it from the administration, I would thank Fjord Fellow, and I agree with you. It's very, very concerning and deserves quick action. Chris. Oh, sorry, David Bailey's up next. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how you doing? Sorry, maybe there's a bit of noise in the background, but hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
I totally agree with everything that you two guys have just said about the Starlink terminals. They can be disabled, within a matter of minutes, if not seconds. So I don't know who has to get on that case, and frankly, I don't know, who's got the bandwidth to do that, but that should be done. I mean, that's just something like the State Department should be able to deal with that in a matter of minutes. But the reason I put my hand up was basically the statement that Mockers made. I think we kind of flew over that a bit too quickly. The gravity of the statements that are coming out of Germany at the moment are, considerable. So for Germany to be, let's say, openly advocating taking out command and control centers within Russia itself. I don't know exactly who said this, but I can say from my own estimation, I would say, the 60% of the political class would be kind of behind that kind of statement. That's monumental. And it's monumental in a way which isn't going to flip this way or that way. So, the Germans' patience have been tested, and they are making noises which are in the right direction. So, as much as we want to denigrate Germany for Scholz, he's really an outlier, and even he is making, reasonably sounding statements, right? So I think we should really, really celebrate this. This is, Germany, as it will be after the next elections, whatever they are. I don't know. Haven't got that in the back of my head, but yeah, German mood is significantly behind Ukraine, and this is something to be celebrated.
Yeah, it is landmark speech. I mean, landmark positions to be taken. And you know what? I guess I'd like to see, David. There were massive protests in Hamburg and other cities the other day. A week ago. Essentially, as I understand it, being for the positions of the government and against the AFD. Essentially, it was kind of a big protest of we're not that. And given the fact that because Germans just don't go out on the street and protest much either. But given the fact that they have politically activated to the point where they've done that, and they're taking strong positions that are assertive, strong positions that kind of go against, if you will, the overall thinking of how Germany should project itself into the world in the last 50 years. I'd because I'd like to see polling of whether or not the population supports these new positions that the government's taking, because I think it's important. Like talking about Japan, I don't want countries to be militaristic and attack their neighbors and fascist and all this stuff. Russia basically now, but countries that have had problems with that in the past shouldn't also become timid, if you will. I like an assertive Japan. I like an assertive Germany, and I like an assertive Britain. I like people that stand up for the values that they fought and died for. Essentially, I mean, even if you're on the other side of the war in Germany, I think everybody in Germany could say that they fought and died for the country that they have today, and I want them to be patriotic without being toxically nationalistic, and that's what Russia is. I find Russia to be the toxic nationalism there is horrendous, and but I don't think it's anything wrong with being patriotic and supporting your nation.
Yeah, no, I mean, generally speaking. Sorry, I'm going to jump back in there, Chris. Sorry for a second. Germany is this kind of nation which is, essentially from the I'd say the moral and emotional positioning of the vast majority of the population, basically in line with the UK and the Nordic countries in terms of where they want to sit geopolitically. But they've always been for a long, long time, timid to be vocal in this positioning. And that's something that only really started to change. And I think I've mentioned this before in the space. It wasn't acceptable to kind of wave a German flag and be proud to be German until the European Football Cup in, I can't remember exactly when it was, but it's probably 2006, something like that. So it just gives you an idea. I mean, historically speaking, Germany's been, I hesitate to say suffering, but has been under the, how do you say, under the assumption,
growing away from that in their minds, haven't they? I think it's taken them a long time to sort of get away from that legacy.
Yeah, understandably and justifiably so, but yes, they've not really been able to promote their Germanness in the same way that other nations have been able to because of the legacy, and that I think is changing, and it's a good thing, and yeah, full speed ahead for them.
Being assertive is a good thing. Being aggressive is Russia. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, on that, Mark, because I was going to say, absolutely nothing wrong with the current generation of Germans and that being proud of their nation, as far as I'm concerned, because like we're proud of ours. I think we can put the the Nazi area well behind us, so not worry about that. So it's great. I was going to say actually that what was I going to say? Oh yes, well I noticed some fellow called Vladimir the Great commented on, I can't remember now whether it was the Daily Mail or the Mirror or something, and basically saying, well, because they were all like going, oh, well, if the USA pulls out, that's it for Ukraine. And then I noticed that Vladimir the Great said no. First of all, as I believe I've remembered his name correctly, General Sir Richard Barrows said, give me 75 billion for 3 years, and I will basically finish off Putin, right? And then turn to the young European leadership audience and said, and don't tell me that you can't afford it, he said, because the combined income of the EU and the UK is something like 15 trillion. If I've got the numbers correctly, the scale of it will be right anyway, 15 trillion a year. And all I'm asking you for is 75 billion for 3 years to get this job done. So actually, so I basically said, I said all that, by the way. And then I said, oh, well, Vladimir the Great did. Anyway, and then I said, so we can actually do it. That Europe alone could do it. NATO alone could do it, right? But actually, we've got what you call the coalition of the willing, haven't we, Will? On top of that, right? So, so me personally, I'm on the thing. Well, actually, whatever USA does, we need to get stronger. We need to work together, and that. So, with all due respect, Americans, you can go do what you like, right? Because we need to do this. So, so I don't really think there's a problem actually at all. And I think to me, it's like heading that way. Even with the the Hungary and Slovakia and all of those where the politicians are mouthing off, the defense industry is like, yeah, whatever. We're just doing business, right? We're going to help. Yeah, we're going to supply weapons and that. So you keep mouthing off, guys, right? But we'll do this.
Thank you very much, Chris. There is a lot going on in Europe. There is, let me have just a look here. Because not everybody's been sitting on their hands for the last 2 years. There has been a lot of action, actually. And, sometimes people seem to forget that Europe exists and is made up of a number of countries who are well aware of the threat of Russia. So, obviously, Russia has transformed into a wartime economy. Sorry, drink. And the Nordic and Baltic countries closest to Russia have got the message. They started preparing some time ago. Finland, despite its status as the newest NATO member, is in a much better condition than most of the other 28 European alliance members. Empty stockpiles and slow arms production have caused concerns elsewhere in Europe, but not in Finland. In fact, the Finnish Defence Forces received extra funding for procurement and immediately issued new contracts. That is what you should be doing. Immediately issued new contracts in the spring of 22, not long after Russia's full-scale invasion and before any other countries appeared to wake up to the issue. As a result, the country's stockpiles are filling to such an extent that more warehouse capacity would be needed. This year, they will also conduct logistic exercises and activate so-called production reserve agreements with civilian companies that will keep extra capacity in place for Defence Forces needs in crisis or war, akin to war economy light. In a pre-conflict period, sufficient availability and production capacity of everything from food supplies to machinery will be tested with sustained warfighting in mind, as seen in Ukraine. Finland's efforts to maintain an efficient national defence capability are motivated by their sheer proximity to Russia and a history of aggression from the eastern neighbour. Similar reasoning explains other countries in the Nordic and Baltic region likewise have increased their preparedness levels over the past 2 years. The Baltic states have signed several joint procurement deals for key weapons systems such as HIMARS and ATACMS. Other joint Baltic initiatives include the Livonian Air Shield, a Latvian-Estonian joint procurement of IRIS-T air defence systems, and the Baltic Defence Line to jointly reinforce the shared border with Russia and increase the capability to block and slow enemy movement. Latvia reintroduced conscription as of January, and Lithuania had done so already in 2015. And Estonia has had conscription in place since the 1990s. All 3 Baltic states are well on their way to reaching 3% of GDP in defence spending in the coming years, 50% greater than the NATO requirement. The Nordic countries have also been taking steps, both individually and jointly, increasing domestic production of ammunition and military equipment. Finland is working on more than doubling its artillery ammunition production, which will then make it one of the largest producers in Europe. Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden recently signed an agreement with the NORDEFCO framework to jointly increase ammunition production, designed to increase the region's security of supply and ensure support for Ukraine. Together with funding from the European Union's Act in Support of Ammunition Production, or ASAP, the Swedish Defence Material Administration signed a contract with Norwegian-Finnish ammunition producer Nammo to increase its production capacity of 155mm. Soon to be NATO member Sweden will reach NATO's 2% defence spending goal this year, 2 years ahead of their original plan in 2022. Apart from increased defence industrial production, Sweden has also been reinstating Cold War era readiness systems. A partial military conscription was already introduced in 2017, as well as civilian service in January for roles such as emergency services and the energy sector, forming part of Sweden's total defence duty that applies to all residents between the ages of 16 and 70. Sweden has also promised to send 600 troops to the multinational battalion in Latvia's forward land force once Hungary ratifies Sweden's membership. It is clear that Finland and Sweden's NATO membership makes the alliance better able to respond to the Russian threat than ever before, even if most European NATO allies are still far behind their level of readiness. Finland has more than 800-mile border with Russia and has doubled the total length of the NATO-Russian border, which caused alarm ahead of its secession. But Finland offers significant military capabilities, which would cause a major headache for anybody trying to invade them. Not that anybody but Russia would, you know. So, in addition to this, Finland and Sweden have made planning and executing Baltic defence much easier. Previously, there were questions about NATO's ability to reinforce Baltic states. Simply by having kept its own national defence capabilities at a high level, Finland fields a military force that Russian planners would need to reckon with. These include wartime troop strength of 280,000 reserves and up to 870,000. One of Europe's largest artillery forces, and recent investments into long-range fires, a capable air force that will soon phase out the F/A-18 Hornet for 64 new F-35s. Add to the mix the close cooperation of the Nordic Air Force, constituting a combined fleet of some 250 jets, as well as Finnish-Sweden naval cooperation. Russia's room for manoeuvre is significantly limited compared to pre-22. Cooperation agreements that Finland and Sweden both recently signed with the US further boost the deterrence in the region. Thank you to growing Nordic-Baltic cooperation and their outsized contribution to Ukraine's defence. This region now accounts for 8 of the top 11 contributors by share of GDP. A region that was once NATO's Achilles heel is now one of the alliance's most well-prepared and capable sectors, united by the shared threat perception and willingness to do what is needed. Other European allies need to take note and do the same. The opportunity to deter Russia is now, using the time that Ukraine has bought for us. There you go.
Well, I couldn't agree with that more. And it is impressive when you look at it. Just as soon as they became NATO members, some of the things that Finland was already doing at that time, securing pre-agreements with farmers and things to have fighting positions on their territory. It's they are prepared like the Cold War was still on. The early part of the Cold War was still on. And they've maintained that stance, probably with people, making fun of them about it a little bit. But, it looks like pretty prudent preparation now.
Absolutely. Chris, go ahead.
Well, I assume the check's in the post for setting you up for that one then, Mockers, is it? I was literally about to talk about Finland, and I was going to say, but not to the extent, obviously, that you have done. If I could, if you've got that article, a link to that article, I'd love that, please. But have you? Okay, perfect. Yeah. So no, I was just going to say, and the great thing about Finland is what did they say? We've sent 190 million or something, was it, of aid? Was it 190 million?
190 million pounds yesterday.
Yes, yeah. We've sent 190 million, and that's it. That's all they say, right? Isn't it? Well, which I just absolutely love. We've sent 190 million pounds worth of something. It's weapons, but we ain't telling you what. That's the best. That's the best one. I'm not really into this all, great big lists of what we've sent. That is, just perfect for me. And I'm sorry, but I just I don't mind this rhetoric about Russia might attack and all the rest of it and that. I mean, they've got absolutely no chance. Not for a while anyway. The state that they're in now. And the way that the Finland and the Baltics and the and Poland are arming up, they've got have a go if you want, guys, and that but you'll FAFO pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I'll note one of the most interesting responses to this interview the other day was was from a Polish guy who basically said, yeah, I mean, because, in that speech, he really made revisionist and threatening statements about Poland. And The guy said, yeah, there's a reason why we just purchased 500 HIMARS and like 250 additional Apache attack helicopters. I've got a thesis for you. With the size of the Finnish and Polish armies and their status of readiness, if anything kicked off with Russia, I have a hard time thinking that just Poland and Finland could probably kick Russia's ass by itself, given what's left of their military capability.
Would you like me to big up Finland a little bit more?
Yeah, go on.
Yes.
Get in there. Maybe some Swedish too.
Well, listen to this. Russia's ambassador to Finland, Pavel Kuznetsov, has discussed the problems that he and his subordinates have been encountering in Helsinki in an interview with the news agency RIA Novosti. According to Kuznetsov, the Russophobia that is spread in Finland is leading to many practical problems for the lives of the Russian diplomats. For example, a whole host of local companies that have provided various maintenance services to the embassy over the years now refuse to cooperate with us, he stated. He also mentions that refusals are found amongst providers of services such as refuse removal, car and elevator maintenance, and even tree care. The most egregious case was when one of Helsinki's oldest clinics refused to provide medical care to the embassy staff. He notes that this health centre had offered its services to the embassy employees many years before, but now will no longer. So, it would seem they're particularly, what would you call it? Unwelcome. Just being unwelcome.
Who knows? Oh, and speaking of Nordic countries, since Fjordfel's here, too, Finland's 190 million euros yesterday is great, but the 10 more launch system NASAMS being provided by Norway is pretty impressive too.
Yeah, I was really glad to see that. Not one, not two, 10. I was like, blimey, finally they're getting something in numbers. Bulteria, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Mockers. I just was listening and heard you say something about an ammunition supply. Was it Act for production?
Yes, it's called the ASAP Act. And it's for ammunition production speed up, basically. Speedy ammunition.
So is that an
By
EU?
blammo.
Is that an EU initiative?
No, it's a Finnish initiative.
Oh, wow. Okay, great. Yeah, I love the acronym. As soon as possible, right?
Absolutely, and that's the whole point, that it needs to be as soon as possible. So, well, I've got a little something. Now, this might not mean much, but I like to track these things. When Putin's propagandists tried to hold a lecture in a university of Tatarstan, students started demonstratively leaving, and those who stayed started chanting Tatarstan. And, there's a video of it. And there is also quite a telling video from another young person in Russia saying Russia needs to stop being an empire. Now, I just wonder what would happen if these guys were given guns and ammunition. Chris?
Yeah, I was going back to the Finland and the lack of services to the Russians, to which obviously my short response is, well, if you want service, F off back to Russia, right? But it just, honestly, I absolutely love that. I mean, I'm just like sat here now thinking of all the things that Russians are not getting, all the services and goods and products and that Russians are not getting. Marcus, I shall luxuriate in that for quite some time, thinking about that. It's so good to know that they're not getting things, and of course, now that we know that the Holland Park area, Mockers, is full of Russians, but also substantially occupied by Ukrainians and that, right? I hope that the Russians in Holland Park are being inconvenienced too. I'm not quite sure that I would bet money on it. That we're also refusing to give them services in Holland Park and that. But hopefully we can dream, right, Mockers? We can dream.
I would like them to be made very uncomfortable in any country. That would be perfect for me. Fjordfella.
Yes, I just have a question about the statement that Germany made earlier, which was pretty powerful statement. I didn't really hear what it was, but it seems that the Germans are kind of waking up a lot more than they did before. It's slow, but I guess I'll take it. But what exactly did they say? And one more question about. There is a rumor that actually it's Biden who is holding back the towers. He's putting pressure on Germany to not deliver the towers. Is there any truth to that rumor, or do you know anything about this?
Nope, never heard of it. Couldn't just. I can't think of a reason why he would, and it's not. They're not controlled by the United States. That doesn't. The rumor doesn't sound true to me, but I absolutely couldn't confirm, or I haven't even seen it. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Bull Terrier.
Yeah, very interesting report in Reuters from apparently a bipartisan delegation of US Congress members came to Kiev on Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't notice that. So do you want me to read a little bit more of this?
Yeah, I read that was happening, but the story I read didn't have any names of who they were or what state they were from. If you've got anything more, it'd be great.
Yeah, from Reuters, it's saying that the 4 members of the House Intelligence Committee, Republicans Mike Turner and French Hill, along with Democrats Jason Crow and Abigail Spamberger, quote, the United States is working diligently in the House of Representatives.
Excuse me. Just say that name again.
The last one?
Yes.
Abigail Spamberger?
That's amazing. Carry on.
Okay. The United States is working diligently in the House of Representatives and the Senate to secure the funding that is necessary in 2024, Turner told journalists at a press conference before the delegation left to meet President Volodymyr Zelensky. Yeah, so.
Sorry, that name just cracked me up. Spamberger. I'm loving that.
No, Span.
Okay, Span.
It's
no,
still
that would,
objectively funny, either spelling.
no, it would be, if it was SPAM burger, it would be quite funny.
That's what I heard, and that's why I asked you to say it again, and I still heard it, and I was like, oh my god, that is the best name ever. Because
Well, you know what the most unfortunate part is? I think that is a lady's first name, and that poor lady highly likely married into that name.
Gutted for her. Sorry, I apologise. Now, would you like to hear a little bit more painful things for Russia? Oh, this one's beautiful.
Yes, please.
So, Russian businesses are sounding the alarm because payments to Turkey and China are no longer going through. Representatives of Russian businesses are now complaining en masse about problems with foreign payments. Oh dear, consequences, eh? It sounds as though their foreign currency reserves in Russia are pretty much gone and nobody wants rubles. Just looking at the basics here, several Turkish and Chinese banks have decided that they'd rather do business with the West than Russia. And so they've decided they're not doing business with them anymore. This is just recently as a result of, the threat of secondary sanctions, basically. Not all of them have done this, but the biggest ones have. Some of which, will be much more likely to be interested in doing business in the West, have complied with the sanctions. So eventually, sanctions do work. So not before time, but I'm loving that it's really starting to have a strong impact on them now.
Yeah, like I said, that sanctions do work. Dun, dun, dun. Especially if you back them up with secondary sanctions. Absolutely. Ioana.
Yes, thank you, Mockers. It's been 2 days since I wanted to talk about this, and I didn't find the moment to talk because I think it's quite interesting. So this news surfaced first on 7th of February. I have seen some news in the Russian press, including Kommersant. First, they reported it, and then they published a longer article in which they are giving explanations. And I think it's a perfect day to talk about this because it's the new Chinese year. And well, it's kind of related, even if just slightly. So the most important Chinese bank for importers, Chuzu Commercial, has stopped accepting payments from Russia. And that happened just before the long holidays for the Chinese New Year, which take between 7 and 10 days. The market participants say that there is a big risk of disrupting the supply of goods. They stopped the transactions with Russian companies because apparently they are concerned about sanctions. And they talk that something similar happened in Turkey. I will go back to that in a moment. So besides this bank, the main bank for importers, some other Chinese banks have introduced strict control over all payments from Russia. As a rule, due to these restrictions, they have to collect an impressive amount of paperwork to prove the absence of connections with sanctioned persons. It's two state banks in China that stop accepting payments altogether, and some others that are imposing very strict controls. But the problem with the Chuzu Commercial Bank came as a surprise. They interviewed a few people that was used to work with this bank, for example, Anna Formicheva from Digital Red, and she said that it's very important because the main accounts were opened there, and they have 3 foreign trading houses. It worked quickly, accurately, with minimum delays. Yes, there are other banks, but there are problems with them. They require a lot of documents. Money can hang around for a long time. And now, as it happens, the money began to come back. We send yuan, they come back. We send rubles, they come back. And we even received an official notification that we cannot carry out more transit of funds. So there are some others interviews with people in Russia that complain about this problem. For example, there is another person, the logistic director for the company Orlan, and she says that they cannot even pay for transport services, and so on and so forth. They used to use a CIPS system that is an analog of SWIFT, By this system they managed to bypass the American SWIFT, so that they could have very quick payments, because SWIFT actually helps to have very quick payments. But apparently they cannot use this anymore, and it's really making a problem. And the problem is even bigger, because there will be this 10 days 2-week vacation starting now this weekend actually, and they are afraid that a lot of business activity will be blocked, because they are not able to make payments. So of course there will be problems. So that's the issue with the Chinese banks. And also they refer to another problem that happened in January, actually beginning on the end of December, but being more prominent in January. A lot of Turkish banks severed the relations with almost all Russian banks, and they refused to work with them, fearing the sanctions. They suspended payment processing without giving explanation. So there are some exceptions with some banks. So the Turkish banks continued to work with some banks, but not with others. So apparently it's related to sanctions, individual sanctions, companies sanctions, and so on. This is also a problem for the Russians, because they do have a lot of business with Turkey, transportation, logistics, commerce, and so on and so forth. The article is quite long. I won't talk a lot about it, but just to be aware that that happened to Turkey too. And apparently it's related to some threat at applying secondary sanctions. And again, this issue surfaces, and I do hope that a step will be taken in order to try to enforce secondary sanctions on Russia, because or entities, countries that are working with Russia, because I think this could work. This could prevent Russia avoiding the sanctions, the primary sanctions, actually. Sorry for taking so much time.
Not at all. Not at all. Worthwhile discussion. I'm surprised you waited as long as you did. I'd have popped in and talked about that anytime. Jenny, I see you've joined us.
Yes. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, crap.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. I just came up to tell you about a little bit about Finland and Sweden, since we haven't officially joined yet. We were still waiting for the final vote to be able to join NATO. But right after, we have always had like a close bond with Finland. I think it was because after the Soviet Union attacked them in 1943, we couldn't help, because the government said officially we couldn't help Finland. We had an Air Force base that moved over to Finland to help them. And after that, we said this will never happen again. And after that, the Swedish and the Finnish military have kind of joined together, saying that attack on Finland would require Sweden to help protect Finland. And I used to live in one of Sweden's biggest military cities up in the north, right across the border from Finland. And I saw how logistics changed after February 24th of 2022. If Russia attacks Finland today, it would be done and over with. Because Finland has this great defense. The biggest weakness of Norway, Sweden, and Finland is actually our ground forces, but thankfully Mother Nature is on our side. So Finland is this big marshland, and Russia would have to attack in the winter, and they don't have good enough winter clothing. And so their soldiers tend to freeze to death in Finland. And if they attack in the summer, their tanks will just be swallowed up by the swampland in Finland. Also, you have to be a complete fucking idiot, excuse my language, but I don't care. Because Finland has 2.5 million registered hunting rifles. And if we say that every hunter has one or has 2 weapons, that is still 1,250,000 snipers waiting.
And some of them are named Simo.
I know Simo Häyhä is like one of the most amazing people. If you don't know who that is, he still holds the record for having the most confirmed sniper kills in any war in history. He has over 500 confirmed and over 1,000 unconfirmed kills in a single war, a war that he was only able to fight for, I think it was like less than 2 months, even though the war lasted 3 months. But Sweden has pledged, if Russia were to attack, Sweden has pledged to keep northern Finland safe, to hold their border. So you actually attack both Sweden and Finland. Plus, Sweden was made in charge of the Nordic air forces. So Sweden becomes the command center. And in case of an attack on the Baltics and the Nordics, we control Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark's air force, their combined air force. It's not a small air force to attack. Thank you.
Yeah, and that Jenny, that special relationship between Sweden and Finland that has existed sort of in parallel to NATO is as strong today, even though, the progression into NATO of Finland and Sweden's going slower, but whatever. All the preparations for being in NATO are already underway, and all of the remaining preparations that were in place to basically just stand alone with Finland are still in place. So it's a pretty strong place to be looking at right now. If you were Russia, you definitely wouldn't be thanking Finland, or I just can't see them thanking Finland. And the other thing I love about Finland, from all the Finns I've met here, is now you called it swamp. They call it water park. I kind of like that better.
Oh, I do too. And I mean, the Finns have a word for courage, or for, actually, I don't know how to explain the word. It's sisu. And sisu is what the Finnish ambassador to the US, the tweet that he sent when Kremlin was threatening Sweden and Finland. He just tweeted out, "Well, you're more than welcome to come by. It didn't end so well last time, now did it?" And that was the Finnish winter war. I thought it was brilliant, short and sweet and to the point. It's like, come if you must, but we're not going to give you coffee. And I know what the Swedish North defense looks like. Our special forces train above the Arctic Circle, and I saw the recruitment video for the Army Rangers, and the guy went through the entire base, and he's like, "This is where you sleep when we're on base, which doesn't happen very often. This is where you keep your clothing and your personal items in these lockers when we're on base, which doesn't happen very often." And every single time when he pointed something out, he said, "which doesn't happen very often." And that conscript, the training period is, I think it's like 15 or 18 months, which means they train in the Arctic winter. If you see these guys, it's already too late. You're going to be dead really soon. These guys are disappearing in the forest, and you will never see them. They will just kill you. They're some of the hardest guys ever. I think the only guys that are worse are the paratroopers, and they also train above the Arctic Circle, and they probably don't spend a lot of time on base.
Yeah, this is why I say, even at not, I hadn't even included Finland into the calculation, by just the countries that are on the border of Russia. But, with how far Russia's been depleted right now, from what we can actually measure in relation to armor and armaments that have been removed, the size of population of Poland, the size of population of Finland, the relative sizes, the size of the standing armies they've got, the capabilities they maintain, and the readiness that they maintain. I just can't see Russia. If there was a big if Russia tried to go into Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, or whatever, and they got stuck in, I just don't see NATO having to activate virtually anybody but the Poles and the Finlands, and have a race of who can make it to Moscow versus who can make it to St. Petersburg faster. because they look formidable, and they look formidable in comparison to a Russia which looks, it's just never stood up to examination or test against an equally sized and equipped force. Really, I mean, it's. I spent my whole young life fearing the vaunted Soviet army, and probably wasted a lot of time worrying about that sort of stuff as a young person in the army, because they don't look that strong, they don't look that prepared, and most importantly, like the Finns and what you're expressing here, Jenny, they look quite determined to take on Russia if Russia were keen to do it. So, and all the, like you say, the polling and things that you hear, the manner in which Finns are ready to stand against Russian aggression is pretty impressive, given how long it's been since their last direct conflict.
Absolutely. And they really are a force to be reckoned with. And the fact that you're not just attacking Finland, we have these agreements where, and I have seen the guys that train up in the north of Sweden. Actually, there's an exercise starting, and I'm not telling any military secrets from Sweden. And we have been, so Sweden and Finland have been doing training exercises, military exercises together. And since the mid 90s, Sweden has invited NATO into our exercises. The one that is going on now is called the Winter Sun. And considering it's up in the north, I am not good at converting the Fahrenheit and centigrade, but in centigrade, it's at least minus 15 where they are going at it, playing war out in the forest, and it's almost all of the mechanized units, and then you have our artillery fighting, and then you also have the Air Force. So they're all kind of included, but mostly it's the mechanized units. And we are training together with the Finns so that we can fight back any threat that comes. And the only threat that we have in this region is Russia. Every Swedish military piece of equipment has been designed to take out Russians. And from what I've seen in Ukraine, they've been quite effective. I know that we have this NLAV or whatever it's called. It's like a over the shoulder anti-tank weapon. It's called the single use is called AT4, and the multiple use one is called Gustav. And one of the funniest TikTok videos was a Ukrainian soldier that said this weapon is so effective that they named it after their king, and that is our king's name. It's called Gustav. And that was hilarious. That one took out a T-90 tank in one of the cities. It is a urban warfare anti-tank weapon. So if the tanks get to the city, you use these weapons, and so far it's been effective in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's been very effective in Ukraine. We've seen dozens of use of the NLAW and the AT4, and they are all excellent tools. And and at this time in Russia, I think, in Ukraine right now, they hold the world's largest stock of the combination of these NLAWs, javelins, AT4s, everything. It's anti-tank heaven as far as that equipment goes. Joanna, I think you are next, Chris, and then Peter.
Thank you, Will. So, and Jenny, of course, great news, great information about the Swedish weapon. I just wanted to ask you, because we talked yesterday a little bit about it, but I didn't have the chance to ask you about that. So, you know, I always get to Hungary in one way or another. And while we are waiting for Hungary to vote for Sweden's accession to NATO, and they requested that the Prime Minister of Sweden comes to Hungary to negotiate. I don't know what they can negotiate, but actually there is something that could be negotiated, the lease of the Gripens. And I was wondering if there is an opportunity to put some pressure on Hungary with this, because I know that there was this lease that was supposed to go until 2022, and then it was extended to 2026. Is there some space for negotiating and put some pressure on Hungary with this? What do you think?
I think there will be. I think that because I know that Sweden said that they will donate the fighter jets to Ukraine. They will donate our homegrown fighter jets or home-produced fighter jets to Ukraine once we are in NATO. And the planes that I think that Sweden pledged were the ones that are being on lease in the Czech Republic. But you can always switch it up and make it Hungary instead. That would be my pledge, and I would do it before we get into NATO. I would just send them over there. We have trained Ukrainian pilots already on the Griffin, and so they know how to use them. And these fighter jets are amazing. They have a turnaround time of 20 minutes, and it's a conscript that rearms and refuel. So it's not, you don't have to have aviation 10 years in the air to be able to do this. And we've been training, like I said, we've been training pilots and personnel from Ukraine on these planes. The most amazing feature of this plane is the fact that if you have, I think it's 1,000-meter long stretch of straight road, these bad boys can take off and land on just a regular freeway. They don't need tarmac like an Air Force. They are like an airport. I mean, not an Air Force, an airport. They can take off and land on a regular freeway, which is why in Finland and Sweden, if you look at how our interstates look, you have these every so often. You have a complete straight stretch of 2 kilometers where our Air Force is supposed to take off and land. And this is why they call the island of Gotland the unsinkable aircraft carrier, because a lot of their roads are perfectly straight. So I hope that they will donate a lot of planes to Ukraine. That will change things in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's an interesting design technique. Eisenhower also did that in the United States when they were mandating the interstate highways out there so that they could be used them as runways if necessary. That 1 mile in every 10 needed to be perfectly straight for all the national motorways that were built across the United States. Good strategic planning. I'm just going to cut over to Den John for a second because he's got something here in relation to this Sweden-Finland thing, and then I'll move on to the others. Sorry to cut in like this.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Jenny or Lilla Me. Yeah, just some facts. Can you hear me, by the way? I took off my earpiece. Okay, great.
Yes,
Great.
sir. Please
Yeah.
proceed.
So just some facts around anti-tank weapons. So NLAW, the Carl Gustaf is not NLAW. Carl Gustaf is a recoilless grenade gun, or whatever you want to call it, just like the 84. And NLAW is actually a missile system, like the what's the second-rate US one, the Javelin. Yeah,
the Javelin.
So yeah, so just want to say that it doesn't really matter, but just to get the facts straight. And actually,
and the word you're looking for is recoilless.
Yeah, that's what
rifle.
I said. Recoilless. I said gun, but not rifle. Yeah, because it's rifle as well. And then actually on the Gripen, it's a little bit better than the 1,000-meter. Actually, it needs 400 meters for takeoff and 500 meters for landing. So, and that's the CD version. So yeah, just improving the numbers, Jenny, a little bit. So yeah, should be proud. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very, very good at that. And that, this is also the reason why Finland had been sporting the FA-18s, because they're a carrier-based aircraft that has a shorter takeoff time or runway required than an F-16 does. Yeah, but it's all good. I think the Grippen's going to be very well. If I was in Sweden and I was investing in companies, I'd be looking at investing in the company that produces Gripen Saab because I think they're in for some big orders coming up. John, back to you again, and then over to Chris.
Yeah, and actually, funny enough, Saab is also producing the NLAW. Well, together with I think it's BA, some UK. There's some UK corporation with the NLAW.
BAE is in everything, aren't
Yeah,
they?
exactly. And the same with Carl Gustav and the 84. That's a Saab product. So everything on wheel is Hägglunds and what's the other one? I can't remember. I should remember, but
Bofors?
yeah, Bofors.
Are you looking for
exactly.
Bofors?
Yes, exactly. And then flying and rockets and so on. That's Saab. So yeah, that's just another fact.
Thank you, sir. Chris.
So I'm just a wooing because I've got the sausage sandwiches out and Frank sat here and he might a woo. You can give him a go if you like, Will. A woo, Frank. You can say woo.
Oh.
No, they were a woo. They were a wooing earlier on, but not now. But they were listening to all the stuff about the Nordic countries and that. And I was going to say actually there was when I was just like idly flicking through films and that on I don't know, Netflix or something like that, or one of the programs and that, and I came across this film called Sisu. As that was mentioned by Jenny and that, right? It's completely mad, right? What you have to do really is you have to imagine that the Nazis that are being taken out are Russian Nazis. That's all you have to do. It's a little bit of a mind game. And once you've done that, right, you go, well, it's such a great film. It's a great film anyway, right? Well, but I highly recommend it. That but just with that twist, you just think, yeah, these are Russians that are getting killed by this guy. He's basically a guy that has so much sisu and that like he can. The Germans and the German Nazis and that believe that I should say Nazis believe that he can never be killed, Will, right? And pretty well that's the case, right? He can never be killed. So yeah, and I was just going to say that much though I'd like to walk along the Mexican border, and walk through the unguarded gates, mockers, isn't it? The unguarded gates on the Mexican border, the southern border of the USA.
There's lots of it you can, and I would encourage you to do this. If you're ever over in America and you want to go to a national park that almost nobody goes to, go to Big Bend National Park. It's fantastic.
Well, I'd like to do that.
You can walk back and forth into Mexico 1,000 places.
Yeah, well, that's certainly what I believe and what I've been told that by you and mockers and loads of people and that. But actually, I would rather Will take the Malamutes and go walking along the Finnish border and the Baltic border. That I think that would be better. So that's a bit higher up on my list than going to see the very holy and perforated southern border of the USA.
Yep, good point. And the only thing that is keeping me from booking my trip to Finland is I'm still analyzing the demographic count of whether or not when the mosquitoes go down, do the biting flies go up? I want to time this trip perfectly so that I get the minimum amount of black flies and the minimum amount of mosquitoes. And I know there's a sweet spot. I haven't found it yet. I'm sure there is. John, is there a sweet spot?
Yeah, I would say just about now. This neither. So yeah, but you need to put the coat on. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, that's cool. I love winter camping.
Yeah, so
If you
let's do it.
if you go before Christmas, then you go up north in Finland to Rovaniemi, which is not too far from Haparanda, the Swedish border. Then you also can visit with Father Christmas, because unlike what everybody believes, Santa Claus does not live on the North Pole. He lives in northern Finland in Rovaniemi.
Fair enough. That's good to know. That guy owes me money. Peter.
Yeah, Chris has this one exactly right. Sisu is badass. Very much in the Tarantino-esque mode. Helander he's a good filmmaker. So squint your eyes.
SISSU?
Just SISU. 2022. Definitely just squint your eyes and like think of them, think of the Nazis as fatnicks and let it rip. So Kharkiv got hit overnight. I don't think I heard about this. With Shahed drones.
Yes, quite badly too.
Yes, it did. I'm looking at this post from Margot Gontar of this family house. Mom, dad, boys 7, 4, and 7 months in flames. Like, God damn it. I mean, they've just been going at civilians so hard these last weeks. You know, and back to our idea again, Will, of an opt-in NATO air defense. I mean, what is it going to take, right? You know, Kharkiv was such a cool place. It's just, I don't get it at all, not even slightly.
Nor do I. Now I know John showed up and he's probably going to want my seat, but especially when you add into the fact the little snippets of information that keep coming through. Not only are those war crimes, Peter, but I'll note the Institute of Study of War has identified additional reports of, you know, this is no longer even being periodic. They're doing it repeatedly. They're continuing to use banned chemical weapons in various locations. And so like in Avdiivka, you'll see them start to use gas grenades to make sure that they can suppress defenders before they go in. And, you know, it's highly illegal. And we've kind of normalized it because they've done it so goddamn much. You know, what is it going to take? That is the question I would like people to ask their representatives and senators. What's it going to take before, you know, we get all in here? Because every day that I build more and more in support of this idea that Peter just spoke about, which is a defensive no-fly zone over Ukraine, supported by any NATO partners that wanted to participate, I think would be a superb idea at this point. It was asked for by Zelensky on like day 2 of the current part of the invasion, but it was considered sort of ludicrous at the time. But frankly, right now, given the level of attacks on civilian population that continues, that are indiscriminate and can kill this family of 5 today in Kharkiv, firebombing. What they're trying to do is set firebombing, and this time they kind of got lucky from the Russians' perspective because they hit a petrol station and it threw burning debris everywhere and set things on fire with fuel. And all of those drones, all the missiles, all the unmanned aircraft that fly into Ukraine could be assisted to be shot down by NATO member countries that border Ukraine, but wouldn't have to enter the country to do it. I build on this idea every day, Peter. I think it's worth pursuing NATO to see if they'll reconsider that, because I think based on the war crimes and atrocities that continue from Russia's perspective, it's a worthy thing to do. And Russia couldn't complain. No Russian would get killed as a result of it. Only unmanned vehicles. Back to you, Peter.
Well, anybody, any Russians in the air, et cetera, who, you know, do get killed, you know, fine. Ioana, I'm curious, like, do you think there'd be stomach for this, putting Romanian F-16s in the skies to, you know, protect Ukraine civilians?
So Romanian F-16s are raised in the sky when attacks like this happen. They are doing patrolling. And by the way, we talked about Finland earlier. Finnish planes are in Romania right now contributing to this patrolling. The problem is that I don't think that they will take out targets, be those missiles or drones. And for example, during the night, there was also an attack in Odessa Oblast, and Odessa Oblast is, in the southeast of Ukraine, very close to the border with Romania, and the Russians again attacked the ports, the Danube ports of Ismail and Reni. 4 people were injured, and of course infrastructure destroyed, meaning also grain or whatever was in those storage facilities destroyed. And according to Romanian authorities, the Romanian Ministry of Defense, they say that there were no air targets above the Romanian airspace, and they did nothing. They raised the F-16. They were patrolling, but they say that no crossing into Romanian airspace. So unfortunately, even if the Romanians are doing whatever they need to do, there is a no-fly zone of 3,000 meters above that area in the delta of the Danube. There are sensors. There are teams of patrolling on land and in the air. There are helicopters. There is also some air defense deployed there, but I don't know that. I'm not sure that they will engage. Maybe above the territory of Romania, maybe, but even about that, I'm not sure. Certainly, they will not engage above the territory of Ukraine. They stated it. So I believe that there is some higher power decision about this. I believe it has to be coordinated with NATO. So in other words, if NATO will say, okay, Romania, you have the right to engage on targets that seem to be coming towards your territory, I believe Romania will do so because it's usually compliant with what is decided in NATO. But until then, unfortunately, I repeat this, they want to do that. So I would really very much like for Romania to be able to destroy those targets. But apparently, according to the military experts, it's kind of complicated to engage on targets above other countries' territories, especially if they are at war. And about the attack last night, so the worst one was in Kharkiv. They hit with a drone a gas station, and there was a fire, 14 houses in fire. Victims, unfortunately, including 3 small children. Russia is killing children in their sleep almost every day. It will be kind of practically impossible to do so in order to protect Kharkiv, very, very far east, close to the border with Russia. I don't know how it can be done. They aren't even doing this on the western border of Ukraine. So in Kharkiv, very difficult to do that.
Or it gets done by a NATO no-fly zone, and everybody. I mean, I'm not trying to put all the pressure on just Poland and Romania, etc., but it's got to happen. And there's just 2 years of irrefutable evidence of civilian targeted with ballistic missile murder. That's exactly what it is, and there is no argument against whatsoever. There's nothing that Vlad can go on any interview and make any case. It's just, when is it going to happen? When are, political leaders that we've all voted for or voted against, whatever, going to step up and say, this is enough? It happened in the Balkans, right? That was an offensive no-fly zone. But, then the carnage, the genocide got so bad. And, for all his misdeeds, et cetera, and on lots of smart governance, Clinton didn't have it. He made the case, he won, and in 76 days, the genocide ended. Like, we're way past 76 days of genocide here.
Aren't we just? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Peter. Early morning, I guess, for you, assuming that you're over there. Yeah, I often think about the Balkans and that, you know, and how come you know, that we went in there to support them. I know many friends that were in the army or something and that were involved in that. So yeah, I always think about that. I think there's absolutely no chance of you know, surrounding countries and that shooting down Russian missiles and drones, etc. The only thing that I think that will happen is that we will provide increasingly more air defenses and that for Ukraine and that, and nothing personal, Peter. I'm very glad to see, you know, the slow progress, if you like, in the Senate moving forward. Is it Saturday or Sunday that there'll be another meeting and discussion? If you can, I'm just curious. We were talking about it earlier on.
Sunday vote, and
Sunday.
Yeah, no, I'm not there. It's dinner time for me in Southeast Asia.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Big pardon. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So anyway, but yeah. So we're glad to see the slow progress over there, but we can't wait. We can't wait for the Americans. That's the thing. So I'm with Will on the coalition of the willing. I think we will only be saved by a coalition of the willing, and in particular, as we've discussed, by the Nordic and the Baltic and countries and Poland. But I don't think they'll go into Ukraine or shoot down any missiles or drones from outside of Ukraine, sadly.
Well, I love Ben Wallace's piece. What was it, yesterday? I guess when he put out. And I don't know. I'd love to hear him on this subject matter, because you know, can't we get him in a top NATO position or something? We need some clarity. We need some military leadership with absolute clarity, who's just not having it, right? It's just, you know, I don't get it from one day to the next, right? It's 2 years now. It's just 10 years almost since all this kicked off. I was just sharing my photographs. When I was living in Notting Hill in 2014, just 2 blocks from the Russian embassy, you know, and just like these photos that I have, right? Like Ukrainians were out there, you know, from late March, then every day, and like quite a bit on the weekends, quite often. And, you know, they were letting everybody know in English what was going down, right? Like it was incredibly prophetic. I met, you know, so many cool people in my local pub then, you know, who gather, etc. And, you know, just, you know, they were just there at the time, right? There were a lot of Eastern Europeans, a lot of Ukrainians who were looking to make a better lives for themselves in the UK. And, you know, they were so clear-eyed about what was occurring at that point. You know, there's just no excuse on the leadership front. You know, 10 years in now, and another family and 3 little boys burned to death. I mean, when is it going to stop? Who's going to take the lead?
To our eternal shame. Ivana.
Thank you, Marcus. Is my sound okay now?
Much.
Okay, I'm sorry for earlier. So yeah, I wanted to comment on this. As I said, until a decision from NATO is taken about you know, engaging Russian air targets by Romania, Poland, or whatever country is willing to, I don't think that Romania or Poland will act by themselves to do that. And I really resent this, because I think there are grounds to do it. I talked before earlier about, you know, the airspace above the Black Sea. It's an international airspace, and practically the launchers, the ships and the submarines from the Black Sea, they are launching missiles from the Black Sea, from international waters probably, and those missiles are flying in international airspace. And we have seen that the preferential targets for the Russians are civilian targets. So many say this is the where this happens, but This is not collateral damage. This is, intentional targeting of civilian buildings or infrastructure by the Russians, and this is not a war. This is a terrorist campaign. So that's why I'm arguing that we should, the Western countries that can, NATO should engage with this. I know that it sounds very, belligerent what I'm saying, but if it was proven again and again that the Russians are targeting civilian targets in Ukraine, why let those missiles fly in international airspace when you can take those down? It's not like manned vehicles. It's not like killing Russians. It's just destroying some target that will go to a civilian target in Ukraine. So yeah, I am very much for this. And every time that this argument that Romania should do something or Poland should do something about those drones that are very close to Romania or Poland, or missiles, I'm thinking, why is this allowed for the Russians to target apartment blocks in which people sleep, and it's not allowed to target a bush on the channel, of the Danube? So we should get together, international community, NATO, whatever, and understand that this is not a war. This is a terrorist campaign. We should call Russia a country sponsor of terrorism. Actually, it's a country pursuing terrorism. And we should try to stop this because it's not legitimate. That's what I'm saying. Some will argue very cynical that, for example, targeting the grain storage facilities on the ports of the Danube may be allowed in a war, because in a war, you would like to take down the economy of the other countries. And okay, let's target. No problem. Let the Russian target the grain facilities, but targeting the apartments and the schools and the hospitals, how is this allowed? And it's not on the front line. It's not collateral damage. It's far from the front line. It's in Kharkiv, a city they could not take because the population there, which was majority Russian ethnic, majority Russian speaking, fought with everything they could not to let the Russians in. And they could not take Kharkiv, but they are targeting the city every day with drones, with missiles, with S-300s in ground-to-ground mode. And those S-300s, they have a very small time of flight, like 2-3 minutes. It's almost impossible to get to shelter. So why is this allowed? That's what I'm asking. Why is this allowed, and why we are not calling this terrorism, not a war? Sorry for, getting a little excited here.
You should. You want to. This is your neighbors, right? This is your neighborhood, 100%. And I don't mean for a second to suggest it should all be on, neighborhood, countries' backs for this, but just suggesting that it's got to stop, right? And obviously people in the region are going to be, obviously, feeling the terror yourselves, right? Like, how long is it going to take before it seeps over the border? How long is it going to be before an emboldened Russia, starts to go after other targets? So, you guys should all have all the support, 100%. But we have recent proof, that creating a no-fly zone, of which NATO is the best in the world at doing this, and it's not even close. What is it going to take for that to start occurring?
Well, indeed. Tarixis, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with all of you. I just wanted to put out some speculation because it seems that things have changed a little. Last missile attack, the Polish jets did scramble. There's some weird messaging from Poland about strange occurrences in airspace that might happen in the coming months, and Finnish airspace is going to be closed for a while. So maybe, and of course a bit tougher talk from NATO, so maybe we're being prepped slowly, way too slowly, into some more action. But that's just my speculation.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, just to add to what the one was saying, and also Pete, I don't think we even need proof, right? Because this is an illegal war to start with. So even if it's legitimate targets for war, then the war itself is a war crime. So and it's not legal. So yeah, it should be done. Probably has to be done for it to stop. So eventually we're going to get there. Just the question is how long it's going to take, and it's taking too long.
Hello, John. Just say that to you while you're here.
Hello, mockers. Nice to see you there. And lovely evening to you. Lovely afternoon, whatever it happens to be. You said dropping an H. And I'm still kind of struggling with some technical things in the background, but give me a minute. I may have to recycle.
No worries. Welcome up, Mette. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mockers. Yeah, about the, no-fly zone above Ukraine. We have a coalition called JEF. It's UK, it's Netherlands, and it's the Nordics. It's outside of NATO, but sort of part of NATO countries and so on. I think we should JEF Russia and help Ukraine with air defense. Just send all our planes and just shoot down the missiles and the planes. That would help, I think. And it wouldn't be any war crime or something. It's just air defense help. I would like to see that. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Providing additional air defense because, ground-based systems and the aircraft that the Ukrainians are waiting for, these things just seem to be taking forever. I know they've got some new NASAMs just recently. Thank you very much for those, if they're already delivered. But, it's necessary for them to have the ammunition for it as well. And I would imagine the Joint Expeditionary Force would be able to at least, turn up with their own ammo. That would help an awful lot. So, yeah. Then, John, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe we should form a new coalition called GTFO. Get the fuck out. That would be great. Maybe GTFO C for coalition. But yeah, anyway, just joke. Has to happen sooner or later. Out.
No, I like that, John. I like that a lot. It sounds good. In fact, I'm going to write a little email to Ben Wallace. See if he can whisper that in somebody's ear, because that was awesome. Yeah. Excuse me. Bulteria, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Marcus and John, and thanks for your hard work. A bit of a change of subject. I don't know if you noticed that the Archbishop of Canterbury is currently in Ukraine. To be fair to him, he said that Ukraine is fighting for, quote, survival of a people, like Britain in the Second World War, and said, true victory must include a secure, just and lasting peace, freely agreed by Ukraine and Russia. The long-term vision must be for stability and security, justice, healing and reconciliation. Now, I'm reading from a Telegraph report. However, what I found quite amusing was that Mark Sheard, who is apparently the chair of the Mission and Public Affairs Council of the COE, warned against jingoism and exhilaration when referring to the war in Ukraine, and for Christians to refrain from allowing religious fervor to, quote, fan the flames of war. He said that Christians should, quote, avoid actions or words that dehumanize Russia or Russians and dehumanizing caricatures. So, come on, who's been doing it? Who is it? Who's been using bad language about the Russians?
It was me. It was me. But don't worry. I stopped going to church when I realised that there were nightclubs and Sunday morning was really difficult when you've been out till 4 a.m. So yeah. Saying that, I've had 3 hours of sleep. So amazing. I went out last night just till midnight, and well, that didn't happen. So yeah. Believe it or not, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, guys. I can't believe I'm still doing it. I am on coffee number 4 though. So let me see. Would you like just a little roundup of bits and bobs that I've come across while you're still having technical difficulties, John? Yeah, I guess we would. I take it that he is still having difficulties. Oh, he's a ghost. Oh, definitely. In that case, some highlights. Now, this is coming from Ukrainian Telegram sources, but they're usually, you know, official ones. Advisor to the head of the presidential office, Mikhailo Podolyak, said that the country's leadership expects the newly appointed chief of the armed forces of Ukraine, Syrskyi, to do an audit of the military, as only up to 300,000 of the 1 million mobilized men have actually taken part in combat operations so far. It is also necessary to clearly understand who and how will replace the soldiers that have been on the front line for the longest. Putin talked a right load of nonsense. And said that Hitler begged Poland in 1939 to give up Gdansk peacefully, but the terrible Poles refused. How dare they? And forced Hitler to start World War II. Yeah, okay, mate. But he just openly justified Hitler. So, well done. I'm not quite sure when they're going to come to the "are we the baddies" phase, but he's definitely living in a parallel universe. So, as of today, it is known that Finland has transferred mortars, ammunition, anti-tank grenade launchers, small arms ammunition, and Leopard 2 RD mining tanks to Ukraine. Now then, here we go. This is something which is a bit of a bone of contention today, that Russians appear to be, well, quite clearly using Starlink at the front. Now, one of the first cases of terminals were recorded several months ago. Now, these are dozens of devices, but there could be hundreds of them. So, SpaceX have commented saying the company does not do business with the Russian government or its military, and Starlink does not operate in Russia. However, the company has never sold and will never sell equipment to Russia. The terminals have managed to enter Russia, however, through third countries, just like those microchips for Russian rockets. Now, it's something important to note that at the same time as this was happening, the quality of the internet distributed by Starlink terminals in the Ukrainian army has also plummeted. And, well, I'm not saying that that's being done on purpose, but it does seem awfully coincidentally over coincidental. Welcome back, John. He won't be able to talk to me for a minute, but at least I've got a friend. Now, although this clown show interview was not really very well received with an American audience, because it was just boring and ridiculous and what have you, viewers were mostly surprised by the length of his monologue on the history of the Russian Federation, and Experts and allies in the West are puzzled why he paid no attention to the LGBT opposition or any other values that were sort of a problem for the West. And this is because he wasn't talking to you guys. He doesn't give a F about you guys. Now, there are an awful lot of questions that could have been asked, but one of the things that he definitely did was blame Poland. Just talk about Poland. Poland, you terrible guys, Poland. How awful of you to defend yourselves, obviously. But this seemed to be one of his fixations in this lecture. So, why did he do this in particular? And what's it all about? Well, he's not talking to anybody but Russians. Russia's political elites still suffer from a very historical complex about Poland. We need to explain. So, the Russian elite, at least since the late 18th century, the partition of Poland, has believed that if only the Polish could regain their independence, they would follow the imperial path and claim Ukraine and Belarus, with which, as Russians believe, they have always identified as one. I know, it's a bit strange. The most vocal and most outspoken about this was the important Russian historian Nikolai Karamzin, the author of the History of the Russian State. It was he who convinced Tsar Alexander the First that the Polish state's hostility to Russia was centuries old and natural. He stated, the Poles will never be either sincere brothers or faithful allies to us, meaning the Russians. Karamzin wrote in his memorial, Sentence of a Russian Citizen, that he thought so because he believed that the Poles would never agree to the loss of what Karamzin considered to be truly Russian land. And he was right. As long as you accept the legitimacy of the annexation of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, where one of the state languages was Ruthenian, not Russian, you must also accept what Carlo Pozzo di Borgo, even, the Russian ambassador to France, wrote. The main purpose of the conquest of Poland was to provide the Russian people with more numerous relations with Europe and open up to them a more extensive field and at the same time a nobler and more familiar arena in which to develop their powers and talents. This fear of Poland from the point of view of the Russian elite would A. compete with what the Kremlin considers to be Russian territory, which is Belarus and Ukraine. B. disrupt Russian activities in Europe. And it's still alive, regardless of the fact that Poland has denounced its imperial mindset, recognized the independence of both Ukraine and Belarus, laid no territorial claims against either country. But this feeling that Poland wants to claim them is very deeply embedded in Russian thinking. That when in 1944, Maxim Litvinov, we're getting a history lesson here, by the way, was asked by the journalist about Poland, his answer demonstrated a constant fear that Poland might still reach for what he considered to still be Soviet territory. In 1944, when Poland was completely destroyed, Litvinov was still talking that he was afraid of the Polish imperialism. Literally, the place was wrecked, and he's talking about them coming to invade. Which is how deeply ingrained it is, I suppose. So, current Russian elites still view Poland with the historical ballast in their view. Warsaw supports Ukraine not because it would like to have a strong, not because it would like to have a strong democratic country integrated into European structures across its eastern border, which is the truth, but because it only wants a restoration of the Respospolita, preferably the one with 15th century borders that end 200 kilometers from Moscow. This is why Moscow is perpetuating long-held beliefs about Polish wickedness in order to prepare the Russian population for a possible conflict in the future. And secondly, to sow doubt amongst international public of Poland's intentions. You know what? I think we're all quite clear on Poland's intentions. If Russia were to as much as, you know, put some toes into their country in a military style, they'd be getting punched in the face. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think we can take their position as quite well known. But yeah, the fact that Russia kept saying this at the beginning of the war as well, you know, well, Poland, you can have half of Ukraine. We'll just make an agreement with you, as though, you know, they thought that was a normal negotiating tactic that Poland would just go, oh, go on then, why not? You know.
Well, to be fair, it does seem to be working with Hungary. But yeah, I mean, they're just completely bonkers, absolutely bonkers. They're just like looking at the world in a completely different way to every other normal country. Sorry, I dropped something in a bit. I earned my money somehow.
All them, what, kibble dollars?
Kibble dollars, yeah, that's the stuff.
Ulteria, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Marcus, hi John. Yeah, I think, I don't often say this, but I think we can all agree that Putin's comments in his interview with Tucker Carlson was bollocks, and I'll put a pound in the swear jar for that. But Marcus, hey, you have lots of friends. I'm so impressed by your dedication and co-hosting after 3 hours sleep. So well done for that. Thank you so much.
Hey, you know, we do what we have to. I bet you Ukrainians go without a lot of sleep from time to time as well. So, you know, if they can keep going, so can we all. It's a good lesson that, yeah, you don't die. Not immediately anyway. So ask me again tomorrow. Now then, there's some good news that I'm just coming across. That, if you recall, there was a blockade at one of the Polish borders yesterday. Well, in fact, up to 3 of them, there was some nonsense going on with blockading the borders. And the first and most strongly affected, because it was literally completely closed by protesters, was the Shechini Medica. And the state police services of Ukraine have restored the movement of trucks at that checkpoint today. At 11:30 a.m., the protest action ended. Now, 220 trucks are waiting to enter. The issuance of passing of the train in both directions, of course, takes place as usual. However, it would seem that they came to a very quick agreement there, because what they were saying was they were going to blockade that border until mid-March, I think.
Well, that was sold very quickly then, wasn't it? Didn't quite work out to be going on until mid-March. Or maybe it was part of Poland's fiendish plan to take over half of Ukraine. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they're keeping it in the back pocket just in case. I don't know. But, I mean, so much so has Russia pushed this narrative out that, you know, people have even considered it. It's a bit of an out there thing to think about, but if Poland did say, okay, we'll take you under our wing, Ukraine, you'll become Polish Ukraine on this side of, you know, the occupied territories. Technically, then Poland will be defending their own territory, but that completely wipes out the sovereignty and, you know, status of Ukraine as a country. And, you know, that is what Russia wants. And so I can imagine that something like that, even as a theory, is very strongly pushed back against, because Ukraine is a sovereign nation and they want help, not somebody to do it for them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was going to say something then, but I've got really fat fingers today. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. Keep leaving the space and coming back in and hitting things that shouldn't be there. I'm really sorry about this. I'll kind of get my head together here. I'm sorry about this. Oh, Ioana, save me.
Oh, sorry, I'm jumping up and down because, you know, I have calls and things like this. I wanted to say something about this blockage at the borders. I usually don't comment on this because I think we shouldn't give it too much space. It will be solved. I'm confident that the government in Poland will take the right measures to deal with this. And yeah, there are some issues for the farmers and for the transporters that have to be solved, but much of it, it's just, you know, a narrative that is promoted and an attempt to destabilize a little bit more. But what I wanted to say, actually, it was a quote from Anton Chelaru, who is the former Minister of Defense of Moldova, and practically he said like this: I much rather prefer to have hundreds of Ukrainian trucks at the border than hundreds of Russian tanks. So I think this summarizes it very well.
Indeed. And well, you know, the ultimate paranoia and just ridiculously old thinking, or, you know, old narratives that they've just never got themselves around. And it does show a complete detachment from reality. It's just, yeah, it astounds me that it continues. And people listen to that and go, oh yeah, I agree with that. What? You agree with the absolute nonsense? Just seems crazy. Anyway.
Wasn't old Vladimir kind of, didn't in his like sort of 2-hour diatribe or history lesson or whatever it was, wasn't he talking about Poland there as well? That was really bizarre. I haven't watched any of it. I've just seen the memes, and I feel like I've watched everything I need to see. But that kind of fizzled and died, didn't it? It just kind of, there's just nothing left of it. It's bizarre. Just the memes. The only thing that's left is the memes. Putin in a straitjacket. Tucker Carlson with a fella on his shoulder. I mean, there's been a whole razor, but that's about the only thing that seems to be left of it. So that's kind of good. I've been kind of out of the loop a bit the last few days, but yeah, that's enough comment on that, I think.
Well, I think the only bit that should be preserved is where he properly, like, he tries to interrupt to ask a question, and he just bats him away and, like, you know, just says basically, you're not a journalist. You're just here, you know, to basically entertain me. And I just thought that was funny because, you know, it was like, shut up, I'm talking. And you just watched him sort of like shrink into himself with that nervous laughter. And I just thought, you have no idea how much trouble you could be in. Indeed. He's lucky to have got out, I think, to be fair. Especially after letting the Tsar down quite so much.
Wasn't he heading to Serbia or something? I'm wondering where he's going to hide next, because he must be like really gutted. It's gone really badly for both of them, I think.
Well, I think he's had a big investment into him doing further shows, you know, so into some company that he's got. So I think he's quite happy anyway. Yeah. So no doubt you'll see his face again.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Go ahead, Ioana.
Yeah, so from this interview, you know, what I was left with was Putin saying, they made me do it. They made me do it. And also the same thing about the Polish. The Polish made Hitler do it. And he forgot to say that Nazi Germany was allied with Soviet Russia at the beginning of the World War II. He forgot this completely because, of course, he chooses from history what it's convenient for him. So basically, he is a delusional dwarf that if he would have said, you know, I have the voices of my ancestors in my head that are telling me that I have to do it, wouldn't have been much different to his real interview. So practically they made me do it, and I'm so weak I had to do it. Yeah.
Sounds like a fair summary. Yeah, I knew Poland had come up somewhere in some bizarre context. So yeah, there you go.
Bulteria, go ahead.
Oh, Marcus, I just noticed a very amusing article on Reuters. So the headline is Russia's military drone production ramping up, says Defense Minister, and Sergei Shoigu said that the country's production of military drones has ramped up in the past year, though certain technical issues still need tackling. And I just wonder what those technical issues are. You know, maybe they're actually making the drones is the technical issue.
Or some part of the process thereof, or some particular components or something, or they don't fly, or they're missing one wing or something. Hopefully it's something like that.
Well, I did hear something that relates to this from the front. Where is it here? Ah, here we go. A Russian drone specialist talking about a recently emerged drone hunger in Russian ranks, suspecting sabotage. According to him, the only 2 drone repair centers near the front line in the Donbass stopped repairing everyone's drones and now only focus on their own units. This relates to both FPV and reconnaissance drones. They cannot fundraise for drones as this is illegal, and all orders must come through the MOD, which takes forever. The recent strike on a training center, killing 20 operators, adds to their concerns of saboteurs. So, let's have a little look. On the question of the systematic actions of our enemy in our rear, make up your own jokes, folks. Over the course of 3 months, a number of incidents occurred, for which all intents and purposes cannot be considered separately from each other. Together, they give the impression that a special operation is being carried out against the Russian army. Oh dear. Terrible for them. It's impossible to get rid of this feeling. It's hard to believe that this is just stupidity and not a betrayal. Oh, I love it when the paranoia sets in, eh? It's no secret that drones are vital to modern warfare. Without them, there will be no offensive or reconnaissance, it's clear. There are both FPV drones, which usually only fly in one direction, and regular drones, Mavics, Aurtels, and even FEB, whatever they are. The second point is that drones break down. Hello. Sorry, there's a lot written here, so here we go. They are lost. Enemy drones can be found. Factory drones need to receive firmware. Then are soldered, boards inserted. Yes, a lot of things are needed. For this purpose, we had UAV service centres, a kind of hybrid of a repair battalion, production and design bureau. In Donetsk, there were 2 large centres, the Cascade OBTF workshop and the Physicist workshop. The main source of supply for FPV drones were, oh crikey, pseudoplatovites, apparently, They managed to build a chain, a sponsor the fighter with minimal deviations from common sense. In November, the Avdiivka operation begins. During the first days, drones were shown to have crazy efficiency. Dozens of targets hit thanks to strikes from drones and other artillery guided by them. In the beginning of December, though, something unimaginable begins, unimaginable even. Both service centres received an order, a ban on accepting drones from any other units for repairs. This is still in effect. So no repairs, no working drones. The burden on our sponsors increase. There is no repair, but new equipment is always needed. Without them, the offensive will stall. So what is left for commanders to do? To squeeze more drones out of the MOD. Not a solution. They don't give it to anyone. And not always in any number. And in general, nothing is clear about how to do this. Our requests have been sitting there for months. Do we squeeze out sponsors? Some units have them and some don't. So what? Give up the most effective weapons of the front line because we just don't have them? You can also ask the soldiers to chip in and buy new drones. But this again is a criminal case. Many people practice this, however, and are even forced to do so in some occasions. In fact, those cases do not always end well. That is, the supply of reconnaissance drones is already difficult. What about the strike drones? Here, we also see traces of clearly deliberate actions in the centre, where the team of the Pseudoplatov unit was examining newly trained drone unit. A strike is dealt to that location with a long-range missile, more than 20 dead. Our pilots were located there too. Luckily, they left an hour before the tragedy occurred. And immediately after this, Pseudoplatovites refuse to supply units with attack FPV drones under the plausible pretext of being out of stock. Some are supplied, but some are not. But targets remain the same for everyone. At the moment, there is not a single unit available in Donetsk that repairs UAVs, and not a single centralized source of supply for them. The keys to Avdiivka and victory in principle must be in the air. Let us think how to solve the problem. Our enemy does not seem to have such problems. The phase of the season of drone hunger is here, and yes, as you are inclined to see, would it be an accident or would it be stupidity? Update. And today, continuing this topic, providers have now banned VPN, which is needed in order to install 1,000 firmware on Mavics, saving them from electronic warfare. This is not the right approach. And I suppose it's not really, is it?
So that's the background on the alleged ramped up drone production and some of the technical issues. Yeah, okay. So it started off well and then quickly stalled. Sounds familiar.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, logistics problems, obviously, they're different on both sides, but yeah, everyone starts to have them eventually. Now, it seems like Ukraine can produce masses of drones, which is we're very thankful for, but they don't actually take the place of artillery, but that's how they're having to use them at the moment, virtually instead of artillery. It is nice to see that they are very accurate, though, take out vehicles very easily. So I suppose there's that. Less drones used for the amount of stuff that blows up.
I guess so. It can only really be a stopgap though, can't it? It's kind of holding the line at the moment till we get ourselves sorted out and start supplying them with the artillery ammunition that they need, I guess. And hopefully things will begin moving on that sooner rather than later. Related to that, I've got a couple of things which I've seen I'd like to ask you about, but I know that Joanna has had her hand up for far too long. So Joanna, you have something on this?
It wasn't very long. Yeah, I wanted to add something about the Russian production of drones, because I believe that the article in Reuters is made because, or is reporting what Shoigu said after checking the production of drones in Udmurtia. So he went there to, to visit the factory, the military industrial complex enterprise there. That is part of the Kalashnikov concern, and to inspect the operation of production line. So he instructed to increase the pace, quantity, and quality of the UAVs produced. He ordered also the protection of this critical infrastructure with Strela anti-aircraft missiles. I wonder why. So he was informed that new workshops have been opened since 2022. This is kind of a propaganda article, but it has a nice twist at the end. So new workshops opened. The production of drones has already increased by 60%. They will produce high precision weapons, Vikr 1 air launch guided missiles, Kitolov 2 guided artillery shells, and Strela anti-aircraft guided missiles. He said that air defense is very necessary. It's a very necessary thing. All objects of critical infrastructure in the economy, oil, gas processing factories, and so on, must be protected with the Strela missiles, he said. So he was shown new models and so on, informed about the latest developments based on algorithms for analyzing and processing the data in real time. And they tried to make a system that can link all the company's product into a single system capable of effectively identifying and hitting enemy targets, kind of an AI thing. But this is the now nice twist. So he had a meeting with the heads of the defense industry enterprises there and representatives of the military command. And he said like this, I quote, "Now we need to move on to the next stage, which is called solving the problems received during the SVO, the special military operations." So he said practically that everything was done and it's perfect, and now they have to move to the next stage, address the problems from the special military operation. This is 2 years into the war. So basically they do have some more work to do on electronic warfare, tactical level, and so on and so forth. So this is very much a propaganda article about how well the drone production is going on, but kind of admitting that they do have problem and they still need to adapt some more. And linked to this, there is also an article about the head of the Russian Academy of Science that announced the development of approaches to military conflicts in the future. Basically, this article says this war kind of took us by surprise and we have to adapt and change our military doctrine. I won't get into details, but yeah, basically that's pretty much what it says.
Thank you, Anna. Sorry, just trying not to step on each other there. Now then, there's a report here which I find quite interesting because we've not heard very much about these naval drones, apart from when they've had some very successful attacks. However, there is an interesting detail in this report from a Russian source claiming that they fought with some Ukrainian maritime drones. So they state that on the evening of February the 9th, they were attacked, or at least their civilian transport ships in the southwestern region were attacked using semi-submersible unmanned boats. Semi-submersible. That's how they're creeping up on them, guys. So, to repel this attack, patrol ships and aircraft of the Russian Navy were involved, carrying out missions in the area. One of the unmanned boats was destroyed by fire. The rest was suppressed by electronic warfare. Were they, though? As a result of the attack, civilian transport ships and ships of the Russian Navy were not damaged and continue to conduct their business. However, it's well, it's just interesting to me that they mentioned that these drones are semi-submersible, and this was something that they were looking to develop, either fully submersible drones or something that could actually, you know, not create a profile in the water. Basically, it just dip just below the waterline to move around. And a couple of times, like for example, the ship that was taken out, the Ivernets, was it, quite recently, in spectacular fashion, I must say. I wonder if that's how they managed to creep up on it. I mean, I know obviously, you know, Russians are not fantastic at keeping their eyes open and their awareness on, but it would explain how they've been moving around with virtual impunity. So I'm liking that. I'm liking that situation a lot.
I don't suppose you get to listen to Chuck Farrer a lot, your sort of in your time zone, but he's been talking about the kind of the development of these drones quite a lot, and they're into their like 4th or 5th iteration now, I think. And to begin with, they were, I think, basically speedboats with loads of explosives packed in them, and they're kind of dropping lower and lower in the water. So maybe this was like the latest kind of drone that they've been using, which is probably very difficult to spot. But you know, kind of surprising the Russians spotted them this time. But hey, never mind. Maybe we'll get them next time. I'm just trying to find the tweet. He's got quite a lot of information on this, but maybe we can come back to it later.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, drone warfare has been the massive success story here, because without the amount of drones they were producing and using, well, because of the shortage of shells, which is to our eternal shame, it really is, they're sort of forced to think outside the box. And initially, these were just the role of, reconnaissance, that's the word. However, they had to develop them into war-fighting machines. And so I'm just looking to see if I've got a little... Yes, I have. Here we go. So, drones have been in the skies of Ukraine since the first clashes with Russian-backed separatists in 2014. But this full-scale invasion in 2022 has sparked a revolution in drone warfare. Russia, initially dominant in the air, now faces a swarm of Ukrainian FPV drones. These modified civilian models carry out precise strikes and disrupt Russia's war machine at a fraction of the cost of a traditional weapon. The Russia war in Ukraine has become a proving ground for a new era of warfare, one where ingenuity and adaptability often outmatch overwhelming force. From the conflict's early days, drones have shaped the battlefield. However, what makes this struggle unique is how Ukraine has harnessed their civilian resources and expertise to turn readily available drones into more potent weapons. Prior to the 2022 invasion, drones played a limited role. These Russian-backed separatists, or basically Russians, and Ukrainian forces in the 2014 conflict in Donbass used commercial models like the DJI Mavic, primarily just for scouting or the occasional improvised attack. But this changed dramatically with Russia's full-scale assault in 2022. It's triggered an extraordinary wave of drone innovation on the Ukrainian side. Initially overwhelmed by Russia's military superiority on land, sea, and in the air, Ukraine has found ways to level the playing field. Despite military assistance provided, the balance has favoured the Russian army. To restore this, Ukrainians look to the sky. The Turkish Bayraktar, the TB2, emerged as a symbol of Ukrainian resistance early on, dealing significant damage to Russian armour and logistics. The effectiveness of the TB2s and other drones prompted both sides to expand their own drone programs, leading to a proliferation of aerial drones in the sky. One unique aspect about this conflict is the widespread use of commercially available drones. Ukrainian volunteers and civilians, fueled by a mix of necessity and defiant spirit, transformed hobbyist tools into a resistance force. Once flown for recreation, these nimble machines evolved into precision weapons used for reconnaissance, pinpointing targets for artillery, and even carrying their own explosives. The war in Ukraine has cemented the critical role of drones in modern warfare. Diverse applications, cost effectiveness, and adaptability are likely to see them become more prevalent in future. Ukraine continues to hold an edge in the drone warfare, levering a diverse fleet of ingenious and foreign systems, like the Bayraktar TB2, the locally produced PD2, and the various munition drones. At the heart of this transformation lies the ingenuity of regular Ukrainian citizens. Crowdfunding campaigns financed early drone production and purchases, while projects like Victory Drones empowered ordinary citizens to be able to build combat-ready FPV drones from their homes. The blurred line between civilian and soldier fuels Ukraine's resilience, showcasing the nation's determination to leverage every resource it has for its defence. These initiatives play a crucial role in leveraging further skills and resources of the civilians, showcasing determination and resilience in the face of the conflict. Such projects contribute to the overall defence strategy and enhance capabilities on the front line. Initially, Russia had a limited deployment of armed drones and relied more on traditional air power. However, these days, Russia is facing challenges, again with their drone program, relying heavily on imported Iranian Shahed series kamikaze drones and a stockpile of drones such as the Zala Lancet produced before or during the war. Russia primarily uses commercially available FPV drones adapted for military use. There is an increased investment in developing more advanced, domestically produced armed drones in both countries. Amidst the haze of the ongoing war propaganda, evidence hints at potential Russian government support and funding for volunteer initiatives centered on EW and FPV drone production. Now, sometimes this can lead to a serious threat for the Ukrainian army and their civilians. However, there are instances where it falls down into pure comedy. For example, one Ukrainian brigade seized an ammo depot filled with drone frames that were true masterpieces of what they're calling oral cast iron craftsmanship. These drones weighed a ton. It was clear that the clever Russian engineers probably envisaged these particular drones as a kinetic weapon, equivalent to flying skillets that would terrorize the battlefield. While they may not be able to destroy a tank, they could certainly cause paint scratches and help to demoralize the soldiers. I think they're throwing a bit of shade there. Heaviest drones in the world.
Paint scratches, eh? Oh.
well, it would be troublesome, wouldn't it? So goes on for a bit more. I might have to yeah, have a cuppa. One sec.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? That it's if you think back over this sort of last 2 years, it is nearly 2 years now, isn't it? God, how things have developed with the drones and some of the things you've been outlining there, it kind of brings back memories. Do you remember the first videos of drone operators kind of dropping those RPG shells into open hatches and things like that? And we got a lot of videos of that, and I'm sure quite a lot of them kind of bounced off and missed or whatever. But and then the development of the FPV, so you can kind of chase your target down, and that's, you know, you can see those coming in, can't you, if you're on the Russian side? And it's one thing to hear kind of clunk, rattle, 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 and then what's that? Bang, and you're gone. And it's another to be kind of chased down by this kind of demonic battlefield FPV drone, just kind of hunting you down and following you wherever you go. It must be pretty demoralizing, I would think, on that side. Yeah. So
I don't know if you saw a video of a guy trying to fight off an FPV drone with a water bottle.
okay, maybe they should issue tennis rackets or something. I don't know. I don't think a water bottle is going to do it.
Yeah, it amused me rather, but he kept trying to use this water bottle to sort of bat it away, and it just kept like doing circles round him. And I'm pretty sure the guys who were controlling the FPV drone were just laughing their heads off. Like, what on earth's he up to? But yeah, couple of times he's swiping at it with this water bottle, and like, he didn't run for cover because there wasn't any. So he was just sort of stood out in the open trying to bat it away from himself. I'm going to suggest he probably didn't have a long life after that moment. Now then, I have a bit more on this. So, Russia, of course, has a geographic proximity to China, and the presence of wholesaler platforms like AliExpress and broader access to China's sprawling electronics market may be helping them to circumvent sanctions. Their ability to source alternative components, equivalents, or simply components indirectly avoids specific sanction regimes. China's position still remains complex. As a primary source of drone components, its vast manufacturing networks benefit both sides of this war. Ukraine acquires equipment to defend itself, while Russia looks to exploit the same markets to circumvent the sanctions. This highlights the war's global economic footprint and any ethical questions that may arise as the aerial war of drones rages. Both sides have now turned to advanced counter-drone technology too. Electronic warfare systems to jam signals and interceptor drones seek to neutralize their adversaries. The skies above Ukraine have become an invisible battlefield, with the future of war being defined by this conflict. They go through some of the details of different types of drones, which I'll retweet this when I've finished with it, so you can have a look. But anti-drone technology is also on the rise at the moment. Basically, early detection is one of the strong things. Jamming, obviously, they have devices that would jam. And spoofing, which is more of a digital hack, which is an elegant solution, taking control of the drone itself by exploiting weaknesses in their drone protocols, or simply overwhelming the controller's signature with a stronger one. Spoofing systems can trick the drone into landing or even going against their own forces. So, in comparison to fighter jets and bombers, what are the additional advantages of drones? Affordability. They're smaller, simpler, can be acquired and fielded in huge numbers, as we've shown, and allow the less wealthy nations to build substantial aerial forces. They can be flexible, performing tasks that are too dangerous or cost prohibitively manned aircraft. This would include long-range and long-duration reconnaissance, or flying within heavily defended airspace. For runways or massive support crews, not needed. Drones can be launched closer to the front line, allowing for greater responsiveness to rapid tactical developments. Russia's war against Ukraine isn't simply a snapshot of the current drone capabilities. This is a glimpse into the future, a fast trajectory of drone development suggesting that soon battlefields of tomorrow will look completely different. Using AI and autonomy and longer ranges and endurance. There are, of course, countermeasures that have been advanced. As fast as drones evolve, there will always be some way to defeat them. Directed energy weapons like laser that destroys drones at the speed of a light are moving from science fiction to reality. Jamming tech will continue to be refined, distributing drones in more sophisticated ways. But in this particular arms race, who will stay ahead? Well, it would appear Ukraine have a big head start in that.
Yeah, well, as you say, yeah, it's going to be kind of it's like a tag match, isn't it? Catching up and passing on and coming up with some way to counteract it, and then getting around the counteractions, and then yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of creative people and a lot of incredibly clever people who are analyzing all kinds of stuff and looking for ways in to stop the drones coming through, or thinking about the way that they might get hacked and trying to get around those before it happens. It must be just like relentless. They just must have people working on this the whole time. And as you say, it is definitely a glimpse of the future, isn't it? It could really kind of shake a lot of things up. There might be a lot of pilots who end up out of jobs. Who knows? Except the pilots who carry the drones from one place to another.
Well, you see, I don't think it does get rid of the need for trained pilots, but it's augmenting their actions, certainly. It's, you know, adding to their levels of current defense, I suppose, that, you know, to have drones that you can use to attack instead of zero shells, well, that's probably a great thing to have.
Yeah, it's kind of like a, you know, well, I mean, there are long range drones as well, but those kind of FPV drones and those kind of short range, short duration drones are kind of like turning into kind of creating these kind of micro battlefields, aren't they? It's just the weapons that you can attack them from the air without having to call in sort of airstrikes from bases well back from the front line and things. It is, as was just outlined in that article, it really is an interesting and fascinating part of what's going on. And I'm sure that NATO are getting lots of feedback and sharing that with all of the member states and trying to think of ways to get around or how they can utilize these and get around some of the pitfalls. Bulteria, maybe you have something more insightful than I can offer on this.
Well, no, not really. It just reminded me of, was it a day or two back that there was a report of a commercial flight from Murmansk to St. Petersburg that was targeted by a blue laser from a Russian naval base. And it just made me laugh, like that you know, like they're just testing it but they tested it on a Russian commercial airline aircraft, which I thought was hilarious.
Well, why not, eh? That's bizarre.
Hey, welcome to Coding.
Oh, good morning. Thank you all for your work. I was just spurred to offer my first-hand experience of the front line in eastern Ukraine from 2015 to 2018, and there was, yeah, as you were just saying there in that article, Mockers, there was relatively few drones involved. There were drones, but they were quite exotic creatures, and they were sometimes shot down. And we, as the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, integrated unmanned. We've really got to change the unmanned there, and I'm unhappy about the use of unmanned in the recent decree by President Zelensky. But anyway, well, let's try and change one aspect of the world at a time. We'll work on that after victory. But anyway, unmanned aerial vehicle systems into the entire operating model of the OSCE monitoring mission in Ukraine, which was established on the 21st of March 2014. And we had really highly sophisticated UAVs, which were basically a bit of a disaster. I mean, apart from one, they got one. There was contracts for like 50 million euros a year for, I think, mainly to this Austrian company for these very sophisticated drones, which the Russians would shoot down or use electronic warfare to shoot down every now and again. And we got one scoop from them, actually, and that was Russian vehicles traveling, because we were always looking for evidence of, material evidence that you could offer using court for the involvement of Russians and the connection between Russia and Ukraine. And there was one time, I think it was probably in 2018, where this very sophisticated drone caught. I think they cost about 2 million each or something like that. And they were all operated by our monitors out of Bakhmut. But there was always Russians embedded in the teams, because as some of you who listened to what I've talked about before have often said, the OSCE monitoring mission integrated into it this idea, institutionalized the idea that Russia was an honest broker in the war that it began with its invasion of Ukraine. And so there was Russians embedded in this team. So, I mean, I've absolutely no evidence for this, but what I can say is that despite this, we spent tens of millions, I don't know, maybe 100 million in the total, more than 100 million over the course of, with the budget was about I think the budget was about 90 million a year for the entire monitoring mission. And a good portion of that was for the UAVs. And we only really got that one scoop. And I suspect, without any evidence whatsoever, that my dear Russian colleagues ensured that whenever the drone was going near anything of any import, the Russians then would shoot it down using usually electronic warfare. And then on the field, on the ground, we tried to integrate drones into our work as monitors. And that was pretty disastrous, really. It never worked for whatever reason, whether it was incompetence or whatever. I myself was trained to operate a drone, and I have to say, the whole idea was really exciting. I was so looking forward to it, but I got bored of it within an hour. I mean, gosh, it was so boring. The whole thing, you just flew up, then you lost control of it, and then somehow it made its way home. But but we did have dedicated teams doing it. But so I can attest to the relatively primitive use of drones. So both sides were using drones in Stanislavski where we were, but relatively few. And I have the record of many of the shoot downs, but there weren't that many over the course of the 3 years that I was there. So to see this evolution in warfare is just is really interesting from all our perspectives. And I listened. Someone mentioned the Chuck Farrer thing, so I found a way of listening to it without staying up all night when I happen to be in the UK time zone when I'm listening to it. It's all right if you're in America or something. But if you listen to the YouTube live stream from MriyaReport, then generally speaking, you can just go backwards on it.
Did we lose you? Or did you just...
I think he might be going backwards on the time stream.
I'm just going to mute him in case that wasn't him running a tap. So,
Sorry, that was me running a tap, sorry.
oh, thank goodness. Right, okay. Whew. I was just like, oh dear, what did I just hear there? Right. I've just been reading through something that I found quite interesting. And this is the words of a... oh, sorry, Decoding, are you back?
We lost you at the YouTube stream rewind.
Well, basically, yeah, that's helpful. You can do that. You can rewind it on YouTube if you've missed something.
Yeah, say that. So there was a discussion between was it Wardogo? I think it might have been Wardogo or somebody else who is Ukrainian and who knows their onions, as it were, to do with drone. I don't think it was Wardogo. He wouldn't be up that late. And so basically, Chuck Farrer was expressing concern that this new capability that had been established might just become a bit of a behemoth that might stop this. That might be a halt on this innovation which we've experienced and seen. And then we had a great Ukrainian speaker who's just talking about this innovation that is coming from the ground up in terms of using the drones on the ground. I mean, I'm for my my four panels, I'm quite confident that there's enough people close to the Ukrainian military and civilian leadership that they will understand how to institutionalize innovation, which obviously in Silicon Valley they do so brilliantly and are able to reproduce it, and very few other places anywhere in the world are able to institutionalize innovation in this way. So the big problem is always how to stop bureaucracy from stifling organic innovation, and on the other hand, to keep the innovation going. So we'll see how that's done. But anyway, out. I'll leave it like that.
It's amazing how cheap drones have become then. If you were paying a couple of million a pop, and they're now like doing them for max 20 grand or something. That's extraordinary. Also, another thing that Chuck was talking about, the every time I hear Chuck, I think, "All right, Chuck," which is kind of from where I grew up. But never mind, that's not important. Chuck was talking about the establishment of this kind of new arm of the military, the drone division or something, and yeah, hopefully that can, find some way to cement that kind of innovation that Decoding was talking about. But he also said that he was a bit worried that it might kind of blunt the quick response of current drone operators, sort of embedded in units or part of the unit, in fact. And we'll have to see how that works out over the future. But certainly, Chuck was a bit ambivalent about that idea. Have you heard anything about this new drone force, Mockers?
Well, only that it's currently being developed. There is a lot of development to use autonomous, or not necessarily autonomous, but automated systems. Something that can be controlled from a distance. And it was noted that they had had a success with a number of these drones. So not only aerial drones, but a land drone as well, was able to clear a position that would have been complete suicide for Ukrainians to go into. And so that's really important, that they are developing something like that, which, they can deploy out to a forward position and it can literally deal with that before they even arrive. I just think that's, it's just amazing. Rise of the machines, eh? Real robot wars.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. It was a coordination with airborne drones and sort of ground drones, wasn't it? And they kind of scouted out the place and dropped a few bombs on them and then gone in with this kind of ground thing with a machine gun on it or something. Bizarre. It's really real kind of Terminator stuff, isn't it? But maybe that's the way forward.
Well, the thing is, you use what you've got, don't you? You use what's available to you. It's an existential threat. They're prepared to, try anything within reason. And some of these things, I'm sure, there's probably quite a lot of ideas that they have that don't necessarily work out. But some of them work beautifully. And it's, it's just incredible to see how these things are happening. I'm laughing. These Ukrainian servicemen. It says here, childbirth at the front. Thanks to the professional efforts of the Ukrainian defenders, a 120mm zucchini shell was born. What they've actually been doing is they've been, I think, either loading something with it or removing it from an area, but they have this great big shell that they're all sort of, I think they're taking it out, actually, of a piece of destroyed equipment. Yes, it would appear so. Salvaging the shell from the piece of destroyed equipment. Well, there you go. That's what happens when you are low on shells, guys. So
Needs must.
Needs must, exactly. But it took a team of guys to do it because it needed to be manhandled slightly. Now, with regards to what I was saying earlier about the recently complaining Russians of drone hunger, this is, well, good evidence that drones are just really important right now. And if shells can't be provided to Ukraine faster, then drones need to be. And we know their own production has moved up massively, but there are things that we could be doing to help with that. More things, I'm sure. Now then, Olaf Scholz. He's getting a bit spicy. I'm liking this. He could have said this earlier, but you know what? Let's just, coulda, woulda, shoulda. The US.
Maybe he's been kind of standing in front of the mirror with his eye patch on again, psyching himself up and going all kind of nasty Schultz. Maybe that's what he's doing. I don't know. What is he saying this time?
Dark Schultz. Dun, dun, dun.
That's the one. Yeah.
he's come out with the US is obliged to respond to Putin by allocating the funds to Ukraine. Now, like we say, in some cases, it's a bit amusing to him saying this just because he's currently, sat on the Taurus. But I think there is more of a political reason for that
Sorry,
than.
sat on the what? Oh, the Taurus. Okay, right, go ahead.
But yeah, I think there is more of a political reason for that at the moment, and I'm not quite sure how to overcome that particular problem. However, there is an awful lot that that the USA could do if they only just move this damn thing out. So I'd like to see that moving. I know there's now more talk / vote tomorrow sometime in the US, but every day what I see is, well, Kharkiv, Odessa, every day we see this, and well, take your time, guys. It's not like it matters or anything, and that's what's really sort of niggled me recently.
Yeah, if you're not careful, it's pretty soul. It can be soul destroying if you let it. I mean, when was that vote? It got rejected or something earlier in the week, and that was, oh dear me. I mean, it's obviously, as you said, all the stuff that's going on in Ukraine and all the bloody missiles and bombs raining in on the bits of Ukraine that Russia hasn't been able to take and has lost, and various hissy fits and strops and all that kind of garbage. Just something to just get on with, guys. Really, just get on with it, for God's sake. And it's much wider, I think, than a lot of people in America realize how distressing that is for so many places around the world. Europe, of course, is moving accordingly, I think, and certainly over here, we're. I'm sure that there's lots of reassessment going on, because America seems to be a bit of a fickle friend. But let's not open that one up, mockers.
Well, no, America are a good friend. The people of America are mostly very supportive of Ukraine. But there are a few people who are just, they're pushing their own agendas instead of getting on with doing the job of governing a country. And that I feel is unforgivable. I really do. Bull Terrier.
Ditto that. Sorry, Bull Terrier, go ahead.
Yeah, I like that, Mockers. When you get a phone call and you're in the loo, call me back. I'm sitting on the Taurus.
Be quite uncomfortable, I would imagine. It's kind of
especially if it's moving.
Well, I'm sure there's a few Russians who might have experienced that had the Ukrainians had them. Where's my charging cable around here? There we go. So there's air alarms going off in Belgorod. And there have been a number of hits of some kind reported in Belgorod this morning. Some injuries at a border post or a command post somewhere in Shebekino. So that's, what Kais Vetter was saying. That's the German spokesperson. That, Russia needs to feel like they're in this war. This war needs to be brought home to them, because until it starts affecting a lot more people, there's not going to be, enough momentum for the Russian public to do anything about it. Not that they really would, but yet again, the Way Home movement, the ladies with the white scarves around their heads, have turned up today to have another, what's it called? They lay flowers at the memorial in the square. And there is quite a long queue, actually. Now, I wouldn't say there was hundreds of people there, maybe about 50 maybe, a couple more. However, the Russian government still can't really figure out what to do with them. These angry relatives of Russian soldiers. And there aren't a massive amount of them at the moment. So they're sort of just leaving them alone and being, you know, watchful of them, I think, at the moment. But I also think that the Kremlin is quite afraid of these small movements becoming bigger. You see, every political change movement does start small and grows exponentially. Eventually, there is a spark that can set off a movement as such. Lord knows what that would be for Russia, but even these small acts of defiance are a sign of the general feeling that all's not well. Now, women taking the streets to protest is something that scares the regime, because even though you can apparently beat women in private, the ultimate hypocrisy of machismo culture is that beating a woman in public is unmanly. And this is also something that they sort of say in Belarus as well, that to do that in public would not be right. And so, in a way, they've got a little bit of a barrier.
So you would keep your wife beating behind closed doors then? Excellent. Sounds nice.
It's perfectly fine if you do it at home, but if you do it on the street, that's uncouth. Ooh, it's just, wrong.
Ungentlemanly.
Something like that. CJ, hello.
Hello, Mockers. Thank you for having me up. When I heard Will talking earlier this morning about the change in rhetoric from Germany about weapons for Ukraine, I was kind of reminded of the things that General Patton was saying as he was ending his term in service in after World War II in Europe, and he was talking about how he had defeated the Germans and demilitarized them, but they hadn't won the war in Europe. And I just wondered if perhaps the Europeans are starting to realize now that maybe Patton was on something there. Maybe they're starting to see that perhaps they need to pull together and finish the job. Has anybody else kind of felt that way?
Yeah, I guess to a certain extent it does feel kind of like unfinished business, doesn't it? It's the war finished in 1945, and the Soviet Union was kind of still there, and maybe this is it's just been kind of was not bubbling under the surface for a long time, but certainly the last 30 years or so it's been doing that, hasn't it, Mockers?
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, at the end of World War II, soldiers who were giving up from the Nazi armies, or Nazi-controlled soldiers, shall we say, because I'm sure not every single one of them was completely up for it, a bit like with the Russian soldiers these days. However, those who were surrendering preferred to surrender to Allied soldiers rather than Russian soldiers, because in Russian captivity, they would guarantee to be tortured horrendously. Whereas, you know, they might be roughed up a bit with, you know, other soldiers from the Allies, you know, shoved a bit, but they wouldn't end up being horribly tortured and probably taken out into the woods and murdered afterwards. And that's the thing. That's always been that culture that's there, that they will, you know, use any opportunity, I suppose, to subjugate others. And in that case, they felt thoroughly justified in taking out those horrendous actions against, in some cases, people who, you know, not really participated through any will of their own. And you've got to understand that, you know, being compelled to do something and volunteering to do something are different. And yeah, that at that point, the Russians felt they had a victory because they were able to be the bully, basically, at that point. And they've never got over that. They're like, look how victorious we were because we took these poor people surrendering to us, and tortured and murdered them and paraded them around and just was generally horrendous. So, you know, it's yeah, it's something that I find very telling, and that was one of the reasons I believe that Patton made the statement that he did, because he saw how they behaved and he was like, these guys are going to continue to be a massive problem in the future. And look where we are. Look where we are. Yeah.
They're a massive problem, and it's the future.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if your enemy's enemy can flip-flop against them that easily, you know, were their friends, then suddenly they're enemies and fighting against them with everybody else because they realized they were on the wrong side because they were going to get trashed. At that point, they were like, oh, suddenly we're on your side. Don't worry, we were here all along. You know, had that not been a lesson, really, that these people can just completely change their point of view if it suits them and do exactly the opposite. So, yeah, friendly relations, my jiggly bottom. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, and I would just like to remind everybody that in 1945, up to 2 million German women were raped by Russian soldiers in Russian-occupied Germany.
Absolutely, yeah. It wasn't just a case of, you know, coming in and providing order. It was coming in and punishing the nation and, yeah, just terrorizing the people. And they felt like they had every right to do so. And were justified in such as well. And I find that truly disgusting, because whether those people knew everything that was going on or not, it's a bit like some of the Russian population now. They are under a regime that doesn't really allow them to do an awful lot about it. And anybody who does gets locked up. You can see that happening. So it's very much in their interest just to keep their head down and not say anything, no matter what they feel about it. And I suppose in some ways it would have been the same for the general population in Germany. You know, what difference could they make by moaning about it other than getting themselves in a bad situation with the law? I see how, you know, people get caught up in this. They can't do anything about it. Now, in some cases, people knew and maybe should have done more, and shame on them for not doing. But self-preservation is it's strong in every creature that lives. So that's just, you know, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying I understand in some ways. Tarixus.
Yes, just a sidestep from the subjects, which is totally, I totally agree with. And reading all the books, it was horrendous. But general pattern has been on my mind, the last few days. He wasn't particularly popular when he, before he made successes, and he failed some offenses during World War II, but we all remember as a hero now. And the switch between Soluzhny and the new chief made me think about General Patton. But sorry for derailing the conversation.
Well, no, not really. Just continuing it on. Well, yeah, I recall that the UK had 4 or 5 changes of their leadership of the army during World War II. Now, you know, some people say, oh, it was this particular person or it was that particular person. And it was an accumulation of all of their efforts. But there came a point where some of them were no longer having the effect that they, you know, their original plan laid out, or they were burned out, or they were just not the right fit. And so, you know, these people changed as and when the circumstances changed and new people needed to be, you know, available. And that is just, you know, fresh eyes, new ideas, different way of thinking, perhaps, is sometimes exactly what you need. Now, I really hope this works out for Ukraine. I've heard this guy is a bit of a, he's a more aggressive tactics, shall we say. That's the one. And, well, Ukraine have been taking already a very aggressive stance with regards to, you know, attacking Russia and attacking Russian bases. You know, there's no holding back there as far as I can tell. They're doing all that they can to make that a daily reality for the Russians. So, you know, perhaps that that sort of tactic of being more aggressive in selective places is going to be the way forward. I mean, I don't know, I'm not in the room with him or anything like that, but you know what I mean? It just, seeing something from a fresh perspective might be the best way to do it. And you know what? If in 6 months he's doing a shit job, he'll get replaced, because that's how things happen in democracies. You know, if it turns out that everything he does is thoroughly unpopular, guess what? He'll be out the door. So we have to give people a chance, I think. I know there are historical moments where he's made mistakes. That, you know, everybody makes mistakes. And sometimes you're in a situation where you make all the wrong decisions, but do you learn from them? And that's the important thing. So let's see what he's learned, because I always feel, and I'm a bugger for this, right? I can give the best advice ever to people, but in order to learn myself these lessons, I have to make the mistakes myself, because I'm an idiot. I know. Great advice, terrible at taking it. So it's just the way it is. But, you know,
Same
if
here,
you have
Bockers,
lived
same here.
experience, it's much more likely that you will take that on board and learn from that lesson. And I think that's something that we've got to think, that he's quite a bit older now than he was then. And if he hasn't learned from mistakes of the past, well, you know, that will become evident. So I give all support to Ukraine, no matter what their decisions are right now. They're trying to make the best decisions for them and what they're doing going forward. So, you know, I don't criticize from any angle any decisions that they make, other than, you know, I criticize the assistance that they're receiving right now. And I think sometimes they come across as a bit fed up. And you know what? I think they've got every right to be. But sometimes that gets taken a little bit like, oh, how dare they be ungrateful? And I find that really rude. So you know, when people are dying every day, when families are dying every day, I think they've every right to be annoyed. But sometimes it just gets taken out of context. And that's another reason why maybe, you know, you need different people in charge of some of the more, what would you call it, public relations stuff. And I don't know, Sirski, I know, has been to the front a number of times. I heard from a soldier who said, look, I've been fighting here for 2 years, and the only soldier, the only like commander I have seen come to the front to our area is Sirski. And as far as I'm concerned, my job is still the same. The guy is still the same guy that came to visit us and talk to us about tactics. And, you know, that's the important thing, that this is not a break in continuity, if you know what I mean. He said, for me, it's not going to make any difference other than we may get some new tactics and new gear. So, yeah, anyway, right, when Ben Wallace was dropped as our defence minister, everyone had an opinion then, didn't they? And yet Grant Shapps isn't doing a terrible job. I mean, you know, he's not probably the same military mind that Ben Wallace was, but in the same way, you know, Grant Shapps has sort of played to his strengths because he knows that sometimes it's best to put the experts in the room and step back, you know, facilitate the meeting rather than host the meeting, as it were. And he's been very good at doing that. So, you know, I don't have any real criticisms of what he's doing in relation to Ukraine right now. And so, yeah, sometimes change is fine, whether we like it or not. Change happens all the time, doesn't it? And as humans, we bloody hate it. We really do. It's awful. So, yeah, let's see what happens, because patience is a virtue that some more of us should have. God, I hate being patient.
If you find any down the back, of a sofa, can you share it with me as well? Not the most patient person.
Sorry, John, I just talked for ages, and I know you've got something you want to talk about. Let's just get rid of these hands, and then you can always pop back up.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I'll do that. But Mette, I think, was next. Mette.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon from Finland. Yeah, about Zelensky and Sarsky. I think Zelensky will stay there just as he has been, seeing the overall picture somewhere, you know, from afar. And that's how he has been. And I think he got a little baby recently that could have affected his decision or something. I think it was all done in good understanding. Mazersky, he's like a tough guy. If anyone, you know, he was in this Kiev. He planned the Kiev attack, and he planned the Kharkiv attack, the most famous attacks. And then he was the guy. He was in Bakhmut. He was the guy who did the decision when all the world was saying, leave Bakhmut, leave Bakhmut. He did the decision, we will stay. And it was the right one in the end. So he's a tough guy. He's not, you know, taking sort of bullshit from anyone. And he's, as we've already talked about, he's in the front line, and he cares for his military. I have all the confidence in this decision. Zelensky will be there, and I love him to death. but you know, but I think maybe it's a better arrangement between them, because seriously, is really a tough guy, and yeah, we'll see. But I'm sort of for this arrangement. Thank you.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really matter what we think, does it? Because it's not up to us. But yeah, I mean, you've got to give somebody a chance to prove themselves before you totally condemn them. So, you know, let's at least give somebody a chance rather than completely going nuts about what's happened here, what's going on. We do live and learn from our past, and you know, the best lessons are ones where we fail and learn. So maybe there have been things that haven't worked out in the past. I mean, there's still discussion on Bakhmut whether it was a good idea to hold it or not, but the massive attrition of Russian forces and equipment through doing so, I think, you know, can only have been beneficial. And it wasn't a strategic place for them to hold, really, but it was done purely for the means of attrition, and that did its job. So yeah, you're right. Sometimes, you know, you make decisions that are a bit questionable, and you just hope they work out. And in that case, I would say I felt that worked out. Terixus.
Yeah, and Ukraine has generals that are alive, and we don't know the status of the Russian generals, so that's a good thing.
That is very true. They've a lot to say, haven't they, the Russians, about Zaluzhny and Syrsky, and a lot of propaganda and disinformation about the whole thing, that everybody's having a row, they all hate one another, massive divisions and all this. You know, what Mete just said to me really made sense. Zaluzhny's got a new baby. You know, I can only imagine that would have had some factor in that decision. That's all. Tom, go ahead.
Hello, mockers. Hello, everyone. Wanted to switch a little bit over to the information space, if you don't mind, and kind of what's been happening since this Tucker interview. I see that Twitter is ablaze, not so much with Putin propaganda, but in particular his bad history takes. And it's got the Russians a bit on the defensive here. And in particular, you know, what he said about World War II in Poland. The Poles they played too long and forced Hitler to start World War II with them. Why did the war begin with Poland on September 1st, 1939? Lots of bad takes, but that's a really bad one. And unlike, you know, other things the Russians say, they say all kinds of things and muddle the space. This came directly from the dictator. And it was, he said a lot of delusional things, almost all delusional things, this being the most delusional. And I think there's an opportunity if we, you know, can boost that on social media. That's the one that's taken a hit that they seem to be on the defensive about. The Russians don't know their history well. I just wanted to probably a little bit of background, 30 seconds on what actually happened that the space may not even know about. September 1st, 1939, Hitler invades Poland. September 17th, Soviet Union invades Poland from the east. And that's Lviv and what's Western Ukraine now. By October 6th, Poland is fully defeated and fully divided up between the two. This was invasion from two sides, not an invasion by simply Hitler. It was an invasion from both sides of Poland, and many people in the U.S. and the West, you know, don't know that. That's how pervasive kind of the Russian story of World War II is, and just wanted to make people aware of that. And I grew up in Poland, so I understand Polish history. I take quite an interest in it as well. One other thing is that I have never heard of any Polish designs to get, Western Ukraine back. I just have not ever heard that amongst anybody in Poland. It's a non-issue, and has just never come up. There's not even, any far right nationalists that I know of that would want that that have designs on that. So just thought I'd, in case people didn't know that history, just thought I'd let everyone know a bit of background there. And I think it's this one's going to be costly for them, and I don't think it's all worked out the way they had wanted it to. And I had a strong sense of that when the interview happened. Seems to have taken that route. That's it. Take care, guys.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Poland do have no designs on owning any part of Ukraine. That indeed was not something that they've got on their dance card for the future. And yet Russia are convinced that they must. They just must need that land back for themselves. Surely if we offer it to them, they'll just shake our hand of friendship and we'll just divide it up between ourselves, because that worked in the past with Poland. Yeah, somehow.
Back in the 20th century. Back in the 20th century, yeah. It might have worked in the early 20th century, but most nations have moved on from those kind of things. Projection much?
Yeah, exactly. That imperialist belief is just ridiculous these days. Decoding.
There was an interesting post a very brief post, basically Kamel, I can't remember his second name, who just pointed out that the Russia's view of history, which Putin gave on that TV program, was exactly the perspective that was in the Soviet history books for children aged 13 to 15, and is back in the history books for Russia's children today. So this isn't complex stuff. It's just pure disinfolklore. And that, bunker genius is basically, he's doing what many of us will do who may not have read anything about a particular topic since our primary school or our prep school if we're posh. And we're kind of parroting 50 years later what we learned in the schoolroom. And then the other interesting point from Timothy Snyder was that consciously or unconsciously, Putin is simply putting himself in the place of the Nazis. And so everything one hears from his pen or his quill and his mouse is simply the perspective of the Nazis. And I hope this helps demystify this disinfolklore, because many of us who listen to this space, and I did it after 2015, we learn the grammar, the roots, the vocabulary of all this absolute nonsense, twaddle, from their history. But of course, as I mentioned yesterday, all that ever matters in any of these debates about history and what happened in 13, 14, and all this nonsense is the United Nations Charter, right to territorial integrity, right to self-defense, and an inherent right to self-defense of states like Ukraine, and the right of Ukraine and any other state to help Ukraine. And so this goes back to Iona's realistic, and I share her lament that the idea of NATO defending Ukrainian airspace, it seems to be unrealistic at the moment. And I, as an international lawyer and as someone steeped in this tradition that the inherent right to self-defense trumps all, and the only legitimate use of force against another country, according to the UN Charter, is this right of self-defense and the right of other countries to, as in the case of Kuwait invited other countries to assist in its self-defense. And that nowadays the chatter from our leaders and in our media is as if the UN Charter didn't exist, and as if, in fact, centuries of jurisprudence did not exist, because the UN Charter just enshrines in law, which is above every other law that humans have ever created or enforced, this right, this inherent right to self-defense, and the inherent right to ask any country to aid in this self-defense. And as we know, the duty in international law, according to the Genocide Convention, for countries to act to prevent this. And so in some ways, this project of these paleo-conservatives globally, whether it's Trump or Putin, and others I won't mention, to make us forget, to cast a spell on us, and make us forget the UN Charter, and make us forget international law through the constant repetition of disinfolklore, like we can't do a no-fly zone because otherwise the Russians will attack us. And so when we hear this from our leaders or Jake Sullivan or other people, it really offends my sensibility as an international lawyer. It should offend theirs, because basically they're falling for the biggest troll of all, which is don't poke the bear, which again is this powerful disinfolklore. It uses the bear, the idea of a bear, that impacts on geopolitical reality and has led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. And so whenever we encounter this nonsense in our own lives, professional and otherwise, it's definitely worth reminding people as diplomatically as possible every single time that Ukraine, President Zelensky could make a television address today asking, demanding Britain, America, and Romania to enforce a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Now, he has, for good strategic reasons, decided never to do that, never to put them on the spot, and made the calculation that don't poke the bear had infected the brains of so many people from President Biden down to the people we know in our own lives who go on about the threat of nuclear war, or we might and all of these fears communicated through all these stories about nuclear weapons and don't poke the bear. But he's decided for strategic reasons not to invoke this right, but it's there in the UN Charter. And right now, NATO has no excuse not to be defending Ukraine's airspace. There's no aspect of law which prevents it from doing it. There is only this fake conventional wisdom that somehow bubbled up into our information and public policy space prior to the full-scale invasion, that it was improper or somehow would involve NATO in a war, or would make NATO or any individual country more of a target than it is already from Russia. So that is my 4 pence out.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. Who says they're not going to do it anyway, which they obviously just proved that, that's what they do. So no matter how you try and sort of, placate and put it off, the situation always comes back to the fact that if Russia wants to do it, they're going to go ahead and do it. And the more you try and negotiate, the weaker you appear. Now then, John, did you have something exciting from the East for us?
Well, I'm not sure it's exciting, but yeah, before I drop down and pass over to Ghost, there was an announcement last weekend, which I think I mentioned, of a sort of a summit in Tokyo, which was going to take place is going to take place on the 19th of February, bringing together Japanese businesses with Ukrainian businesses and other policymakers and so forth. And we've got a few more details today in an interview on the Kyodo News network. with the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Denis Shmyhal. And I think Japan has already put up something like $4.6 billion for post-war reconstruction. So I think this money is going to be used for the areas that they're looking at are energy, infrastructure such as roads and so forth, agriculture, developing agriculture, engineering, IT, security and defense. Also, they're looking to cooperate on building at least 4 new nuclear reactors by 2033 to improve productivity of the existing plants that they have. And the Ukrainian Prime Minister will actually be in Tokyo attending that as well. So there is obviously much to be done before we get to the post-war period, but Japan is putting its money where its mouth is, and they're already making plans to kind of repair some of that. What is it now? $411 billion worth of damage that's been done to Ukraine by these bloody Russians. So, yeah, there's bad things going on now, but also we keep an eye on the future and look forward to a brighter future for Ukraine. And I'm sure it's not just Japan that is going to be doing these kind of things, but it's great to see that this is moving forward in a kind of more concrete way. So I will leave you with that. I will remind you that there is information about the Blitz fundraiser for refugee relief in the nest. So if you've got a bit of spare cash laying around, then please donate to that. That will help people displaced both internally in Ukraine and also outside of Ukraine's borders, and will make their lives a little bit easier as they adjust to their new circumstance. And I will say thank you very much, Mockers. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's really nice that you are here today. And thank you for everybody who has contributed and everybody who has listened. And I'll see you next time around. Bye.
Bye, John. I can't actually believe I'm still awake. I think I'm just running on coffee and stubbornness now, to be absolutely honest. I am going to have to take a nap after my shift. Wilting a bit now. But thank you for the company. Christopher, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Tom. And John, just as you were rattling off all of the items that Japan is interested in helping Ukraine with and partnering with Ukraine with, I will tie back to Coding's and also Tom's sort of pieces back. The Russian disinformation that is infecting us now, the results of the psyops from the Cold War linger on. Mockers, you and I had a conversation about this a couple of weeks ago, perhaps at this point, although it could have been yesterday or it could have been last year. So, no, I'm kidding. The days all roll into one is the point I was making with that statement. That the idea of the nuclear winter is a Russian psyop. It is that piece of disinformation was put together by the units in the KGB, and they were very much interested in disrupting the missiles that were being placed in Europe by the United States. They were also very much interested in disrupting the ability, nuclear would replace the extractive economy of Russia, and that was also a very big concern. So I would be interested. I'm not interested. I'm more than interested. I'm want to see what will be the reaction by people to the additional nuclear power that is that is thought about being constructed. I know Ukraine doesn't have any issues with it, obviously. I don't think that that's a place where that's going to make much of an effect, but I think the psyops will begin to come. The peaceniks will sort of crawl out of the woodwork, and that also the infiltration of the peace movements by Russian KGB and disinformation back in the Cold War also led to that. So Thomas Rid, a scholar and has written a book called Active Measures, and it's something that I recommend folks take a look at. It's on Audible, easy to read during your commute or hear during your commute, but he goes into the history of this and details this nuclear winter peace pretty extensively. So that's what I would be cautious about. We would want to be sure that we're making and preparing and what is the word I'm looking for? Inoculating ourselves against that. Thanks so much for the conversation this morning, John. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, actually. That probably will happen, and of course they'll be screaming Fukushima, Fukushima, Fukushima. Whereas actually Japan's nuclear industry has been pretty much accident-free. The problem is the sort of freak tidal wave that came in, freak tsunami that came in and knocked it all over. But yeah, so it's probably worth bearing that in mind. Yeah, I'm still here co-hosting. I should be dropping down and passing over to Ghost. One more thing I will say, actually, is another news item which has come out of Japan as well, is that the government has agreed to guarantee insurance on businesses that invest in Japan. So they're obviously very serious about it and encouraging that as much as possible. With that, I will say goodbye and see you all next time. Ghost, I can see you're itching to get up, so I will drop down. Bye, everybody.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, mockers. I see Chris decoding, and I see Tom. Well, that's great. I will wait for the co-host invite. So, in the meantime, everybody please retweet this page and take a look at our fundraiser. We are fundraising at this moment for refugee relief blitz fundraiser. This is getting all kind of stuff for our people who has fled Ukraine due to the war and persecution. So if you want to help us provide humanitarian aid, accommodation, furniture, clothes, legal matters, advice, and more for those who had to flee their homes and their loved ones, please take a look at the first tweet in the net.
Thank you very much. So, let's just have a see. I've got a couple of things here to choose from. And yeah, this is one. Now, I suggested earlier that, you know, the Russian armed forces, especially around the Krinky area, do not appear to be very keen to just run into die anymore. There are things happening that would, well, just dissuade them probably from going to the front line. And we have noticed this. Now then, one guy, he is the sole survivor. And he is Gorodov Sergei Valentinovich. Born July the 21st, 2001. Oh my good God. I suddenly felt old. Oh, yeah, I feel very old now, right? Okay. 423rd Yampolsky Regiment. 4th, oh my God, Kantemirivskaya Tank Division of Moscow. So this particular individual signed a contract to avoid prison for car theft and was tempted into the army by the large payments, which he has a 19-year-old wife and a 1.5-year-old child. So this was his priority in thinking, well, they will be looked after. And if I was in prison, they wouldn't be. So this was his third combat mission after joining the armed forces of Russia. And he surrendered because this was the third time most of his group had been liquidated around him. And in this particular case, he was the only survivor of his group that were sent out. So this guy was actually extremely lucky that he had an opportunity to even get to a third encounter. And then again, extremely lucky that he decided to hand himself in. He does look a bit raggedy around the edges. Looks like he's had a hard life so far. However, what does this teach us? This teaches us that they have no idea what they're getting themselves into. Absolutely not. And, you know, as a properly trained soldier, you have the idea of what you're going into, you know. They've even been training Ukrainian forces in trench warfare and things like that in the interfax, you know, which have trained well, a massive number so far. So the what was I talking about? It's gone. Honestly, it's absolutely gone.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I didn't listen very well because I was busy with some other things in the back channel. Because, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. That was
okay,
just,
okay.
right? There's an example of how my brain works, right? I'll be right in the middle of a sentence.
I have the same problem. I know what it is. It is just human.
Oh, it's fine. I've got it back. It's fine. I've got it back. So
just wait a bit and then it comes back to you.
So yeah, here I am. I've remembered now. So this is an example of how, you know, Ukrainians are receiving proper training. They're receiving, you know, a realistic amount of training, whereas these guys are just literally thrown in, you know, off you go, find some ammo on the way. That seems to be how they're getting dealt with. I even heard horrendously that some people who crawled back and survived assaults, if they hadn't managed to salvage their weapons or they were now out of ammunition, they were given knives and told to turn back around, carry on. Now, you know, at that point, you know something is horribly wrong. And I'm just seeing more and more evidence of this continuing to deteriorate. Can't come soon enough for as far as I'm concerned. Iwana, hello there.
Hello again. So I have the best segue for this, Marcus. It's an amazing piece of Russian literature, amazing talent and sense of humor. Of course, they present it as being, you know, news reporting, but I think we should judge by themselves if it's in the, you know, news or rather literary humor. I don't know. Let me read it. So the head of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Gennady Krasnikov, spoke. He said like this: in the Northern Military District, this is the special military operation, 98% are returning. Of the wounded soldiers are returning back to the battlefield. These are outstanding numbers. In our country, with proper organization, only less than 1% are fatal for those fighters who were immediately taken from the battlefield. This is very important, he said. He claims that the recovery period for the wounded has been reduced due to the emergence of new materials
that allow the generation of bone tissue. Amazing mockers. Imagine what they did. Recovery of 70% burns done. It's been carried out normally. I would also like to note a unique indicator where there is a limb defect or amputation. Modern technologies allow, and today this is already a fact, 80% of amputees also return to the battlefield. Moreover, they themselves choose to participate. The mortality rate among those wounded during the special military operation is less than 0.5% and continues to decline. Soon it will be a negative, and we will see emerging, people on the battlefield. According to him, of course, more than 98% of the wounded are discharged with full recovery.
Well, in a way, Iwana, he's not wrong, because they are discharged with full recovery, whether they've recovered or not, aren't they? And, when he says people voluntarily go back, well, eventually it becomes sort of like, they walk in the direction you expect them to because you've beaten them hard and long enough that they finally give in. So, again, technically, when you distill it right down, he's not actually telling massive lies there. But there's obviously reasons why he doesn't mention the bit in the middle. And about, them not having that many wounded, well, that's because they don't pick them up and count them. 90% of soldiers that return go back into the battle, or 98%. Well, of course they do, because you hand them another weapon, turn them around, and send them off again. There's no, there's no lies there, I suppose. It's just that he's not telling the reasons for those statistics. These people are discharged from the hospital, whether they're well or not. These people who are missing limbs are sent back to the army to do something. There's been people on crutches been ordered to the front line. I mean, what are you going to do? Hop on your way there. It's just it's all nuts. I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to hold a gun while you're on crutches either, but seems a mystery to me.
Anyway, it seems really amazing, and I understand your point. Most of those that are wounded are not, do not arrive in a medical care facility. Probably those who arrive there are probably the slightly wounded persons, or persons that manage themselves to convince someone or to go by themselves to be treated. The others, well, there are, Russian fertilizers are well known. But please note the amazing advances of Russian medicine: generation of bone tissue, recovery with no problems from 70% burns. The world doesn't have this, but the Russians do, and it's absolutely amazing. And also, this mortality rate among the wounded of less than 0.5% continuing to decline. Never seen that in a war, but it's the Russians, so yeah.
Well, that's because Iwana, they don't pick up the wounded. They only select, a very small percentage of more important people to pick up and take back if they're wounded. And usually, because they're more important people, they tend to have been stood a bit further back, so they will only be lightly wounded. So, that's what they're talking about there. We literally only pick up a tiny percentage of the wounded, and those guys usually aren't too badly wounded, actually. So that's what I'm thinking, that they're using statistics based upon very selective choices. And this is why statistics and polls are really never to be 100% believed, because you can make anything sound like a good thing. He's really bigged up the situation there, and all he's done is he's selected his stats very, very carefully, completely ignoring all the reasons for those stats. I did a couple of years of sociology, and despite finding it thoroughly boring, it's still something that, you know, it's stuck in my head. One particular lesson about statistics and polls, not the Polish, the other type. And it all depends on where you read your information from as to what results you get. And they are fabulous statistics, but they're not taking into account all of the variables, or at least he's not admitting to the variables there. The reasons for those stats. Oh, lovely. I like the fact that he's taken the time to brag about that, though. Brilliant. Now then, I have, well, let me see. There was a few things. So here's one that I think the Americans should be starting to wake up around now, or at least some of them will be awake, I would think. And in the last 4 days, the United States has detected military aircraft from the Russian Federation 3 times in the area of Alaska. Now, this may happen from time to time. It's usually, you know, every week, every month, whenever. But apparently they have started to really sort of ramp up this situation. And it is what they do. They like to sort of, you know, poke at all the edges and just see what happens. Now, NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, reported the discovery of 4 Russian military aircraft at the Alaska Air Defense Identification Zone on February the 9th. This was noted as being the 3rd time that they have detected and tracked Russian aircraft in the last 4 days. Such activity in this zone in Alaska does occur regularly, they state, and is not necessarily considered a threat, but they are noting an uptick. So, yeah, it's just Russians being Russian again. And they seem to have sort of upped that annoyance a little bit because, you know, they have recently mentioned how much they'd love Alaska back. And so, you know, like I say, Karen's been for her sniper training. We'll be fine.
Yeah, there was also a post that after the last night attack from Russia, the missile attack, it seems that also Romania has raised the F-16 fighter jets into the air to see that Russian isn't violating the Romanian airspace. So there were no violations of the Romanian airspace recorded during the alarm. However, the area to Clea is additional checked just in case. So that was last night. So I think everybody is keeping a very sharp eye out on the Russian aircrafts in NATO countries and just like you said, the US. I also have put a thread in the nest. It is the second from above, from the left. Please, this is a bit of an analysis of what the interview from Tucker Carlson with Putin was, and a bit of information about the real history. It's from the Dutch Oorlogsmonitor. It's that's the same as the War Monitor. So now you know. You can take a look at that. It's a very long read, but there are some very interesting things in there. And also coming back on the speech from Putin, there seems to be a lot of similarities with a speech from Hitler. I tweeted it out also. You can scroll to my timeline. and it is very, very, yeah, it's like 2 drops of water, only in a bit other words.
Yeah, surprising parallels. Indeed.
Exactly, exactly. What Hitler was saying, sorry, Marcus, for interrupting. You wanted to talk. I was first. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to go to War Doggo. Hello, War Dog.
Good afternoon or good morning, depending who does what, who's with his mug of coffee, starting the day, or somebody's already somewhere close to 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or 1 o'clock, midday, independently what's behind your window. As always, hugs and love from Ukraine. This interview, we've got in Ukraine the beautiful proverb that is about like bullshit. We say, dog farted, the geese were shitting, або пес передів, гуси срали, as we say in Ukrainian. Dog shitted, dog farted, geese were shitting. I mean, if just to translate it, just the same, how to call it, same load of senses and meanings. I was like, that's the main feeling and the main outcome I've got after some people told me that there is this kind of shitty thing going on. Moreover, not being an expert in different sorts of shit, I don't pretend to comment the things. You know, somehow you feel dirty speaking about it. In fact, what I can tell for sure, and that is interesting, that related to the recent attacks on the border territory between Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova, and Ismail, and the whole overall the grain corridor, is about that Ukrainian maritime corridor has exported more goods these days than the UN brokered grain agreement, so-called grain deal. Thanks to the sea corridor secured by Ukrainian armed forces, Ukraine has already managed to export more goods than it did in the same amount of time within the framework of the so-called grain agreement signed jointly with between UN, Russia, and Turkey since August 2023. More than 660 ships have already left the ports of Odessa, transporting about 20 million tons of cargo to 32 countries worldwide under the UN guaranteed agreement. Ukraine shipped about 19 million tons from 3 ports during the same period. Ukraine exported the most goods via the new route in December, 6.8 million tons. The highest export figure within the grain agreement was 4.2. So 6.8 versus 4.2 million tons back in October 2022. Within the framework of the international agreement, Ukraine had the right to export only agricultural products, but now the country is able to export various types of product. About 33 of export positions via the sea route are occupied by Ukrainian metallurgy products, and Ukraine exports 2.53 million tons of ore and metal per month. Um, in in order to support that information, the National Bank of Ukraine has also developed the concept for military risk assurance mechanism. It has been already agreed upon within the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Finance, as it was recently reported by the deputy head of the National Bank of Ukraine, Katarina Roshkova. And according to her, this concept provides the mandatory insurance of military risk for specific projects. And the list of the military risk at the first stage will be very limited. And at the first stage, it's exclusively about direct material losses because of military actions like destruction, damage of facilities, properties, and all of that. So what does that speaks to us? What does it means? What is the short takeaway? The only guarantee of proper business functioning and Ukrainian rights respected is strong armed forces and Russian nose bleeding in respect. Russia will be manipulating, Russia will be blackmailing, Russia will be doing the terrorist horrible things if Russia is not going to be stopped. And the only significant threat that made Russia leave its Black Sea fleet back to the Novorossiysk, where the naval drones called Sea Baby Maluk, the naval drone called Magora, and big fat rockets that made Russian fleet suffer and promoting some of their on the water inhabitants to underwater sightseeing for the future tourism development in Ukraine, because it's pretty nice snorkeling. And I believe some of the snorkeling, I mean, related to A50, the air fleet, and diving to the significant depths of the Black Sea will make Ukrainian tourism very attractive for the divers. I mean, is only the force that Russia understands, and is only the force that makes Russia to make the gestures of the goodwill. Uh, Intentions not to provoke Russia provokes Russia, in fact, and many horrible things were happening. Just simply, we decided not to provoke Russia, and Russia just simply took it like the weakness and lack of proper response. That is a couple of interesting things I was going to check. You can also go to the Nest, check over there the refugee relief fundraiser that MriyaReport, with the help of dear listeners, trying to bring to those who are in need. Someone have to take care about the civilians as well. This is a very valid thing, and we've been helping already a lot with MriyaReport, dear listeners, and that's another thing that MriyaReport requires, help to bring help to those who are in need. There is also interesting thing happening in my profile if you would like to check the things we're trying to do with one Polish friend who is doing a good job, professional in certain area related to automotives. You're also welcome over there. And let's see if there is someone who'd like to take part. There is something interesting for you over there from Shiny, Zippos with Ukrainian symbolics to Russian patches, Russian hats, and all of the things. I'm trying still to recover my account, following all of those people who I've been following in the past, and trying to recover the audience of people who are also reading me, like 6,000 people who I've been following and who've been following me in return. Is not that easy to recover, because my main account was suspended. They didn't explain why. I did a couple of claims to explain that they did stupid mistake, but while it is still happening, no worries, trying to follow everybody in return who is following me, and yeah, try to get to my account. There are interesting things going on there. If you cannot take part, you always can retweet, share, not only the things we're trying to do, but also what MriyaReport does for Refugee Relief Blitz fundraiser. And overall, don't forget to retweet MriyaReport, letting others know that there are interesting discussions going on here and interesting topics are being discussed. That's important, because helping helps. Sometimes some things happening in Ukraine, all over the world, makes make us to feel the hard emotions. Those are the things that are not very creative; they're actually destructive. And staying productive in this sense, helping in a productive manner, that actually helps. Thanks. Hope that was interesting. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Take care.
Thank you, Odogo. Go ahead, Ivana. Ivana? Go
Yeah,
for it.
I want to. Yes. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, you found now.
Okay. Thank you. So I wanted to thank Wardogo for talking about the maritime shipping because it's absolutely amazing, and I thought maybe to provide a little bit of information for today. So it's a nice day. We have 8 ships in. I've just seen the 8th one because until now I thought it's only 7, but actually it's 8. And one of them is really big, Johanna, 180,000 tons. It's one of those ships that are carrying iron ore from Yuzhny, the deepwater port of Ukraine. And it's the 27th ship of this size that is going to Ukraine. This one is going for the 2nd time. So we are seeing these big ships returning, which is absolutely amazing. And they are quite beautiful, I can tell you that. Also, on February 5th, there were 2 such ships that left Ukraine, and 2 such ships that went in. So right now in port there are 3 ships of this size, and only those ships transported more than 4 million tons of iron ore, 4.2 actually. So yes, indeed, I'm glad Wardogo shared the figure for December. He said 6.8 official number. I counted 6.71, 72 actually. But of course, I may have missed some ships because I'm just counting what I'm seeing. For January, it was also confirmed 6.3 official number. 6.3 I had in my calculation. So the calculations are pretty correct. And that's where I wanted to arrive. Already for February, we have 2.67 million tons exported by Ukraine, which is absolutely amazing, taking into account that it's only 10 days. So in these 10 days, 88 ships went in and 87 ships out. The numbers may be, probably you can count plus minus 1, 2 ships, but I think they are quite accurate. So I just wanted to say that it's an amazing thing that is happening, and it's going well, and it's a beauty to see all those ships traveling like this. And if you want to see exactly what ships, you can check my.
Thank you very much. And I just love that you keep a regular track on these because this is just an ongoing evidence of how Ukraine is succeeding. And that's really important that we keep up, confirmation of how their success is still rolling along. There's no stopping them at this point. And I just, I'm in awe of what they've achieved. And it's incredible to me that the Russians still think they have some sort of a say in this, and that they're, still trying to sort of get some sort of elbow back into this situation. It's never going to happen, is it? Ukraine's achieved a massive success here, and Russia has just lost out, and they need to just be quiet about it at this point. Christopher.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you to Ivana. Thank you. Your spreadsheet must be amazing. I'm so glad that you're really close to keeping and keeping tally with the natural or the reported numbers. Congratulations. Thank you so much for everything you do. And Duggo, you're my favorite puppy, yo. So hooking you up. All right. Everybody have a good one. I'm going to go to the dump because I have large bulk items that my little condominium area here doesn't like me putting out by the dumpsters. Back to you.
Thank you. Now then, I do have something here which is from the BBC, and it's not fun news, I'm afraid, but it is important that these sorts of things are being brought up, because it is a continuous situation, this, and it's important that major news channels are continuing to talk about this. So one person here that they're talking about, his particular story, is a gentleman called Vladimir Buzinov, and he's been searching for his brother Mikita for 2 years. Now, Mikita is one of the thousands of Ukrainian civilians being held in prisons inside Russia and in the occupied territories for opposing the war, but with no charges, no investigation, no trial or release date. Their location is somewhat of a mystery, and unlike prisoners of war, there is no formal mechanism to secure their freedoms. I will warn you that this story is not a fun one. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February 22, the Buzinov brothers and their mother, Mikita's girlfriend, fled their home in Chernihiv in the north of the country to avoid the conflict. They went to the village of Mikhailo Kotsibinsky. But by early March, Russian soldiers were arriving there too. "We've come to liberate you from your government. Putin is cool," the soldiers exclaimed. Vladimir said the soldiers searched the village. They confiscated phones, accused his family of sharing the location of the Russian army positions, something they all deny. Then Vladimir says the soldiers set up what sounded like a fake execution. "They took my brother Mikita and others behind some trees and told them to line up against a wall. They shouted, 'Get ready, aim!' And they took Mikita's girlfriend Katerina and made her kneel next to him. Aiming a rifle at her head, they said to my brother, 'If you do not confess to your crimes, we will shoot her.' Vladimir says that was the last time he saw his brother. He may have confessed to something to save his girlfriend because they let her go. They told us he has admitted everything and he is now facing 15 years in prison. According to the Ukrainian government, as of November 23, there are at least 4,337 Ukrainian citizens in Russian captivity. Most of these were considered to be military personnel, but 763 are civilians. However, there is no official list of their names, and Ukrainian authorities only can rely on data from the Red Cross. Now, the Red Cross can't always gain access to any places where Ukrainians are held in Russia, let alone in occupied territories where unofficial detention facilities can include hotel basements and abandoned buildings. The Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, Dmitry Lubinets, said the figure could be much higher. A total number of missing civilians is estimated at 25,000. The BBC asked the Russian Defense Ministry to disclose how many Ukrainian civilians had been detained and where they were being held, but unfortunately have had no response. Now, under Russian law, a person can only be detained for 48 hours without a court order and records must be kept. But last year, Russian President Putin extended the period to 30 days in occupied areas of Ukraine for serious offences or violating wartime prohibitions or restrictions. But often, the time, place and grounds for detention are never recorded. No criminal or administrative cases are opened. No investigations are conducted. This is according to analysis reviewed by the BBC. Anastasia Pantelevia from the Media Initiative for Human Rights
says Russia is justifying the detention of Ukrainian civilians under the broad term of resisting the special military operation. A person can be arrested just because the windows of their house may overlook an area of potential importance to the Russian military. And if soldiers get shot at, that person will be blamed. The Russian Ministry of Defense argues captured Ukrainians are being held in accordance with the requirements of the Geneva Conventions. Now, the Geneva Conventions prohibit the taking of hostages, but don't say anything in particular about taking civilians, say nothing in particular about taking civilians prisoner. They only talk about military personnel. They do say non-combatants can only be detained in accordance with the laws and rules of the occupying side and with the guarantee of any due judicial process. Lawyer Polina Mergina, who assists captives through her project Every Human Being, says finding someone in the system, let alone extracting them from it, is very difficult. We have come across a legal paradox where it is better if they think you are a criminal. When a person is charged, they appear in the system, they have some rights. Or, if they are prisoners of war, they are identified and can be exchanged. But civilians end up in detention without any defense, charge, or trial. They just disappear. Desperate to track Nikita down, his friends and relatives used all the prison's letter services, which allows sending messages to some penal colonies to investigate isolation units. Eventually, they received a response confirming he had been found, held in a pre-trial detention center called CISO 3 in Belgorod, just over the border in Russia. But when a lawyer was sent to visit, the prison said nobody of that name existed. Another lawyer, Leonid Solovyov, said, "This is a regular occurrence. Pretty often I arrive and they just tell me the person isn't there. Either they won't let me in or the person has since been relocated. You cannot go there and expect to be able to check the cells yourself. You have to rely on the answer of the person at the door, or in best case, you may get to see the prison chief." The BBC have also tried to track Nikita down. They have written to CISO 3 Penal Colony 4, which is also in the Belgorod region, and other institutions where human rights activists believe Ukrainian civilian prisoners are being held. Most institutions came back saying they did not have any such prisoner. However, CISO 3 said that the message had cleared censorship and was handed over to the addressee. This seems to indicate Nikita was there. But a day later, we received the same non-committal response from the penal colony that they could not find a prisoner of this name. After a long and frustrating hunt, the BBC has managed to speak to some former detainees. Often their stories paint a very grim picture. One prisoner says Ukrainians in Russian prisons are treated like subhumans. A police officer in Kherson was not able to get away when the Russian invasion began, so he hid. In the summer of 22, he also disappeared and was unable to be found by his family. Anton said he had gathered some information and passed it to the Ukrainian military, but was betrayed by a colleague who was bringing him supplies. Captured by the Russian army and taken to temporary detention in Kherson. During the journey, they used a taser on his legs. They staged a mock execution, leading him out to a hole in the ground. They made him kneel and told him to pray his last, loaded their guns and fired just past his ear. 3 or 4 short bursts. Then a phone rang. They put it on loudspeaker and someone at the other end said, "Don't shoot him." Then, when he got to the centre, he was interrogated, beaten, threatened, doused with cold water in a
waterboarding sort of way, trying to cause him to choke or feel like drowning. His account matches the testimony of many other prisoners held at the institution at the time the city of Kherson was occupied by Russian forces. One time, they told me to lift my legs. I refused. They pointed a gun at my most tender areas. I'm ad-libbing, and gave me a choice. Of course, I raised my legs. They took 2 rubber truncheons and bludgeoned my feet with them for a long time. Any time I lowered my feet, I was made to lift them again. Then they would hit me in the head and the back if he dropped his feet. The BBC asked the Russian Ministry of Defense about Anton's case and is still waiting for a response. Russia never acknowledges holding civilians as captive and has previously denied accusations of aggression or crimes against civilians. Anton said he shared a cell with 7 other men. Another one was a former Ukrainian police officer, and one a man who lived in the centre of Kherson, near the building where the Russian military was stationed. Both were accused of being Ukrainian intelligence agents. The other 4 cellmates could not explain why they had been imprisoned at all. Anton was transferred twice, and his family was only able to locate him with the help of a friend who had a Russian passport. He was finally released after 104 days, arriving in Ukraine penniless without any documents. The Ukrainian police, an officer of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, consider the detention of civilians a war crime and are involved in searching for missing or abducted people. Irina Didenko from the prosecutor's office confirmed that 90% of those detained are subjected to torture. In international law, there is no specific mechanism for freeing a civilian from captivity. You know, we really should have thought about that shit. Anyway, the Geneva Conventions state that a combatant can only be exchanged for a combatant. You can release a civilian, but not in exchange for a soldier. Potentially, the best way to repatriate and release civilian hostages might actually be through third-party states. Middle Eastern countries have already negotiated exchanges of prisoner and the return of deported children and civilians, and the release of foreigners from Russian captivity. When it comes to the United Nations, human rights activists argue its mechanisms are outdated. UN documents just do not cover this kind of detainee. As for people like Volodymyr, who dreams of being reunited with his brother once again, hopes are unfortunately fading. He says, there is nowhere we haven't turned. To begin, we had the illusion that we'd get help from all these international organisations, but all we got from them was that has been registered and received. They have never said anything further. And that's something I really want to bring to your attention, because not so long ago, there was a Russian who did a video, and he said, I need to tell you that there is a prison in my town where they are holding civilians from Ukraine, and they treat them dreadfully. And I'm basically stood down the road from the place. I can't, video the place itself, but it's at this location. And people need to know about this because there are hundreds of people being held there, and there must be, these facilities all over. And he said, I know about, X amount of facilities, each of them containing hundreds of just civilian prisoners who have no rights, no hope of getting out or anything like that. And it's really important that we remember that these civilians have not just been displaced to Siberia somewhere. Some of them have ended up being displaced into,
well, actual concentration camps, as far as I'm concerned. The only thing they're not doing is gassing them, and well, I don't know. It's something that really needs to be looked into a lot more, because we are going to be absolutely horrified at the end of this. Much like the reaction to uncovering the original concentration camps. And we will say never again. And in what? Another century, we'll do it all again. Horrifying. Anyway, apologies, but these things do need to be talked about. And I can't be chirpy and cheerful all the damn time, I'm afraid. It's important. Another Alex Ferguson, go ahead.
All right, I just posted a comment down below because the Mayor of London is holding an online assembly, and you can submit a question to the Mayor. So I've submitted one about the ULEZ vehicles, but I'm just saying, this is a chance for people in the space to advocate. Now, you can submit a question. It does ask you what borough you're in. I'm not suggesting people be dishonest about whether they live in a London borough or not. But yeah, if you have a question that you would like to ask the Mayor of London, this is your opportunity. And given the theme of refugees this week, what better forum would there be to ask the Mayor of London about what support his office is able to provide for Ukrainian refugees here? So I just thought I'd just point that out in case people were keen to ask a question.
Thank you very much. And as it happens, I know a few people in London who might be able to put a question forward for me. So that would be helpful as well. So yeah, good news. Get on that. So that's down in the chat in the purple pill at the bottom, yeah?
Yeah, it's in the comments at the bottom, yeah.
Excellent. So go and have a look at that if you're in good old London town, or you know people in London who could maybe pop that question on for you. Now, I have a little lighter news now that Shoigu has been spotted out and about, doing his thing, going to look at the Zala manufacturing plant in the Udmurtia region. Wasn't that on fire a few days ago, part of Udmurtia region? Anyway, he's gone to visit this place, and they're talking about automated target tracking and guidance as their key R&D efforts. And just a quick question. Where's Gerasimov? Because he's not there again. It seems as though Shoigu's lost his little sidekick. And this is something which is quite funny. What's his name? Solikov, the head of the Black Sea Fleet, and now Gerasimov. And have you noticed that nobody has mentioned them in Russia? It's almost as though they've just poof, disappeared, never to be spoken of again. And yeah, it's quite mysterious to me, that. And I do wonder where they're hiding. I'm assuming they're no longer with us, but you never know.
I don't think that they are living either, Marcus, because it has been a very long time since we have some confirmation or information or have seen them. So if they not have put them up as corpses on a video screen, I haven't seen post about it. No, not in the latest weeks. For every child, you have your hand up.
Yes, I tried to find the link for the Mayor of London thing. I thought if I had a link, I could tweet it out, and maybe I could spot people from from well, are they expected to be in London themselves to speak to the Mayor of London? Yes, or no? But in addition, Markers, if you have any documents that you just read from about the civilians being held, if there's anything suitable for me to tweet out, I would certainly do so. And then I think Nuthers has an answer for me.
I have sent you a link in your DMs from the post that Northern Alex Ferguson has tweeted in the purple pill. Go ahead, Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, so if you just go down into the chat, the purple pill, if you just click on the image, that will take you to a form which you can fill out. Now this is an online, like it's basically an online town hall. So you don't have to physically be there. The whole idea is it's digital. You can also tick a button in case you want to ask the question personally via video chat during it. They might quickly pick up if you're not British when you do that, but there are plenty of foreigners in London anyway, so I don't think that's that's a deal killer. So yeah, you don't have to physically go. It's online. Anyone can submit a question. I personally have requested to ask my question in person if selected. You don't necessarily need to, but if let's say, I don't know, everyone in the space decided that they felt like a Londoner tomorrow and just chose their favorite borough for whatever reason and submitted a question about refugees, then you'd think they'd get the message and that refugees are important to some of their constituents or what they think of their constituents. And maybe answer a question about it, whether it's from you directly or anyone else in here, as long as the questions get asked. Do we really care whether it's one of us specifically who gets the credit?
Exactly. It's about making the effort, isn't it? It's about making the effort to get enough noise behind it to get that question asked. I think that's quite important. Now, I'm just having a look at something. I'm trying to verify something. I'll come back to it. Now, there was oh, I might have done that one. Don't mind me. I just didn't remove that from my bookmarks. Right. Let's have a little recap of today, shall we? Unfortunately, last night there were attacks by Russia again, and the consequences have been known this morning. So, Odessa and Kharkiv regions were mostly targeted. Unfortunately, in the city of Kharkiv, an entire family of 5 perished in the fire during a drone attack. Children aged 7, 4, and I think a baby as well. I don't know how old. No matter what, children are innocent in this. And Kharkiv's mayor published a video from the scene of what happened. Russia targeted some sort of gas or oil installation. I think it was oil. The explosion caused several nearby houses to burn down, including this one where the family themselves died. Likely trapped, trying to get to a shelter from the attack. Obviously, another ridiculously awful war crime. Emergency workers did manage to rescue around 50 people in Kharkiv, but 12 houses were completely burned down and lost. It's not just the terror of the attack itself, it's the lasting effect it has on people. So 7 innocent civilians had been confirmed killed earlier at that time. Now, the other two persons were 66-year-old man and his wife. Again, they were caught out in their home, didn't have a chance to get away. And this happens every day while we drag our feet and talk about internal politics and witter about nonsense. Oh, that was nearly a swear. So, let's get real. If this was happening in your town, you'd want something to be done about it, and as soon as effing possible. So, yeah. Let's make our voices heard where we can, because it couldn't be more important. It really couldn't. Now, Ukraine only managed to shoot down 23 of 31 drones launched by Russia last night. We can see that the percentages of those being stopped has fallen, but it's not entirely due to a lack of ammunition. It is also due to Russia learning, modifying tactics, making different types of UAVs that are currently more difficult to counter. And that is, is something else that they're dealing with. Russians are not completely stupid. We might categorize some of them as such, and possibly those sent into the meat wave attacks are those poor saps. But they do have, technology. They do have brains somewhere in there. And they can learn and get better. And unfortunately, with drones, they are starting to. They've tried all sorts of things. We've seen them painted different colours and different engines in them. And it's nice to know that we're still supplying Western goods to them for that. Oh, no, it's not. It's not actually nice to know. No, that needs to be shut down. Now, Odessa also came under attack. There were drones in 3 waves. A total of 4 people were injured. Now, the first few drones attacked Odessa port directly, and a worker was hurt there. There were no photos of the port released, but the police did show damage to private houses. Now, waves 2 and 3 in the region hit the Danube River and the ports further north. There are pictures from Izmail, where infrastructure and private houses were hit. Fire did break out, possibly again from falling debris. Now, Izmail used to be seen as a very quiet and relatively safe part of Ukraine. And you can quite clearly see that Russia are just expanding their destruction and terrorism as far as they can. Unfortunately, there's been more tragedy, and this time in Kherson. Russia has been hitting the village of Velentensky on the banks of the Dnipro. This is directly opposite Toloprestan, if you need to find it on a map. A woman was killed when the family house was hit. Her elderly parents and another woman who was in the house were also injured. Again, these things are happening all the time on a daily basis while we do nothing about it. And so that's why we have to mobilise and do as much as we can to hopefully do something about it. For every child, you've got your hand up there. Go ahead.
Markers, I'm doing something about it. I've been awake all night long. I have several hours of posting to all kinds of people that if they see it at all, they could act on it. But I don't send my own words. I send documents that they can substantiate. So if you send me anything, I can try to get it to people who will put eyes on it and perhaps be able to do something about it. But I have to have content. I can't just make things up and send it out. If you have something that I can post, I will.
Yeah, I will forward you that BBC interview information in a minute, because that is a sort of a well-sourced article there. So yeah, I will send you that, Richard, in the
Thank you
DM
very much.
shortly.
I appreciate it.
No worries. Now then, just a bit about today's numbers. Now, in another 7 days, it will what are we on? It will be very close to the 2nd anniversary of the 10-day, 3-day, 10-day special operation to destroy Ukraine entirely. And the total number of Russian military deaths will reach 400,000 before the anniversary. I'm not sure that it will make any difference to the Russians, but it is worth mentioning that this is just a massive waste of everything, waste of resources, waste of their future. They're going to pay the ultimate consequences for all this waste. Now, let me see. There was an update in Kharkiv, about the oil depot that had been struck. It was actually a warehouse of fuel and lubricants. One of the tanks is still completely full and should be able to be saved. So they're hopeful that that was something that wasn't going to also be a problem. So, you know, there's a tiny silver lining there that they didn't destroy it completely, I suppose. There you go. There's my silver lining. Now then, there is something I wanted to chat about, and again, it's drones, because Ukraine have been doing interesting things, very interesting things with drones. And somebody just decided to look into one of the pictures of a drone that they'd found in a Russian Telegram channel that, according to them, had crashed in the Belgorod region. And they spotted some quite interesting details about this particular drone. So, for starters, it's a bit mysterious. They don't really know what type or name it might be. However, there have been a few previous crashes of this same model of drone. Now, one of the crash sites showed a lot of details, including a C-36 explosive. Now, it's not entirely sure why this particular drone seems to have crashed largely intact, but there are a few things to note about them. These drones use a Chinese-made DLE-170 engine. Now, the engine on some of them that have been photographed show a dark oil on the exhaust manifold, which suggests that the engines have possibly failed on them, and that's why they've landed perfectly intact. However, the fuselage is expensively made from carbon fibre and has some rather fancy aluminium parts. The electronics appear curious too. Automotive-style fuses are used with 23 circuits. It says 23 seems a lot for a small drone. There are also at least 6 different types of electrical connectors. This will mean something to somebody else, but these include BNC, SMA, DB9, and DB25. A different crash of this same type of drone provides more information on how the wing is constructed. Tubes pass through the mounting brackets
but the order of assembly is not especially obvious. Perhaps the spars slide in from the wingtips. The origin of these aircraft in particular is somewhat murky. 3 of the same model of drone have been found to be in service with the Pakistan Air Force, and they can be spotted on a picture behind some generals. These types of aircraft are also on display in Pakistan's National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. There are no obvious indications of the aircraft manufacturer or model on these drones. Maybe somebody should give it a name. So, more importantly, the mystery drones are displayed along with a KAGEM V3 developed by RE and RP Group NASTP that shows a Baikar logo. Also displayed are Baikar Akinci, the Baikar corporate logo, and the flag of Turkey. So there's these have been seen around, suggesting that there's a Turkish and Pakistan connection. Anyway, in August 2023, Baikar announced a very high-profile agreement for research and development within the NASTP. Present were the Baikar board chairman, Mr. Selçuk Bayraktar, and the Pakistani Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif. Turkish Air Force Commander General Ziya Kemal Kadiroglu, that's what I'm going with, inspected the mystery drone being assembled at the NASTP. And there's a good view here of the wing mounts and complicated fuselage construction. Thus, it appears these are drones assembled in Pakistan in collaboration with Turkey and are now appearing to have been sent to Ukraine, filled with explosives and flown towards Russia. Although one could consider geopolitical implications, as a complication, Baikar is also working with Ukraine directly. Now, Russia claims to have brought one of these drones down, but perhaps not. The engine doesn't appear to have a generator and the exhaust is dirty. We've seen this before. If the battery supplying the ignition runs low, the engine misfires and loses power. So it appears to have come down due to a fault. One more interesting detail is there appears to have been a large letter B painted on the tail. These markings have appeared only very recently on Ukrainian drones. In fact, there are similar markings seen on a drone that crashed into the Slavnest Yanos oil refinery located deep in Russia. Was the mystery drone also intended for a similar long-range target? If so, this drone needs a better battery. It would be helpful if NASTP and Baikar would supply a name for their drone so I could at least talk about it easier. Also, its construction is very strange indeed. The wing and the tail are of conventional design, but the fuselage is built more like a very expensive missile. So, this is a curious drone indeed. There is a part that somebody's identified here. Is this a coupling for a generator different than the OEM electric start type 350 watt generator? Ooh.
I don't know. I can make anything of it.
Well, I've kind of got the answer, so bear with me. And the answer is, well, it would make sense. I was looking for a generator version that had the larger engine mount. So, these particular drones have some fancy kit on them. They have a fancy vent. They have carbon fiber parts to their body. and yet they seem to have this DLE 170 engine, which probably isn't perfect. However, if you're interested in looking what I've just read about, I have just reposted it. So enjoy having a look at drones, because there is, well, there's an awful lot of things going on with drones, and it seems that Ukraine are going through different batches, maybe labeling them in order to, you know, A, see how far they get, and B, know, you know, this came from that batch, this is that entire configuration, let's see what this particular configuration does against that. So it's yeah, it's showing that they're obviously testing out different types of drones, and the long range ones, especially towards Russia. Well, they seem to have got over a particular hurdle with distance, and perhaps these were earlier attempts. Another Alex Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll have a look at that. But if you want to talk about this more at some point, maybe have a drone theme space, because I'm currently going through about 216 pages of assembly manual for Shahed drone, looking at all the parts that go into that. I do find it interesting looking at the photos you've just posted, because there are certain things which just scream something to me. So if you see that green stuff, that is probably from a material. Well, it's a structural foam. It's probably from a brand or a foam brand name called Airex, because they always have that color. Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting. It's a composite sandwich construction. That's also used in the Shahed drones, except rather than a structural foam, they're using a honeycomb. I think actually it's a smarter idea to use a structural foam. But yeah, in terms of why it might have failed, okay, so that's a JetCat engine. So that's a German-made engine, unlike the Czech ones that we've seen in the recently downed jet-powered Shahed. So what would happen is that thing, these little engines are typically used by hobbyists, people who fly remote control planes, nerds like me. But it's a jet engine, and typically you would actually start it on the ground. It wouldn't typically have its own. I mean, you can get ones which can self-start or reignite, but that typically you don't, because it adds weight and complexity. But yeah, you will then have potentially a couple of batteries for redundancy. One will power like the pumps and the various things like that. But hypothetically, if the control system for the engine is typically standalone for the control system for the airplane, that way anyone can buy the jet engine with the controller and just put it in any airplane they want. Now, say that lost enough power to essentially feed the engine, and the engine cut out for that reason or whatever other reason. I suspect the flight controller is based on an open source platform called open source, essentially toolbox called iNav. So if the engine died, what the flight controller will do is try and keep going along the path that it was planned to fly while staying as level as it can in flight. Now, obviously, it's going to lose altitude. It's got no power. So that's why these things, even though they go pretty damn fast, probably are not just disintegrating on impact. It's probably the flight controller is basically probably trying to do a glide landing, even though that's not specifically what it was programmed for.
Well, thank you very much. There you go. See, I knew some people would be a lot more interested and able to decipher that.
Another thing, Northern Alex Ferguson. I've seen that photo, and there's a fuse box on it that is similar what you see in cars. Is that normal for such a drone?
So some of the connectors that Mockers mentioned, those are pretty common connectors also in some drones, particularly larger powered ones, because you may look at them and goes, oh, wow, those are really, really chunky, and they often are. But bear in mind that these things operate at pretty low voltages. So to compensate for the low voltage of the battery, you have to have really high current. So like for example, XC60, that's designed for us. That's basically rated to a 60 amp connection. A 60 amp connection would be pretty standard on an FPV kamikaze drone. So if you're looking at the kamikaze drones that we're seeing at the moment, the motor controllers on those will typically be capable of 60 amps per motor, and they will have 4 motors. So yeah, just these, some remote control drones use pretty high power connections. Now because it's got a gas power rather than electric power, just for the control systems, you're probably not going to need anything like 60 amps, but it just may just be a case of they just have loads and loads and loads of these in stock because they're making loads and loads and loads of FPV drones. And, why don't you just use what you have lying around anyway? Makes procurement and supply chain management easier.
Thank you for that, Northern Alex Ferguson. That explains a lot.
Thank you very much, fellas. I feel like I'm in the presence of greatness. Liam, welcome. Just wanted to say hi.
I'm just here to tell Greg Abbott jokes.
Excellent. Well, enjoy. And in the meantime, we'll talk a bit more about Ukraine. So yeah, just I had a little starstruck moment there. Thank you very much. So let's see what's been happening today other than massive death and destruction, which...
well, I have something that you can take a moment and seek something out, Mockers. So our defense minister, Minister Ollongren, has made a statement that there are no limits on arms support for Ukraine. There are no limits to support Ukraine, says outgoing Defense Minister Ollongren. When it comes to the weapons, conventional weapons training or spare parts, there should be no boundaries as far as she is concerning. She said it late night on a news channel program here in the Dutch, Met het oog op morgen, that is with the eye on tomorrow. Ollongren believes it is important that providing continued support to Ukraine. She thinks that we have evolved in how we do that. The minister says in the interview in which she looks back at her period as defense ministers, we started supplying from our own stock, and now we do so in collaboration with other countries and industries because we also had to maintain our stock. Since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 22, the Netherlands has provided 2.63 billion euros in military support to this concerns, for example, combat vehicles, air defense system, F-16s and ammunition, but also camp beds and computers. Not only Ukraine, but also the security of the Netherlands benefits from military support. Ollongren emphasizes it is not the case that we are safe behind the dikes here. We are part of the EU and NATO, and it can affect us too. Well, I hope more countries are going to... Yes.
Bear with me 1 second. Go ahead, Cece.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm on my laptop. I just wanted to say, hey, I'm from Texas, and so Liam, your jokes have been giving me life, like literally. So thank you. I'd put a plea out here. You seem so kindred to us. I'm not Ukrainian. I don't have any Ukrainian friends before this war that lived there. I would just put a plea out if you could please for the especially the House vote, if there's any way you could put out on the wire the phone numbers to call these idiot House reps to save literally millions for being raped and tortured. It would be, I mean, you really could save lives with this. Your sense of humor is like no other. I'm a comedy writer, so particularly for TV, so particularly appreciate it. But
Well,
yeah,
hire me, Dad.
okay, done.
Send me a DM.
If you help us with the House of Reps, it's a quid pro quo. And I'm not Republican, but I'm still throwing down a quid pro quo. This vote will mean the 61 billion coming straight at Putin's face. Can you imagine that many weapons that you could send straight at Putin's face? How satisfying! Come on. We just have so I'm a resident advocacy gal, and we just have so few huge accounts that really even know. It's just, Ukraine for a lot of folks was just kind of a fad, and they don't realize that it's not just a country on the other side of the world. It's about the rules-based international order, the RBIO. Because if Ukraine falls, this is all about Americans' place in the RBIO and Americans' demise, as far as a world superpower. And obviously Xi is watching, and every other dictator. So this means so much more than just, a random country across the world. And with your sense of humor, oh my God, how I'd love to kind of brainstorm on what kind of shaming we could do of senators who don't support this, because there really is Russian money pouring in. A lot of people even in pro-Ukraine spaces don't want to admit that there's Russian money pouring in our political spheres. And I think shame is the name of the game. What do you think?
Let's go fuck them up.
Yes! Oh my God, you just completely blew a breath of fresh air in this advocacy campaign. Thank you.
Excellent work.
Come and take him.
You know what? This is one thing I love about this space. It's bringing people together to do good things. Isn't it, Cece? We've done this so many times, been able to connect people. So, yeah, thank you very much, Liam. Love your work. Yeah, keep me entertained an awful lot. And what you were saying there, Ghost, about the defence minister, she's the outgoing defence minister, isn't she? So at this point, she gets to really speak her mind. Yeah, exactly. So she's come out and she's said exactly how it should be, that we need to stop, telling them that they can't hit targets in Russia because, Russia has to be at war as well. They can't just impose that on another country. If you're at war, you tend to have to, participate. And they never thought that any of this was going to come home to affect them. And, nearly 2 years later, look at how it is affecting them. Their economy is absolutely up the crapper. Their air force is falling to pieces. Their commercial air force is just, ridiculous. I think Kazakhstan just recently banned them from flying into their airports with certain aircraft because basically they think they're going to fall apart and they don't want them crashing in Kazakhstan. Things are just not going well. It would appear also they have pretty much used up their foreign currency reserves. Oh dear. So yeah, I don't see things getting a lot better. They can probably stand the pain for a long, long time because they're very stubborn, but it's going to affect them in so many years to come. They really have effed themselves on this. Now, it's good to hear these strong, no holds barred opinions. We have to give them everything they need with no boundaries. And, we've evolved our thinking. Basically, we've started realizing that it's important to supply Ukraine, even if it means us waiting for things ourselves, which, we've decided we're going to need at this point. Now, that is important as well, because we did hear that the amount of 155mm shells that were being produced was actually enough in Europe to supply Ukraine with everything they need. But You see, other people have orders. And I'm like, you selfish so-and-sos, just wait. And I understand that they're replenishing their stocks after supplying Ukraine. But couldn't they say, well, 50% of what you make should go to Ukraine, and we will wait that little bit longer? I just, if that's so really necessary for them to replenish their own stocks immediately, even though they're not at actual war, couldn't a compromise be made? I found that mind-blowing the other day, that we're actually producing enough ammunition, we're just not passing it on to them. And well, that to me is horrific. So yeah, she's making this statement because this is she's sort of free to do so without any criticism, because she's going to leave anyway. But it's the truth. Now, one thing you did say there, Ghost, F-16s. I would just love to see F-16s turn up. My goodness me, how long has it been? Now, there was a photo put out yesterday, which was apparently a picture of an F-16 in Ukrainian livery, but it wasn't. It was just a Photoshop, unfortunately. You can never believe everything you see on the internet. So, yeah, just something to remember, that people will continue to do this. And it's propaganda in all areas, some is good, some is bad. Possibly made some Russians crap themselves for a while, so they already think F-16s are firing at them anyway. They do every time something large happens. And talking of large, I mean, this is a large-scale war, and we should be taking it seriously as one, because the possibilities and the opportunities of it spreading further, well, we already see what's going on in the world, what the geopolitical situation is. I mean, are we just watching this happen? Because it seems like, for a long time we have. And we really, again, need to get serious. So, you know what we're going to say, don't you? Talk to people who matter. Talk to people who can make the decisions, because they need to know your opinion. That we don't want our children, our grandchildren, to be fighting this war because it isn't finished now. The sooner the better. Just everything they've been promised, if it only turned up in a timely manner, I think we'd be, in a lot different situation. So we really need to stop letting them down, letting ourselves down, and seriously pivot to the point of getting absolutely serious that this will get worse if we don't help sort it out as soon as possible. And that does mean crushing Russian occupying forces into paste. And well, we give you the numbers every morning, and they're losing nearly 1,000 soldiers a day. And Ukraine currently doesn't even have enough ammunition. So think of the absolute heroics that they're dealing with on a daily basis. I can't imagine what they're going through. We get little snippets here and there, but we really don't understand unless we've been there. So she also launched a bit of an attack on the PVV MP, who said in the House of Representatives last week that supporting Ukraine was a provocation of Russia, which is a right old load of balls, and we know it. And she said, "This is the sound that the Kremlin likes to hear. We have to be honest. When you say the West is provoking Russia, that is exactly an echo of what Putin says, and is an entirely false representation." Get in there. Why is it always the women, eh? Speaking up, telling it how it is. Cece.
John Cornyn hung up on me. So that's a first for a senator's office, because I'm always infinitely polite. So it's not due to that. So I just want to say that if enough people do this, enough people call and write, it really is whack-a-mole for politicians. I've even met with Cornyn's. I've sat down with a commander of the Ukrainian army with Kornin's chief of staff. So this office has purported to be quite helpful. And in fact, there's something awry in the land of DC rather than Denmark, because why now are they hanging up at just the subject matter of Ukraine? This is like the biggest news story ever to hit anywhere, that now senators are literally hanging up. Like, I'm not saying my phone call is the biggest news story. I'm saying the phenomena of actually turning their backs, and only 50. So last night, only 15 voted to keep the rules-based international order, to assert it. Like, that is beyond nuts. This should be on the front pages of every paper in the US. This is beyond unbelievable, because now the Byzantine border nasty mess has been extricated, right? So that should be a non-issue. There's no other excuse. The excuses have vaporized. So shame really is the name of the game. And Forrest is so helpful in when he breaks down all of these issues too. Forrest, what you got?
Oh, I was just gonna say the same thing yesterday when I called Cornyn's office. They hung up on me as well. Wasn't a very polite situation, but I can be honest that I was very nice. I put my super friendly teacher voice on and was just asking for a vote. But anyways, that was all.
Them throwing the phone on the hook, that seems to me that they don't have arguments against what you are asking, and that it is it's a fact, and that, just like CC said, if more are going to call them, maybe it will ring in their head that there is this issue, and that there has to do something about it, and just start giving Ukraine what Ukraine asks, and not what they want to give.
CC, did you want to add something?
Oh, we're having a terrible storm, so it kind of broke up a little bit, so I missed what he said. But the point of the matter is that, okay, if your excuses are completely blown away, like someone has taken a machine gun to your excuses and you're still voting against it, and this is a foreign aid package, right? So it's not just Ukraine, this is Taiwan too. And so, she is just watching this thing and unfurling his blueprint. So this is beyond messed up. Like someone has to sound the alarm that our entire, it's not just errant people like Abbott, right? Who we expect to be complete and utter mongs. It's such a huge chunk of our government. And this is not a partisan issue. Like, Republicans unite, like, get these fuckers out. MAGA has left the building. MAGA has now seeped in to so many different positions that if we keep pretending that it's just a fringe of the party, while Russians have snuck in, we are in so much trouble beyond any single issue. So we all need to chime in and really, Liam, I DM'd you. I think you need to follow me, but I DM'd you the list, the target hit list of who we can mock and shame, because it really is, these are vulnerable seats. So these people all won in Biden districts. So egos and politicians, right, go hand in hand. That's everybody. But these particular 17 are the ones that won in Biden districts. So they're all in purple districts. So they're the ones who we can actually flip their votes, because they're going to be scared to be employed. And when you're that kind of politician, you can't just easily get another job, right? You've already ascended to one of the highest things in the positions in the land. So these are the people that we really can flip to assert democracy. Like, that's where we're at. Like, I know I sound hyperbolic and histrionic, but this is, we have arrived.
How many of them are in wheelchairs?
0.
Damn, makes it harder.
I know that is your niche, but we need to expand. I think it's good calisthenics for our brain. But God, that's been good fun. And by the way, my aunt who's in a wheelchair just cackles to all high heaven.
Well, you know, if you can't have a sense of humor these days, it's a terrible situation. Now, we talked earlier about Finland being ever so prepared, and well, out of all the NATO members, it would seem Finland are indeed strides ahead with their preparation. And considering they have such a close border to Russia, one can probably understand why. Now, there are rumours that, you know, obviously Finland has a very strong border. They watch it very regularly, but as with the additional flights that are going over into, you know, just into the Alaskan defense area, that there's been three separate sorties been spotted there of more than one aircraft over the last 4 days. So, you know, they have sort of ramped that up. They do it regularly, but not this much. And also there's been mootings that they're also looking to try some sort of silly thing at the Finnish border. Now, we know obviously they tried their refugee bomb, tried to force a load of people through the Finnish border, which ended up with being closed. And they're really annoyed now that that happened, although they kind of enforced a border closure for Russians leaving into Finland without having to do it themselves. So they can say that Finland are the people being unreasonable here. It's just the way they do shit. So they, you know, are really sort of testing all the boundaries, all the edges of NATO territory now. So don't be surprised if you hear of some sort of provocation. And it will be the Russians shouting that Finland have provoked them. And of course, we will know exactly what's happened. But it is something that is being mooted. And I would just say, if you see this disinformation, you know that Russians are trying to cause some sort of provocation there. It's no surprise, is it? But they have taken a particular dislike to Finland at the moment. Now, obviously, they spin the wheel of, you know, who are we going to hate today? They like to spin the wheel, and they do the same with the narrative, because we see the same ridiculous narratives coming back up in their propaganda. I've got to say, just recently, I've been very pleased that the UK has been the main target of their propaganda recently. But now, of course, they're moving on. And they do this. They go through these cycles. And so Julie Davis has... excuse me, sorry, I'm going to have to get a drink in a minute. Has been talking about how, well, I'll come to the Tucker interview in just a minute, but just how they're going to invade Baltic countries, basically. This is, you know, a constant situation for them, that they think that they can continuously say this, and nobody will take them seriously. And in the past, I think people haven't taken them seriously. They talked a lot of nonsense about Ukraine. And then look, they carried it out. So it wasn't nonsense after all. and sometimes we really do need to listen to them. Just this expansionist bollocks that they go on about all the time just does my nut in, because the history revision, just the fact that they just don't understand that Poland and NATO and whoever are not coming for them unless they come for us. And they just seem to think in this, you know, paranoid bubble that everybody's out to attack them. It's a very old sort of paranoia, I think. And well, I don't think anybody ever wants to invade Russia. I mean, you know, maybe to give them some sanitation, perhaps, but other than that, no, I don't think there's any good reason. Cece.
Mockers, maybe a lot of English know this, but I think very few Americans know that Article 5, when invoked, means that our sons and daughters will have to fight. And, you know, that may sound far-fetched on the surface, but the fact that, you know, Putin himself has said that Poland or the Baltics are next. You were just talking about the Baltics. And so Article 5 being invoked is quite a real thing. And so a huge tack to take is definitely like the invocation of Article 5 is something that, you know, will happen either 2025, 2026. American will be brought into the war. So you talk about a personal vested interest. If they don't care about the rules-based order, do they care about their kid being boots on the ground? So it really is a such a direct linkage here. And, you know, I've talked to a couple generals about this, and they're real scared about it. So it's a great salient point when you guys are calling and writing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's amazing how when it doesn't affect you personally, you can just completely ignore something that's, you know, huge and important. And like you said earlier, you don't have particular connections to Ukraine. I don't either. But I knew some weeks before the 24th of February that this was going to be a very important geopolitical, geostable event. You know, it was going to cause problems with the stability. And look at where we are. Now, I've been asked in the background to give a little shout out and ask if anybody knows Taylor Swift personally, would they ask her to go and follow Liam because it's his only wish? There we go. Apologies, I had to.
Yep. We've already established that I'm unbannable, so this is the next step.
Oh my God, let's get a whole campaign going. This is it.
Absolutely, that's the way to do it. Yeah, get these strong voices together. Amazing. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And like I said, love your work. Carry on. Yeah, just love it. Sorry, I've seen so many things about this Tucker Carlson interview today, Cece. And I know it's a bit like, oh, roll your eyes, what the hell? But, you know, I don't see anything serious, no serious analysis or anything like that. Everything I've seen is just taking the absolute piss.
You know what I haven't seen yet is Tuck's medicated pads, which I think is sorely needed in a meme about this particular interview with Putin.
Sorry, my fat fingers.
Oh, I thought I was getting censored for Tuck's medicated pad, Carlson.
No. My fat fingers were I wanted to bring somebody up, and now my fat finger just hit my damn mute everybody. Yeah, stupid phone.
That's why I don't use those buttons. You can do it other ways. Honestly, you just need to know the right way around to do things, and then you stop muting everybody unless you drop your phone like I did the other day.
Hey, do you have those quotes where they were mocking the interview?
Oh my God, there's loads of them, Cece. Have you not seen the memes? Like, you know, where Tucker asked him a question, you know, so what do you think about the, you know, what started the war in Ukraine? I think that was his question, which was pretty obvious answer, to be honest. But, you know, and he basically went, well, when the earth was created and began to cool, and he started this history lesson that he said, oh, I'll be able to answer that in just a minute. And 29 minutes later, he was still harping on. It hadn't even got to recent history at that point. It was just, you know, ridiculous. Now, talking to a Russian audience, that narrative sort of sits with them. They recognize that narrative because it's all about their historical greatness and, you know, all the stuff that they've been taught in school, which is a complete just history on its head, basically. You know, if that's all you know, you identify with it, I suppose. But yeah, it showed him very, very stuck in the past, unable to sort of, you know, be part of the present. Absolutely no idea. He rambled and talked absolute nonsense, and basically blamed Poland for starting World War II for daring to resist. I know, they should have just laid down and let themselves be murdered, but they dared to resist, and that means that they started it. Do you see sort of a parallel narrative with Ukraine?
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing. You know, most people don't know that the original derivation of Tucker is Cucker, so it's actually begins with a C.
Yeah,
I love
Cici,
etymologies.
Cici, also Pekka Kalionimi has made it post, and under that post he has asked to put some memes in from the interview from Tucker Carlson and Putin. And in the nest, there is a post from Oorlogsmonitor. It's a Dutch one, but it is in English, and he has have a bit of a serious analysis of what Putin was saying, and he comes up with the real facts of history in comparison with the fantasy facts of history from Putin. So you can take a look at that also.
Go Pekka, go! Love
Yeah,
it.
Pekka is wonderful. If you see the memes under his post, you can have a laugh for some hours.
Pekka and I are
I'm
throwing
sure.
around the idea for a screenplay right now. So Pekka has all sorts of ideas. Everyone follow Pekka. Was it the Russian media mockers that was mocking Tucker? You're reading some quotes, and I thought it was interesting that it was coming from Russians of some sort. Was it Russian hard quotes media?
Oh, yeah, Russian hard quotes media. So Julia Davies has done a brilliant job in sort of putting, you know, the responses together, and she noted that Russians had really high hopes for this interview, and yet it didn't seem to deliver on anything they wanted, not for them or for the interviewer. Sorry, can't say his name, hate him too much. So Putin sort of missed his cues as well that were given to him. Like he was given a cue by the interviewer to portray himself as a defender of Christianity and family values. And instead, he just broke into a tirade about something that he wanted to talk about. I think Satanism or something. So, you know, there was no positivity that came out of it. It was very difficult to interpret anything from it that you could have taken as a positive. So the hosts on the Russian disinfo telly, though, did say that obviously they praised Putin for explaining so thoroughly the invasion of Ukraine with his, you know, massively fake history. going all the way back to some ridiculously named prince in God knows when, 3-figure historical times. I mean, dude, you know those people are dead and gone. Anyway, and they actually said the words, "What is important is that we believe this is how it happened." And that is exactly their sort of whole shtick, isn't it? We believe it, so that's all that matters. And that's why I say they weren't really playing to a larger crowd outside of the West. Putin was specifically playing to his home crowd, and that wasn't necessarily understood by everybody else because, you know, rambling about history that nobody knows about because it didn't start like that or any of the bits in the middle. So yeah, that's why it's been so sort of like just ridiculed. Now, also, Margarita Simeonian herself, is she the beaver lady? No, that's Scabby Beaver. No, Margarita Simeonian.
Oh my God.
Sorry, British media called her the Beaver Eater, which obviously has some connotations, but it was to do with a meal that contained the animal, according to
Yeah, I
the
have
correction.
I have a slight other vision with that, if that is said, Mockers, but I won't I won't repeat that on this
Let's
channel.
leave that one. Yes, let's leave that one. You can make up your own jokes, folks. So anyway, after the interview tanked, she started quoting the article that Julia Davies had written in a way to sort of try and distance herself, pretending that she had no responsibility for encouraging them to sit down together, except she's on video doing exactly that. Whoopsie. In fact, she went on to say that this interview will blow up the Western minds and it will, you know, change the minds of all these people who don't understand Russia. And what it did was it just showed exactly why we don't understand Russia. So yeah, they believed it was going to be a massive boost for them at home. It would be a massive boost for their narrative abroad. And it just was not. It was boring and easy to ridicule. In fact, so easy to ridicule. Did you notice that the only clip that I felt compelled to watch was the bit where the interviewer tried to butt in at some point to, like, you know, slow down the lecture. And he pretty much just wiped the floor with him and went, "You're not a journalist anyway. You're just an entertainer." And beautiful stuff. You know, just right in front of everybody. Just slapped him. And he left that bit in as well. I'm just going to say, you know that word that began with a C originally? It's very appropriate.
Do you think that's because, what I can't figure out is, do you think that's because he didn't want his own people to think that he was bending a knee to any American? Because it seems like it would be to his advantage to, you know, be arm in arm with the person that's dog whistling to politicians. So it's kind of an interesting thing to break down.
Well, this just, I mean, it just shows, you know, that he can disrespect somebody like that and just get away with it because of who he is. And yeah, so it does show himself up to be the big tough guy, doesn't it? It's very much this machismo, sort of machismo, is it, or whatever you say it, however you say it. It's that sort of, you know, look at me, I'm the big guy. I can literally rip you a new one to your face and you will smile because there is nothing else you can do about it. See how tough I am. It's that kind of shit. I think we call it dick swinging. Ioana.
Thank you, Marcus. I just wanted to mention 2 things about the interview that I didn't mention before. Tucker Carlson body language, or rather face language. Absolutely remarkable. He's a very expressive person, and according to what I've seen, he was kind of puzzled by what was happening there. So I don't know, maybe you want to comment on that. And second thing, despite the fact that Putin spoke almost all the interview and he didn't get or he didn't take any suggestions from Carson, and he practically said just what he wanted to say in the version that they published on the official site, on the Kremlin site, they kind of censored Tucker Carlson. Every time he was saying something like, but what this has to do with that, or let's go back to, it's censored. It's not on the official video. So yeah, they didn't like they didn't like those interventions apparently.
Yeah, so apparently opinions were given afterwards of the man himself as well, and not very complimentary. I don't know, maybe it's the bow tie that they didn't like. I think
I
one of
wonder
the
how
things
that
is,
disheveled hair reads over there, Mockers. What do you think?
oh, I have no idea about that, but I think the thing is, what they respect though is, you know, strength. You, you know, if you're within that society, there's a lot of violence, a lot of bluff, a lot of, you know, standing up for yourself to a very high degree, you know. Nobody can look at you wrong or anything like that, because, you know, you have to then stand up for yourself. So I think it's just, it's a way of saying, look how strong and important I am, and, you know, look how much tougher I am than some American. You know, it's that's the analogy he wanted, to look strong against some weak, giggly person who had absolutely no idea what he was getting himself into, I think. Many high hopes dashed, I expect, because yeah, you can't go into a room with a criminal dictator like that and expect them to actually answer your questions truthfully and still look okay. Cece?
Yeah, because that deference was completely the opposite, antithetical to what Tucker is. Like so strangely, he went to the school that I went to in La Jolla, California. So he is just a spoiled, which I was just there briefly for an accidentally. My family is not wealthy. Long story. But it is one of the wealthiest schools in the nation, and he is just the most, because Putin's used to people ultimate deference, and Tucker's attitude is just the opposite, right? Like he's just a spoiled rich kid and all the braggadocio. So it probably hit him in the face slapped him like a wet rag.
Well, let's just say he went in with a lot of expectations, you know, and look, there are so many journalists who would have liked to have done this interview, but they'd have ended up in the gulag about 10 minutes later. So, in a way, it was actually, I think it's good that the interview was done, because it just showed how ridiculous it all is. That he's got no actual justification for anything he does. He's just living in another world. And it didn't sort of hit with the American audience either, because they just found it thoroughly boring. And the best thing to do was just make memes about it as to how boring it was. And so yeah, it devolved very quickly into a meme, and I think that's exactly what should happen. Sorry, just needed a drink. Yeah, so I'm glad it's kind of got the attention that it deserved. And well, let's just say that the less of that nonsense, the better. But it did divert attention for a bit, be slightly entertaining, I suppose. But it is sort of it shows an absolute disconnect between the real world and what's going on
I've been on
behind.
Deadline. Was it on the headlines everywhere? Did anyone pay attention? I mean, Twitter's a different world, right? But like out there in the media world, was it on all the headlines?
Well, would you believe the New York Times, I believe, put out an almost favourable headline about it, saying that now we know what Putin wants, and then tried to sort of explain something that was never said within the actual interview. But no, it's not. It's not really had any rave reviews. In fact, a lot of news media have kind of said, "What the hell was that? Don't even know what it was." So yeah, again, the attention it deserves.
I
And
guess so. It's really that dog whistle for the vote. It's the timing for the vote that I'm just wondering what's going to happen when it gets to the House. And we just need super duper creative ways to slap around the House to wake them up for this vote. Because that's so for anyone that doesn't know American politics, even when it passes the Senate on Monday or Tuesday, it's the House that's our real challenge. And that's when we got to bring in the strong arms and superpower and creativity, because it doesn't, we won't fund it. The bill won't get funded unless it passes the House.
yeah, I just wanted to add, Cece, as well. You know, people are like, does it really matter? If I ring somebody up, are they going to pay attention to me? And yet you said when Will went down to the offices during the week, he was walking into the offices and the phones were ringing off the hook, and people were saying, you know, all these phone calls are about Ukraine. This is, you know, the important issue that people want us to talk about. And that gave me loads of hope, because you've been banging on about this, sweetheart, for a while. And I know you're sick of it yourself, but we still need to say it. We still need to encourage it. Even if you've done it once, you know, did it yesterday, do it today as well. What's stopping you? You know, it's a really important issue, and the more voices, the more noise, the better, because this is what they listen to, isn't it? They listen to the strongest signals. And, you know, propaganda likes to push the shit, basically, likes to push the crappy narratives. And we have to be stronger than propaganda. NAFO is stronger than propaganda as far as I'm concerned, and we can do it. Cece?
Yeah, the reason I'm not sick of it anymore is because there's so much at stake. It truly is the ultimate movie script. Like, if I wrote this and turned it into my studio, they would laugh and be like, these are the most broad strokes. Wait, America's hangs in the balance here to Russia? Like, what is this script from the 1980s? So it really is
Wolverines.
It really is one of those things where, like, since our nation and the Western allies hang in the balance, like, I am fully charged to defeat these fools, and to defeat them with creativity and shame gives me delight like no other. So obviously when we call, that's not the place to use. You can use polite shame, right? But this is something where, like, on social media especially, it's ripe with possibility on how to. I need to get better with my AI generation, but just all of these guys that are taking Russian money need to be seen as, you know, in Ruski hats with hookers and blow. Like, their actual private lives need to come out in really fun, delicious ways, because there's so much at stake. It's mind-boggling. And this isn't just some rando on Twitter, my random opinion. This is you know, we had a group of ex-CIA agents on the panel, like Brian Cunningham, who've written books and all sorts of things, as well as statesmen, and they were all saying that this vote will determine the rules-based international order, and the Western allies, and our future wars. Like, one vote, you can distill it all down, all this insanity, you can distill down to this vote. So I'm revved and fueled, and you know, ready to get people who, from all walks of life, who can help us do that, right? Because this is scary stuff. This is like nothing we've ever seen.
Well, I do understand, Cece, because even from here, things, from across the pond, things do seem to be quite serious. And it's a shame that so many small people, such a small amount of people, can hold something like this, the freedom of Ukraine, to ransom in such a way. Forrest, go ahead.
Hey, I had two things. One, Cece, you just reminded me of something. I believe it was James Carville, the Raging Cajun, was talking about that the way Trump kind of gained his power was through humor and by poking fun at people who were being serious the whole time and that were trying to do things the right way. And his belief, and I think I share it, is that you aren't going to defeat trolling the same way that you would defeat some other politician. You've got to go out and get comedy and be authentic and really challenge some of this stupidity.
Sweep the leg.
Right away. Sweep the leg. Yeah, you've got to do it. And if you don't attempt that and you just want to go do things the way your father and his father and his father tried to do it, it's just going to continue. But number two, I wanted to say that I was an American who had never talked to a representative or a senator or any of their people until about 6 months ago. CC's endless calls pushed me to do it once, and then I started doing it regularly. I made 19 calls yesterday in about an hour to the senators, and the moment that I got word that we had flipped three votes by the phone call pressure, I think it was Thursday, revitalized me and gave me hope that I hadn't had in a while. And I needed it, and I didn't realize I needed it. But I definitely don't make the 19 calls yesterday if I didn't know that it was working. I guess it's just a psychological thing. But please, 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 if you can, start making the calls. The pictures are everywhere. Do your thing. It did work. I heard it and watched it work. So
Mercy is for the weak.
Exactly. Mercy is for the weak. Just something that I was reading out, not yesterday, the day before, about propaganda. And propaganda works extremely well if injected with humour, because it sort of gets past a lot of our defences. And you receive the message to a place in your brain which is much more non-critical because of the fact that it's tied in with humour. Christopher, go ahead.
Yeah, hey. Cece, if you could, can you DM me a fax list? Seems to have, in moving around, I've lost something of my lists. If you've got one, that would be awesome. Secondly, on the humor side, if you don't know the Bulwark, you should be looking into the Bulwark. They are a group of never Trumpers mostly. There are some like Jonathan V. Last, who's a staunch left wing kind of individual. But Tim Miller does a amazing sort of TikTok version of stuff. His humor is great. He's able to reach folks in that way. Certainly the youngers out there. So if you haven't seen any of those folks talk or watched any of their podcasts or listened to their podcasts, they're also in this fight. But they're all very they're very analytical about it, and they're all been in Washington for quite some time. So in the sense that they've watching Washington or being involved with. Miller used to be one of Jeb Bush's publicity people. Anyway, that's one of my contribution. Back to you all.
Tim Miller has a great book out there of some of the behind the scenes stuff in DC. Check it out.
Noted. Cece, go ahead.
Were you time traveling, Chris? Is this a call from the 80s for fax numbers?
Because all the fax numbers now come into computers, Faxes can be colorful. They can be images. They can be memes. And I like to send those. Back to you.
Just the facts, ma'am. Well,
Exactly.
my idea too is to, what if we just faxed these memes that we're making of the Russian hats, etc., into all of these politicians' offices, because it's hard to get the memes, right? Because you never know who on their accounts. Usually, some junior staffer is looking at Twitter. But how great would it be just to get all of this just complete cutting mockery just filing in on fax machines? Oh, and just like you said, mockers, it gets past their defenses because it's humorous. So so many staffers would like pass it around, because lunchrooms in the Capitol are huge. So all these things would like get passed around too, because they're hilarious. So Chris, I think you just hit on something. I think faxing is huge because it's so visual and literally huge, right? It's not zeros and ones in all of our little boxes. So you calling in from the 1980s is an absolutely brilliant idea. Is this Back to the Future, but with fax machines instead of DeLoreans to
Yeah,
save
you
the
got
world?
it. I forgot what speed you got to hit in order to make contact and lift off, but we're getting there. Back to you.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Cici, I want to ask you if you want to put something in the nest, please first show it to the co-host, and the co-host will decide what comes in the nest. We respect you fully, but it isn't so that if you are a speaker that you can put something in the nest every time you want. That isn't the way. That isn't the way we do it. Just ask the co-host if he wants to put it in the nest, and the co-host will put it for you in the nest. Would you please consider regard these rules?
Oh yeah, Yehuda told me long ago if they were
Yes,
nonpartisan
what
advocacy posts.
Yehuda
Can I
told
just
you.
finish my
Yeah,
sentence?
what Yehuda told you, that doesn't matter. It is.
Okay, I will.
I have said it many times. If you want to put something in the nest, just show it to us, and we will put it in the nest. It isn't that we don't want your post in the nest, but if you do it, all others, there are many people who do that, and we have some problems had with former so-called speakers who come up and then flood the nest with all kind of bullshit propaganda and you know what. So that's why we have this rule planted in.
Go ahead, Booyah.
Cece, I think that, and Chris also, I think that faxing them pictures of themselves in risky gear would be great. The long con of Russia has been to convince Americans that their political system was so messed up that it didn't matter if they voted. It didn't matter if they participated by calling their representatives. So I just want to say thank you. Big hugs and kisses from me to everyone that has called, every single person. It does work. Pressure applied works. So please keep it up, keep reposting, keep reminding people, and especially this weekend, because it's going to come up for a vote, I think on Sunday, the last time I looked. Please keep the pressure up. It's a marathon, not a sprint, I think is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, it is on Sunday as far as we're aware. Cece?
Can I put the tweet in the nest that I just had in the nest?
As long as it doesn't have that picture of the double face on it, yeah.
No, the one that just had the phone numbers.
Yeah, go for it. Another Alex Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, just say
I really like the idea of the fax machine because you can't tell someone's accent via fax. But yeah, it seems pretty easy to find these senators' fax numbers. So I've just searched for Senator Shelley Moore fax number because it's one on CC's list, and I've got her fax number. And it turns out you can also buy digital fax or get digital fax services. And it seems that for some of them, if you're in America, then you can send essentially faxes for free for your laptop, or for your computer, or even for your phone for some. So maybe just an idea for CC as like a list of fax numbers because some of us are lazy and not very smart. And then I'm not endorsing any particular magazine, but I'm currently looking at PC World has a review of the top 3 faxing apps or websites. So yeah, maybe that's a thing we can all do. We can all just start faxing these senators with funny memes or them dressed up in Russian uniforms or whatever. I'll leave it to CC to direct us. But yeah, that's something we can do. We can basically take some of our memes, which we think are appropriate, and then fax them from our computers using an e-fax service.
We're your job's fax machine.
Well, if you can still find one plugged in somewhere, certainly, yeah. The last time I saw one of them, I worked in the post office, and I was 20 years old. It's like 26 years ago, crikey. Kerry, welcome up. You've popped up to join us.
Hello, darling. I was very, very interested by the fax idea. I love it. So, another Alex Ferguson, would you possibly mind just DM me the like idiot's guide, because it just seems so arcane. I feel like I need instructions.
It's relearning to ride a bicycle all over again, isn't it? Guys, I've got some news for you. Believe it or not, I've had some leaked information, and I know who's going to win the Russian election. Yes, I know. Sit down. Sit down. It's going to be a shock, right? So, pro-government VTCOM published the first ranking of candidates prior to the election coming. So, Vladimir Putin is noted to have 75% of favour in the candidacy, with Davankov at 5%, Karitonov at just 4%, and Leonid Slutsky, dirty, also at 4%. So another 8% of the respondents had difficulty answering, and 2% each chose to come and destroy their ballot or not come to the polls at all. But I think you can quite clearly see there that probably indicates intent. I have a funny feeling that Putin might just win the Russian election, you know. I know it's a shock to you all, but I thought I would bring you that news. Breaking news there. Sorry, my sarcasm sometimes gets the better of me. Now then, I am hearing new news from France. And remember how I said I love it when France makes strong statements, but I really hope that those strong statements convert into actions. And here's some actions for you. France will apparently hand over dozens. So that's at least 24, surely. Of Caesar's artillery systems to Ukraine, as well as shells for them. Now, this has been announced following a telephone conversation between Zelensky and Macron. So it would seem that every time Zelensky talks to somebody, they give him some more stuff. So no wonder he's always busy. Because, yeah, the busier he is, the better things get, I suppose. I do wonder when he gets time to sleep. Lexicon, welcome up.
Hi, guys. Good day to you. I wondered if you have time for a little story, like some news. It takes me a little bit of a couple minutes to read, but it's about banana wars in the Rodina, the Vaterland of Russia. Do you want to know about banana wars?
Absolutely do. Yeah, I love these sorts of stories.
Oh, this is hot news. Well, this is Russia's self-inflicted banana problem. Because they're saying that the fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is being felt even on the banana market. Now, you may remember that in January, Ecuador confirmed that they would give about $200 million worth of military equipment from, it was Soviet equipment they'd gotten, God knows when they were doing this trade and getting cheap shit to the US. And although nobody has said this openly, of course, everyone's assuming that this hardware will then be passed on to Ukraine, because obviously America isn't using it, is it? It says that in an attempt to punish Ecuador for allowing the transfer of Soviet-era arms to Ukraine, Russia has imposed draconian restrictions on banana imports from Ecuador, showing that it is happy to damage its own economy and, of course, inflict pain on its own consumers. So what Ecuador has got, because that's neat to know, is they've got about 18, like not HIMARS, but GRAD type multiple launch rocket launch system, 12 mobile OSA rocket systems, 150 anti-aircraft guns of various types, and various manpads. And although Ecuador says this equipment is inoperative. Anyway, Russia quickly jumped on this, decided this was a hostile move. Just a few days after the announcement by Ecuador, Russia's food safety watchdog suddenly discovered traces of a harmful insect in, don't you know, Ecuadorian bananas. And they barred 5 Ecuadorian companies from the market. Now, this is big stuff because this impacts about 30% of Russia's banana imports. And this is the type of, we know they do this kind of thing. They're going to impose further measures and they could ban all bananas. This is a typical trade weapon that Moscow uses in political disputes. So they've done this in former Soviet nations. They've also done it to EU countries and to Turkey. But what happens? What's the impact on Ecuador, first of all? Apparently, Ecuador sells about $700 million worth of bananas to Russia every year, or a fifth of its total banana sales. So, and that's a big part of its total exports. And this is like, the equipment is only about $200 million worth. So this could be costly to them. The banana farmers are already suffering from the war. So the UN Food and Agriculture Organization is reporting that they're already facing high prices for Russian and Ukrainian fertilizers, and they can't find alternatives. And they don't have any other market for so many bananas. There's no other country that takes such a large number. Anyway, what about how this hits Russian because I'm sort of out of what, sorry, forget that title for a second, but of course, what Moscow is trying to do is not only try to derail the Ecuador US-Ukraine deal, but dissuade other countries, of course. Now, the importance to Russian consumers, bananas apparently are relatively cheap food that's high in calories, among the few fruits available all year round to Russia's poor. So, for example, in 2022-23, bananas accounted for more than 20% of all the fruit sales in Russian retail chains, and apples, by comparison, were only 16%. Actually, 22% was bananas. And so, of course, in Russia, wouldn't you guess it, the cost of bananas is rising fast. So overall food inflation was below 20%, but the cost of bananas has gone up by 75%. And so this is, the government has considered, in fact, placing bananas on a list of socially significant goods, meaning that they might be able to do price controls. Russia's trying to replace Ecuadorian bananas with Indian ones because, as I was talking about maybe a day or two ago, Russia is stuck with a whole lot of rupees from India that they can't do much with because they don't buy much from India, but they sell it gas and oil, but India buys that in rupees. And but India has no need to do them any favors. So anyway, all that's going to do is benefit traders, but not the population. So anyway, we just think overall that rising prices for bananas, since they are such a big item, is going to further fuel inflation in Russia, but it's the countries least well off who will be disproportionately affected. And we can conclude that Russia has no qualms about sacrificing its consumers to further its foreign policy ambitions. So that's another tale of woe.
Well, there's a song.
Are you winding up a clock?
I think she was, yeah. There's a song from World War II from
What
the
was
UK. It's Yes, We Have No Bananas. And
yes!
Yeah, I feel as though we need to translate that into Russian and just send that over to them. Fella who bonks, welcome up.
Chime in on CC and hey, yep, okay, she's still up speaking. And
give oil and take bananas. It's kind of funny. Let's see how the Indian bananas will go to the Russian population. And also, not only bananas, they found dangerous pathogens in some flowers. I believe it was carnations. Yeah, carnations. Maybe they can import substitute the carnations. Good luck with that too.
Yeah, that just one thing after another, isn't it? Just like dominoes. I keep saying this. They're just one thing after another seems to just fall down. Now, I'm just going to go to another Alex Ferguson in a second, but before I do, I'm going to just say that I had 3 hours sleep last night, and I can't believe I've lasted this long. So I'm going to go and collapse into a nap. I thank you all very much. Please, by all means, join us tomorrow and for the rest of the day, even, because, you know, we'll still be here. And I will be back and probably a little less tired. So thank you very much, everybody. And ta-ra for now. And go ahead, another Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, so I just wanted to can't remember who was speaking, but say thanks for the HP thing, because I know I have an HP account somewhere. So yeah, I sent my first e-fax to which senator? Senator Capito. Maybe the rest of you can do too. I'm not particularly endorsing the app or the website that I used. It's just one I found that was free. And if I tweet about my faxes, then I get 5 more free tweets. I'm going to be tweeting about faxing senators quite a bit, I think, so I can get some more free tweets. But yeah, I'm definitely going to go and check out the HP thing. Yeah, and thanks for that input. It's good to share advice in terms of how to get to politicians. So we've now got a recommendation on how to do faxing. So let's go, fellas. Let's start faxing funny memes mocking Republicans for their position.
Sorry, I was doing some other things, but I'm also waiting for the relief on my part. I see Chris is already up. He is going to be co-host soon. Tracy, good afternoon. How are you doing? I see you are up in the co-host seat, so I will say my goodbye also and wish everybody a very good evening and come back tomorrow. We will be here for sure, 24 hours, 7 days a week. So please come back tomorrow. Please retweet the space. Take a look at this fundraiser. It is the first tweet in the nest. And with that, I will say goodbye to you all.
Thank you very much, Ghost. Much appreciated. And thank you to the amazing mockers who I think must run on some very, very good batteries indeed. Thank you, mockers. Go and have a well-deserved sleep. So, hello.
Indeed, Tracy, I was forgot that to say that Mockers has done a hell of a job again today. And she deserves some sleep. Mockers, go to sleep.
Yes, thank you very much, Ghost. Absolutely. Go to sleep, mockers. You deserve it. So, hello, everybody. Welcome. You are, of course, at the MriyaReport, and we are 24/7, bringing you news, news from Ukraine, analysis, expert special guests, segments with interesting topics that we discuss on a regular basis, and lots of other many, many interesting things. And of course, don't forget, we have the Facebook group. We now have an Instagram page too. So I like to remind you all of that. If you haven't followed us on Instagram, go ahead and consider doing that. If you indeed use Instagram, I don't use it, but I have set up an account just to follow MriyaReport. I don't use Facebook either, actually. I just go on the Facebook group. I actually don't even ever see my profile page, because I left Facebook many years ago and just left the account there sitting doing nothing. But I use it for MriyaReport now. So finally, Facebook can do some good. And I see lots of propaganda on Facebook. So it was actually very important to me to be able to share information via Facebook. because of course everybody that's connected to your account, such as like me, like my account, they also see all the posts that I put on the Facebook group on MriyaReport, because they do come up on your personal page as well. So it is a good way of getting information out there, even if you don't have anything to do with the people that are connected with your page. And sometimes when this correct information is out there, that's what seeds people to go looking further into a topic or exploring something differently. If they're really just not aware that they're incorrect, or they're being fed propaganda, for example. And yes, it does still happen, unfortunately, even at this stage, it does still happen. There are still people that are misinformed, or that full of propaganda, or naive, or many of the other different reasons that we talk about why they do not know as much as we do. And one of those is because they are not fully engaged in MriyaReport like you all are. So retweet away, get more people here. That would be absolutely fantastic. You know what? I have a target, Christopher, and hello and welcome, by the way. I've been thinking, pondering this for a little bit now. I'm thinking how I can bring people into MriyaReport. I was trying to thinking of a time scale, or how socialize a lot, so I don't have as many circles as some other people may do, so it can be a little bit more difficult. It does mean you have to try a bit harder to push that knowledge bubble wider and to reach other people and other groups. So I was thinking, how could I have a target where I could bring, I don't know, maybe one person every so often across to MriyaReport, and I was thinking, I wonder if I could possibly put that into practice somehow. So hello, good morning, Christopher, and what do you think of my growing idea?
It's a way to grow your idea, definitely. Absolutely. Replace yourself plus one, and keep doing it over and over and over again. I'm pruning. Back to you.
Thank you very much for pruning, Christopher. Excuse me, you do a wonderful job. So where should we start? Of course, so we have no hands at the moment, so I am going to continue with the news. So let's go through things bit by bit, and then of course we will have some breaks in between, so you can all ask questions or make comments, or if indeed you want to change the topic, if you have a topic related to Ukraine that you would like to discuss, please feel free to bring that to us. Now is a good opportunity for you to join the speaker panel whilst it's a little quiet and we have the changeover and we get ourselves organised, as Christopher said, doing some pruning. So let's go and see what the Air Force data was for today. So we'll give you the numbers as we usually do. So the enemy attacked with 31 UAVs of the Shahed type from the Cape Chowder Crimea direction and also from the Kursk direction. The main areas of attack were the Odessa and Kharkiv regions. Units of anti-aircraft missile forces, mobile fire groups, forces of the Defence Forces and means of radio-electronic warfare, which is becoming a common term we see every day now, were involved in repelling the air attack. As a result of the combat work, 23 Shaheds were destroyed within the Odessa and Kharkiv regions. So moving on to the naval forces, today we have 4 enemy ships in the Black Sea and 1 enemy ship in the Azov Sea, but none of them are caliber cruise missiles, thankfully. State Special Transport Service today reported 242 hectares of land cleared and examined, and 371 explosive items were neutralised. So 371 lives at least saved a day. I think this is something we should highlight, and I'm going to continue doing that. As well as the enemy losses, we should highlight the amount of Ukrainian lives that we can quantify that have been saved per day, because of course there are many more that we can't quantify because of things done by the armed forces, for example, and many other people in terms of rescuing and all sorts of different things. So, but these lives we can quantify, because each one of those explosive items, if left, would eventually have gone on to take somebody's life over a period of time. If it was left long enough, there's a guarantee it would take somebody's life. So as we talk about losses, let's move on to the losses for today. So 980 invaders today, 9 tanks, 21 APCs, 24 artillery systems, 26 UAVs, 28 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 3 special equipment. So good average overall losses there. It's staggering really that those high numbers have become average, especially when we look at the 980 eliminated invaders a day. You know, we're easy looking at an average of about 5,000 a week at this point. Probably slightly higher than that. That's a low estimate because I'm just doing it off the top of my head. So as we're talking about enemy losses, let's give you a little bit of news that we have in terms of the military situation. So we have the daily report from General Tarnavsky for the Tavria direction. Let's have a look what's going on there today. So he is reporting today that the enemy is currently concentrating its main efforts on the Avdiv direction. So of course we've heard a lot about this direction. The intention of the Russian aggression is clear. First of all, they want to establish control over the logistical means of putting our units on the northern flank. However, we give an adequate response to the actions of the enemy. We strengthen the blocking line, set up additional firing positions, and use fresh, effective forces, and logistical deliveries continue, which is very important, probably one of the most important things, along with others. So, enemy losses in this direction. The enemy carried out 17 airstrikes, 57 assaults, and 599 artillery barges. Defenders are currently firmly holding the defence, though, and the total enemy losses amounted to 361 invaders and 13 units of military equipment, including 2 tanks, 1 APC, 1 artillery system, 6 cars, that's interesting, cars, 3 units of special equipment, and Ukrainian Defence Forces also destroyed 2 ammunition warehouses and 145 UAVs. So that's staying on. I mean, it's still quite high, isn't it? 145, but we have seen those numbers sometimes nearing 300 a day, 240, 260 springs to mind. So Avdiivka in particular, this is a different report now, moving on from General Tarnavsky's report. So the situation in the Avdiivka literally is critical. So from the rear, Olenivka to Stepove. The situation is under control, and the possibility of encircling the group of troops in the Avdiivka direction is ruled out at this point. At the bottom of the pocket, not everything is so good. They have 600 meters left, and the situation is not exactly critical here, but it could be a great deal better. They are now well restrained by the defence, and the city is holding them. So 3 days apparently without hearing the KABs in this direction. So that's an interesting thing to point out. And according to Bakhmut's experience, battles in the buildings are hell in which there is no clear front line. One house is ours, the neighbouring one is theirs, and everything changes every hour, which is something that we've highlighted before and continue to do so because, you know, everybody makes a big deal about this few hundred meters here. Not us here, of course, but mainly in, you know, press around the world and other places. You hear everybody making a big deal of, you know, the Russians have taken this amount of distance or that amount of distance. But it's really irrelevant when you look on the larger scale of the battle that's going on. That's the important thing. And it's extremely difficult right now, but incredibly, the Ukrainian armed forces are holding the defence. It's absolutely staggering what they can do, and this is why we need to do everything we can do to help them. So what can we do, Christopher? well, we can contact representatives, we can push information out to more people so they make better votes and we get better people in positions of power in future, because we have to also consider in parallel how to start putting things in place where we can go down that long road of making sure these things never happen again. There are many, many things that need changing, and the UN is one that springs to mind. So I think in parallel, even if we only just start discussing it and we can't really start too much at the moment, I think it's very important that we do consider and combating propaganda and informing more people, getting people back to critical thinking, all those types of things that we talk about. That's really, really important. And actually, that reminds me, before we go on to Shatsa, who's patiently waiting with a hand up, of something that I read recently, that from the Digital Minister of Digital Transformation. I have to go back and actually find the post now, because now it seems relevant. Now we're speaking about this, but they're talking about things that they're putting in place with other agencies and cooperation with other partners to start basically educating people regarding propaganda more, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And I see this happening in many places actually. But Shatsi, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. You know, with those numbers of Russian dead, you got to wonder, what is it in a society? And I know it's from their history, but my God, you know, we may have messy protests, but thank God we have messy protests. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but it's years of conditioning in it, isn't it? Centuries of conditioning sometimes, really, when you think about the history of it. And unfortunately, that's what it makes people like that think that these things are okay, and that have standards, morals, all those things that are low enough that they can just accept. It's just normal to be so brutal and cruel and mean and twisted. I think that's my short answer, Shatsi. That probably doesn't help. Sorry.
No, I understand. It's just, I guess, if nothing else, it kind of makes me look at the messy protest a little bit better. I once asked my dad, he served World War II, how he felt about people burning the flag way back, like 50 years ago. Flag burning was a big thing. And he said, doesn't bother me in the least. You know, that's the point. The flag isn't the point. It's the ideas that are the point. And if you want to burn the flag to make your point, feel free. That's what we fought for. And it's like, yeah, okay, that was a way of looking at it.
Shotzi, thank you very much. It's everything that you talk about when you speak about your dad and bringing forward to folks that may not have been in contact with the greatest generation, right? And it's extremely important to keep their thoughts and their memories alive, because we've gotten away from that, and in we've just gotten away from it. This country, I'll speak because I am here. I know this country. It has changed a lot in the way that we talk about on our public discourse about the things that matter, I guess. But I wanted to thank you for every time you come up and you contribute like that. Please, thank you so much. Back to you, Tracy.
Of the Shahed type plutonium from Russia hadn't been detonated. So I think when I look at actually in particular quite badly, and I think if I remember, I was looking at, I think it was 10. Yes, it was 10 UAVs. So the military administration reported in Kharkiv the number of victims of the night attack in Kharkiv has increased. So there were at least 10 UAVs were launched from enemy territory, and 8 of them were shot down. 7 people died, among them 3 children. In one of the private houses alone, an entire family of 5 a result of the fire, a husband, a wife, and 3 children who were 7 years old, 4 years old, and 7 months old. So this is the result of just even the ones that managed to get through, the few that managed to get through. So, and sometimes, of course, we have to remember that even when they get shot down, it's the fragments of these things that are shot down that can go on to cause very often the fires. We've seen that quite a lot in Kyiv, actually, that the cause of damage and victims and people's lives in many cases has been actually from falling debris from drones that are shot down. We forget the size of these things, really, sometimes. I think, it's important sometimes to look back at the size of these things. So I think I'm rubber banding slightly, apparently. Can you hear me okay now, Christopher?
Yes, there was just a moment or two there that you were rubber banding. And I wanted to I'll take a moment. Thanks, Shotzi, for every time you come up and you talk about your father and you talk about that generation, the greatest generation. It's important to remember those folks and to bring it forward into our generation, into the generations that are actually before or after me, because I still have some memories of that because of my grandparents. But folks are really disconnected from that. It's important to bring it back to life. So thank you every time you come up and talk about that. Back to you, Tracy. Okay. Did I break something? Oh, I see she's lost audio. Uh-oh. Well, the gremlins are about. Um, no worries. So, one of the things that I spoke about yesterday, and I think I'll say it again today. It was in one of my threads somewhere. Oh, you're back. Okay, that's good. But prior to his, I just want to talk about Alexander Sarsky. He was the head of the land forces before his appointment to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces 2 days ago, right? He's responsible for the successful Kyiv and Kharkiv operations, as well as some smaller operations. He's been fighting for a decade or more, probably, but a good decade since the 2014 invasion. He headed the ATO headquarters and coordinated the withdrawal of Ukrainian defenders from Debaltseve. He became the head of Joint Operational Headquarters in 2016. That's the operational headquarters of the forces of Ukraine, Armed Forces of Ukraine. And in 2017, he became the commander of the entire anti-terrorist operation in eastern Ukraine. And then he was 2 years later made commander of the land forces. So this gentleman has a proven track record. He understands how the Ukrainian army functions inside and out. And I think he's a very probably excellent. We talked yesterday a little bit on the space about the subtle differences between the two generals and what was going to be needed for the upcoming next year to 2 years. And I think that given everything that I've read, that the decision that was made was not made easily. It was not made hastily. It was not made for any political reasons. Although there are a lot of politicians out there that are somewhat anti Zelensky's party, that are trying to make politics out of this, and I think that that's probably going to happen no matter what. Fortunately, it seems to be rather non-effective, but that's Ukraine. Here in the United States, that's a different story. Anyway, Tracy, back to you. I'm babbling now.
Oh, that's okay, Christopher. It's interesting. Thank you. Yeah, actually, he made a post today, didn't he, Sersky, who is, of course, now the new commander-in-chief. I had to look twice when I was reading it because I'm just getting confused at a minute. From thinking commander-in-chief, and then I'm thinking, as soon as you say the commander-in-chief, I think of Zaluzhny, And then I'm like, no, wait, he's not the commander-in-chief anymore. But never mind, that's just me and my silly brain. But yeah, I thought it was very nice that he'd made a post. So he's congratulated the Major General Vladislav Baralevich. I'm hoping we hear his name pronounced enough in the press that I can get much, much better at pronouncing that, because he has now become the new Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. And what he said about him actually is we fought side by side in the Kyiv region and continued together to defend the country in the east. He was a reliable chief of staff of the operational strategic group, and I'm sure that his knowledge and experience will be an important factor in our victory. So I thought that was very interesting. So we've got lots of nice statements coming out today, actually, I think I've noticed, which is always nice to see, because I don't know how it goes in your country, but when we have cabinet shake-ups here and these things happen, it's very often not nice things that are being said. But anyway, that's irrelevant, I guess. Well, actually, no, I think it is quite irrelevant, because this is a country at war as well. So you would expect that there are more disagreements that are going to go on over things, given the importance of these decisions that everybody has to make. And of course, undoubtedly, it's going to affect you when you're living through those conditions, no matter how experienced you are at being able to be objective in these matters. When you're living through these conditions on a daily basis, it takes its toll. So anyway, getting off the subject a little bit now. So let's tell you what else has been going on today. So coming back to Kharkiv firstly, let's just bring you up to date on the latest from there. So the elimination of the consequences are now in progress. At least 10 enemy UAVs were launched. Like I said, 8 were shot down. In particular, an oil depot was hit from where a fuel leak occurred. One tank is still full, however, but the danger remains. So if necessary, they will expand the evacuation zone and the resettlement. Now all specialist services continue to work, and 50 people were also evacuated. So it's important to highlight that as well. Whilst our condolences go out to anybody affected by this tragedy, we have to also be thankful for very small mercies in these people that have been rescued, because we know that Russia likes to try and shell rescue workers as well. So all the time when these people are being rescued, those rescue workers as well as those victims are at risk. So 50 people evacuated. 4 people were saved as well, and one of those was a child, which is obviously absolutely amazing. Obviously, it's incredible for any life, but children are just so precious, aren't they? A total of 36 units of state emergency service were involved, and more than 200 rescuers were involved in liquidating the consequences of the shelling there. Wow, 200 people. 15 houses were affected, I believe. That's what he said on that street, Christopher. So 15 houses all in one street just from that one shelling. I mean, you've got to imagine, when I read that, I tried to imagine in my mind, like looking out of the window, if you even have any windows left at this point, or if you're even able to stand in your house. Imagine that being your street when you look out of the window. You probably think I'm weird, but I always try to do this because I always try and put myself in their perspective any way that I can. And I just think sometimes these little things that you try to do, that they can help us do that. What do you reckon, Christopher?
No, it's very much it's very much a way to try to empathize with the situation. You can't ever think that you would be in that situation yourself, but yeah, it's mind numbing, I think, to a degree, because each one of those places of residence, each one of those addresses on the street, each one of those physical buildings all have an emotional story, all have a history, all have if you've been in the neighborhood for your whole life, that's maybe you played with your friend from one of those houses. I mean, it's when you break it, try to break it down to that human level and bring it down. And I think everybody who has a soul and a conscience can relate. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Now then, before I go on to, because I literally was just quickly glancing then as I was listening to you at what Atesh have been doing today, and it seems we have some interesting information from them to go through. But firstly, I'm just going to quickly, let's see where I was in my little tab of notes. So I was looking at something recently about the Norwegian government, because I think we heard about this yesterday, wasn't it, about their plans to transfer NASAM's air defence. So have you heard anything about this, Christopher? I think it might have
No,
been.
on Norwegian, no. Finland, yes. Not and Sweden. So I get my Sweden updates in my DMs. Thank you for those of you who know who you are that DM me. I love those. But back to you, please, Tracy.
I like that you get that in your DMs. That's pretty funny. It's good though, isn't it? I mean, we have wonderful listeners that help us out with these things, and it is a great deal of help. So apparently the Norwegian government plans to transfer more NASAM's air defence systems to Ukraine. The website published a proposal to the parliament to order 10 launchers and fire control centres. So this is done in addition to the purchase of equipment that's already being transferred to Ukraine, and the investment amounts to 3.5 billion Norwegian krona. So I've not had a chance to delve into it any further than that. So I want to have a good look at that and see what that says, because very often when you look at these things in more detail, then they have like specific dates attached to them, which I find quite frustrating, because why do they never put these dates right at the top so you can see instantly when these things are going to happen? I find it quite misleading. I don't think it's meant to be misleading, is it? But it's just something, it's just a little pet hate of mine. You know, you'll be reading an update or something that comes out, and then you'll see, oh, and this is to happen to the back end of 2024 or 2025, or, you know, something along these lines. Go ahead, Shatsy.
Hi, thank you. Is there any more news on the Sweden NATO vote? Last I heard, somebody was scheduled to go to Hungary on January 26th. Is there anything other than that?
No, I don't think there's anything other than that, unfortunately. It's not that I've heard anyway, Christopher, have you?
Not that I've heard either.
And I think we would have heard also, so I think it's safe to say that nothing has happened in this department yet. Unfortunately, of course, all this dithering about, it's quite frustrating. So the Minister of Internal Affairs, before we move on too far away from Kharkiv, has posted a picture of a woman, which I've posted. I think it's important that we repost this, and I think people should see these things, because if we can make that connection for anybody in any way to everything that's going on, then that brings more people into wanting to know more information. You know, at the end of the day, these things are not all over news media. In many of our countries, on a daily basis, they're not top of the headline news as they should be, for all the reasons that we've discussed endlessly here. But one of the ways that we can do something about that is to keep sharing and pushing out this information, especially I think when official people like this share it. So this is a picture. In the photo, he said, is the mother of a man who died as a result of the blow in Kharkiv. She lost her son, daughter-in-law, and 3 small grandchildren. This morning, the woman was at the scene of the tragedy and has already passed a DNA test. This is important because it's the only way that they will be able to say with 100% certainty whose bodies were taken from the house, because they are all very burnt. Investigators have already found the 35-year-old woman's brother, and this is obviously a terrible blow for the relatives. The brother also handed over his samples to help with accurate identification. DNA was also taken from the son of the deceased couple, and the bodies will be identified using the ANDE DNA machine and molecular genetic testing. Relatives of the deceased family said that they later saw that the family was in contact almost all the time between the first and second explosions. Both husband and wife tried to contact someone, and then the connection with them just disappeared. So this, I think, should be shared. This statement from the Minister of Internal Affairs, Igor Klemenko, and the photo should also be shared. So I'm going to check whether I've already shared that or not. And if not, I'm going to go ahead and do just that, because I think if they choose to share that and highlight that, then we should also do the same. And maybe, I don't know, consider tagging some of the media that you have in your area, or anybody else that you think that will help. What do you reckon, Christopher? I think that's a good idea.
I think we should fax it. Absolutely.
I think we should fax it too. Sorry. I like this idea. I love this back to the 80s. Sorry, I think it's rather funny. I apologise. But yes, let's fax it too. Fax the photo of the woman sitting there in the tent, because of course she's sitting in one of these, well, I don't know, what would you call it, like an emergency structure, I guess, or an emergency tent, something like that, Christopher.
Yeah, I didn't mean to sound flip, but I mean, if you can compose it into a PDF that gives the information very short from, I will take a look at it. Let me see what I can do. And if I come up with something, I'll post a link to it. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. I absolutely do. It's not a graphic picture by any means. The statement is from somebody that's official, so I think it has the desired effect in that way. And maybe it will connect with I don't know, official people, if that's who you're who you're faxing, for example, more because of that. Obviously it makes people realize when it's from an official source as well, how genuine it is. And I think the specific wording, I would say they've been very, very careful to choose the wording. As we very often see, I'm very impressed by the communications and the messaging that we see from Ukraine and from Ukrainian officials in many areas. But yeah, I think the specific wording and just going through that process, the way that he's just sort of listed some of the steps in that process, that they have to come. And I mean, imagine you're at the scene of the tragedy there, and then you have to sit in a tent within the vicinity of what's happened, and you've got to give DNA. I'm not suggesting that they give the DNA in the tent for 1 minute. I wouldn't think that would happen, although I guess it's certainly possible in this day and age. But you've got to give DNA, and you've got to go through all those things that he lists there, because these are not the things that occur to us when we think from a distance of that happening to somebody. Even if you're able to see far enough to sort of consider how that person may feel and to empathize and all those things, it doesn't occur to you all those steps that people have to go through. Of course, it's obvious when you start to think about it, but I think it's very effective the way that he's spoken about it like that. So I would suggest definitely to use that. I think that's a very good statement to use. And it's not that long, like you said, Christopher, it's quite short. So moving on from Kharkiv, let's talk about what Atesh have been doing, shall we? Because these guys, I've gotten quite interested in following these every day. It's one of the updates that I look for every day now, Christopher. It's not something that I did before, but I found their social media So here we go now, and I love how they always put pictures. And with this, this have you seen? You know this little image that they use, Christopher? It almost like a triangle in yellow, but I can't really describe it unless you've seen it. Do you know what I mean?
It's
That they
kind
have.
of like, yeah, it's sort of like a free-form trident made up of elongated diamonds, right? Is that it?
Yeah, that's actually a really good description, Christopher. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. So yes, and if you've seen Atesh's communications, pictures and videos, and this type of things, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So today they discovered the invaders' radar in Zhangkoi. I noticed they like to mess about in Zhangkoi quite a bit, which I find fantastic. So during the reconnaissance of the area, one of their agents have discovered what's this called now? I've not come across this name before. A Protivnik GE radar station. Anyway, never mind the name. It's a radar station. We know what they are. So it is located in the southwest of the Zhangkoi airfield, and the station detects the air targets and transmits information to their Russian air defense, which covers the airfield in Zhangkoi, which of course has been hit a few times by Ukrainian armed forces. So they note that previously this did not save the occupiers, however, because, of course, as I said, drones flew into the facility. It makes you wonder if it even works at all, doesn't it? Does it just work and not work very well, Christopher? Is it just switched on some days but not on others? Interesting
Well,
questions I have.
What's funny? Like, you wonder whether or not somebody sold out the insides of it, right? Because of all the corruption that's always there. I mean, I still go back to the beginning months of the war where we find out that one of the Russian admirals or higher ranks in captains of some sort sold the propellers on his big ship and replaced it with inferior ones. I just can't everything's possible. Everything's possible for money. Back to you.
Well, it is when you live in Russia. Yes, absolutely. What is it Budanov said? It's surprising what you can pay for in Russia. So, back to Atesh, because these guys, of course, don't work for money. Well, they may do, I guess, but I don't think they do somehow, because they are, of course, resistance. This is what they are. They are a resistance movement. So lots of pictures there and videos also, which I will have to get and post for you to see. But there we go. That's what they've been doing today. But not only that, I hear you say, what else have they been doing? Well, what else? They have scouted support points of the Novofedorivka airfield. Oh, it's all airfields today, Christopher. So, agents conducted reconnaissance of warehouses with ammunition, fuels, and lubricants that are located at the Novofedorivka military airfield. I love how they always give the coordinates as well. If you see these posts, they always give the coordinates, which I think is fantastic. The territory is well guarded with many security cameras located around the perimeter, but this does not stop our agents. We conduct constant reconnaissance of military installations in the occupied territories and transmit the information to the Ukrainian Defence Forces. Belbek demonstrates that our work is very effective and leads to the destruction of invaders. Of course, they're talking about Belbek airfield there. And as always, they always add on to their posts. If you would like to join them, you can contact them and you can actually join them, which I think is also brilliant. And they have a Twitter page as well, I believe, but I don't know where that is. I would have to find that. And of course, check that it's actually them. Okay, moving on. What else shall we talk about today, Christopher? So, of course, Zelensky has spoken to Macron, as we heard earlier, and he has a good conversation with him. Apparently, they're going to be supplying, France is going to be supplying more drones, and President Zelensky in particular said that they discussed the defence needs, including drones, artillery systems, and shells. So not just drones, electronic warfare and air defence systems from portable to long range. So that's interesting. Let's go and see more of what President Zelensky had to say about that conversation. See if he gives us a bit more detail. So they've he's thanked France for the United States for the artillery coalition, within the framework of which Paris will produce and transfer dozens of Caesar artillery systems as well as shells. And they've discussed the preparation of the bilateral document on security guarantees within the G7 Vilnius Declaration. So lots more cooperation going on there. What else has President Zelensky been up to today? Did you see, I posted a video, Christopher, I added some subtitles to it for other listeners as well. If you want to find it, it's on my profile. I added some subtitles to the video where President Zelensky was giving the medals and giving out the awards. And with the one, where the commander-in-chief, did you see how the commander-in-chief hugged him? Oh, that was absolutely fabulous, that was.
Yeah, bring your hankies. Back to you.
Yes, I say commander-in-chief. He's not really wasn't there anymore at the time, was he? But yeah, anyway. So go and have a look at that. So you've probably seen the video by now, but there's one where I added some subtitles to it. I always think it's interesting to see what they're saying because you get those nuances, then those differences in the words, and you get more of the thoughts and feelings coming through. I think than you do, of course, when you just watch the pictures. Not that you really need any words; it's kind of obvious. I mean, nobody else hugs President Zelensky. Nobody else even goes like really close to or anywhere near.
Oh,
So
wait, that's not true. Remember the reporter, the woman? He was giving a press conference. I don't know where he was. He was up at the podium, but it was a Ukrainian reporter in the audience, and she said, "I want to come up." It's like, I want to come up and give you a hug. And he says, "Well, what's stopping you?" And she says, "Well, I would be." I didn't think she said I would be shot, but I would be, and he comes down off the podium and hugs her. Oh, back to you.
I do remember that, and I think she did say, "I might get shot, or I could get shot, or something like that." I do remember that, but yes, absolutely. But what I meant was, well, you're right. It doesn't happen very often, does it? Anyway, in general, but I meant nobody else that was getting medals or anything like that did anything, So anywhere remotely near that, but that was a wonderful moment. So I'm just looking at some pictures that he's posted here about important meetings today. We continue to update the defence and security forces of Ukraine. The team is efficient and there will be changes. So it looks like there are more changes to come. So a good clean sweep throughout. So indeed, it was just all rumours and nonsense and propaganda about this big rift between Zelensky and Zelensky, which I'm pleased to say now there's proof that shows that. It's nice to be able to push that back in the eyes of the Vatniks and the Tankies and all these people that push this Russian propaganda and nonsense. Don't you think, Christopher? It's quite satisfying.
Yeah, absolutely. I, really had no doubts in my own mind. It just, the frustrating thing about having a good deal of interest and a good deal of experience in terms of observations over the last couple of years is that being able to see things and then your reality, it takes a while for others to comport to the reality, and it kind of that gap in that time frame is frustrating for me. It's frustrating for me that it takes that much more time. But democracy is hard. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Yes, indeed, democracy takes hard work. But yeah, I mean, I never had any doubts either. And I don't think many people here did. I think we all knew, really that. But of course, we have to unfortunately talk about these things so that we can inform each other, forewarned and forearmed, and all that, and use these things to be able to inform other people. That's the main thing, isn't it? Using all these tools that we learn from these things to be able to just show examples to other people and get across that point of, how to just even think about looking for what's propaganda and what's not. I think we need to get to the point in society where everybody's second nature is to check something first for propaganda. And like we say, that critical thinking, it's not automatic. It's not somebody's automatic thing. It's become automatic for many people like us who engage with these topics every single day, and now I'm more conscientious even with other information that's not related to Ukraine. Even people who are aware of propaganda, we all come and learn here together. I've grown and learned from many other people here in the space. And then, of course, we have experts that come and speak to us about propaganda and disinformation and those types of things, which you can find all those segments on Spotify if you have a look. There's a few on there. Jonathan Fink, for example, he's one that springs to mind. With so many guests and so many fabulous guests that come, sometimes I find it hard to think of them all off the top of my head. You think if we try and list them all, I mean, there's quite a great deal of variety of guests that we have now. We're very lucky here at MriyaReport. Could you list them all off the top of your head, Christopher? I don't think I could. I'd have to take a little moment to think about it. Well, I guess that's
I have trouble remembering what I had for dinner last night, Tracy.
I feel like that some days myself, Christopher. So let's stick with government news for a moment, and we will see what the Prime Minister has been saying today. So he's been talking about buying Ukrainian goods, and obviously the jobs that creates and the taxes that brings to the budget, etc. And obviously, therefore, that strengthens the army because I think they have a percentage of the tax in each region or area that goes towards the armed forces of Ukraine, to the defence forces in particular, overall, not just the armed forces of Ukraine, obviously, but for the defence of Ukraine, for the military in general. So he's been having a meeting today with the Ministry of Economy, Finance, and also the deputies of those representatives of the President's office. So representatives of the President's office also present at the meeting. So they're looking at new measures to support, obviously, Ukrainian manufacturers, and they are also going to be allocating 40 billion hryvnias from the budget to help stimulate economic activity and help Ukrainian entrepreneurs, which is just fantastic. I always love it when I see these schemes that they put in place, and shouldn't call them schemes really, that's the wrong name, isn't it? These programs and things that they put in place. They're doing it in many different areas. So this one in particular is to invest in the creation of new SMEs through the eRobot grant program. So I believe that's actually run by goes through the Dia app, if I'm correct. I have to double check that. So because there's things on the Dia app, I know that you can apply for grants in various different ways. We've spoken about it before, Christopher, haven't we? That you can also get housing certificates now that way. So for compensation to either buy or build a new house, for example. So I think that's how that's done as well. But I would have to double check anyway. But I think it is part of the Dia app. So they are expanding preferential lending, he said, creating new industrial parks, launching more investment, insurance projects against war risks, and building a new export-oriented economy. which of course brings lots and lots of money in when you have lots and lots of exports. So it's always good news to see these things happening. What do you think about that, Christopher? I like these. I love these
The use of
innovative.
the use of the Dyer app is very it's very makes things very convenient.
Yeah, it's growing quite rapidly, isn't it? And that's what I mean. He's talking about this e-robota system here, so I have to go back and double check. But because there are so many systems via the Dia app, like you say, the different grant systems and things like that. They've got Dia Business and all sorts of different things. So it's really incredible how quickly it keeps growing. Although with the little hiccup that they had recently, I think that's good learning for them for the future, for if this app is going to be used for, I don't know, voting, for example. We can't be having no crashes if the whole country uses it all at once, Christopher.
Nope. We need to have some load balancing, better load balancing. Back to you.
Yes. Is that what you call it? Is that the technical term for it? Is the load balancing? So
Well,
before we move on.
It could be applicable to that. I mean, load balancing is where you have a bunch of different servers that you allow for the transactions to take place over a span of servers instead of hitting one particular server. The other thing about a good scheme like that is that you're able to predictively understand when the loads are going to be greater, and then you're able to spin up it's the technical term, spin up services or spin up resources, because it's expensive to run resources 100% of your resources 100% of the time. So it's more economical if you're able to have the ability to and the bandwidth to bring up resources and have them up and running during times of peak, and then have them spin down and remain in sort of an idle or a standby state. And that's what the cloud services platforms such as Microsoft and Amazon are able, as well as Google and others, any cloud service really. But that's I think that's the behind the scenes things that are helping to drive the engine behind the Dyer app. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Have you seen any interesting cyber news anywhere this week? Are we going to get some interesting things to talk about in your cyber update this week? I believe there's been some more hacking going on. I think that's a continued thing, isn't it? So I don't know. Have you any teasers for us, Christopher?
I don't have myself very well organized this morning, Tracy. I will apologize. So, like I said, I have a problem this morning remembering what I had for dinner yesterday. Back to you.
Sorry, I apologise, Christopher. I just thought you may have a couple of headlines or teasers off the top of your head that you could give to the listeners, but that's no problem. They will just have to wait. It will make it all the more interesting. And of course, we'll be having the cyber segment next Friday as usual as well. So even more things to talk about there. So very exciting indeed. And then we'll be joined by Andrew from Ozerville, of course, in case you are not aware. If you look on the MriyaReport account, you will see where tweets have gone out when we've had the segments previously. So you can find those there. And you can also look at the Ozerville account. I think it's at Ozerville Company, I think. And you can check them out and see what they do. So I was wondering, actually, so you've not really had a chance to see anything. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, Christopher, that Mr. Budanov has been making comments today, apparently, about the UN and the IG says, I always get these acronyms mixed up. The International Court of Justice. I find it easier just to say the full thing with these acronyms. And ICC, ICJ, it's all so confusing. Anyway, stop waffling, Tracy. So the head of the GUR, Mr. Budanov, well, he's more than a Mr., but you get my point. He's been commenting on the decision of the UN, the International Court of Justice, on the acquisitions of the aggressor state of Russia in the financing of terrorism. So this is absolutely disgusting, this. So we're talking about the decision of the UN International Court of Justice, which was dated the 31st of January, 2024, in the case where Ukraine versus Russia, where, among other things, Moscow is accused of violating the norms and convention on the financing of terrorism. So this is regarding the MH17. So according to the interpretation of the court, Russia cannot be recognized as a sponsor of terrorism since the Russian Buk air defense, which killed 298 civilian passengers and crew members of the MH17 incident in 2014, is actually a weapon and not money. Talk about splitting hairs, Christopher. And what he says is this is a shame for the international judicial system. This court decision is a mistake and a disaster. Failure to recognise the obvious facts will have a very important consequences, primarily for many civilised countries. And I think he's absolutely right. I completely agree with him. So the corresponding court of the decision of the court creates serious risks. If the aggressor state gives terrorist fighters anti-aircraft missiles but not money, and they shoot down a civilian Boeing, then in principle it will not be terrorism. So interpreted that way, it's absolutely despicable because, like I say, I think you probably know what I mean when I say talk about splitting hairs.
Yeah, very much so. Well, I mean, it's why it's why we have I'll just use democracy as hard. Back to you.
The thing is, in a criminal offence, if you give somebody something, whether it's in terms of money or whatever it's an item, like there's still a criminal transaction going on there, isn't there? So I don't understand why it makes a difference, but that's just me, of course. I'm not paid to understand these things. I guess is some of it in part anyway, but it's very, very frustrating indeed. If I can get my words out properly. So what else have we got to talk about today? So there's been quite a lot of interesting developments in terms of energy. I don't know if you've seen that, Christopher, because I'm asking you that because some of these things have happened over the past few days, not just like today. So I was looking at what Energeton was saying. They'd been saying some interesting things and some developments that's going on there. So I was thinking maybe we could talk about that at some point. Let's have a look. So in the course of 2024, the company plans to conduct a series of joint information and orientation events in cooperation with specialised institutions of higher education in order to acquaint applicants and students with the specifics of work in the field of nuclear energy, which I think is absolutely brilliant. I mean, we've seen this in quite a few countries, this argument back and forth about whether nuclear should continue, to be, well, not just used, but developed. I don't know how much of it goes on in the US, Christopher, but we've had that here. And then there's been some rather silly decisions that we've talked about with other European countries. But of course, what we see with Ukraine being, as we expect, have come to expect from Ukrainians, they are just marching along with developments and the things that they're doing, Christopher. Especially in terms of small-scale nuclear reactors, for example. No, Christopher's not talking to me. He's busy. He's busy proving probably.
I'm all behind the 8 ball here because I just I don't have I haven't been paying attention. Back to you.
It's okay. No worries, Christopher. You not necessarily keep on top of these things like I do. I'm just a bit of a nerd like that. So But there were some things that had been announced over the past few days that I thought may have flicked by you at some point. But nonetheless, that's no problem. You cannot see everything. So, Voita, you've joined us. Welcome. How are you today?
Hi, Tracy. Hey, Christopher. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and
Can you hear
clear.
me? Yeah, wonderful. Because I'm driving in the car, and last time it didn't work, the hands-free. So perfect. Yeah. Well, Christopher, if I understand you correctly, you're from New York, from USA, right? So would you be so kind to help me understand and a little bit sum up, what is the process with the, the aid package, So I know it has passed through the Senate, right? And now we are waiting for approval by Congress. It will be when, or can you share some details about the process? What will happen after it has been accepted in the Senate? Thank you very much.
Christopher, are you able to answer at the moment?
Well, I mean, it's right now. It appears on eventual passage. They'll be working the senators. Remember that we have a bicameral legislature. We have a legislature. We have a lower house and an upper house. And the upper house is the senators. They're elected for 6 years. The lower house, the lower legislator is the House of Representatives, and those guys are elected for every 2 years. So the Senate is supposed to be the world's best deliberative body, or most august deliberative body, and the House of Representatives is supposed to be part of what is closest to the people and bends more towards the people's will. And one can see the election cycles are 2 years and 6 years. So the Senate right now is package appears for eventual passage, but they're still trying to make changes for the ones that the Republicans who did some damage, killing the bipartisan version. We're still trying to make changes. So right now, I think at this point, what Republicans are going to be, they would never approve funds. They said, over the last few months, and now it looks like they're going to be doing an exercise in sort of political face saving, and they're going to need to take some. Maybe there's going to be some amendments. We've seen some people like who have been very much hawkish on Russia in the past in their entire political careers. People like Lindsey Graham, who's sort of an elder statesman. He's the senior senator out of the state of South Carolina, and he's come out a year ago. He spoke at the a Munich security conference, very much in favor of squashing Russia. And now he's doing everything he can, at least on the surface, to stand in the way and stand against. But maybe he's trolling for something for his state. Maybe it's an amendment for something else. This whole thing got wrapped up in a border issue fight, which has been going on for 40 plus years here in the United States. And so, you've got the former president weighing in. Senators are going to be here for sort of a weekend session to work through the bill. Hopefully that we will continue to work. There's 17 Republicans that voted for the current. It's about politics at this point with our elected officials. What happens after this? So what you get is you get something that comes out of the Senate. It gets passed as a bill, right? It has a Senate S period, whatever the number is, and then it goes over to the House. Now the House has to, in order for this to become law, House has to pass the exact same bill. Now the House has said over time, the Speaker of the House has the ability, for the most part, to control the actions of the House. So the Speaker of the House, his name is Mike Johnson, who we might know in the space, who was brought in after Kevin McCarthy was ditched by his own party, and they changed the rules at the time I think it was, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 5 people needed to bring grievances against the speaker to oust the speaker, but now all you need is 1 recalcitrant member of Congress to the majority party to be able to oust the speaker. So, you know, you've got a lot of that. People trying to leverage things. Johnson has said that this isn't going to pass. He's never going to bring this to the floor. There is a method around it. I think there's and you need 218 signatures, maybe it's more, but you can bring this out of and to the floor without having the speaker be the person doing it. The actual representatives can do it if there's a majority of them that want to have it happen, all written, I think, signatures written. So what's going to happen is that they're going to debate it in the House, and then there's going to be some sort of vote, and almost assuredly what's the bill that gets, if it gets passed in the House, will not look like the bill that comes out of the Senate. And so then it will go into what's known as a conference. So members of both sides of the aisle plus the parliamentarian will also be present. I think that they will then come to a compromise. And then that compromise bill has to go back and be voted on again in each one of the parts of the legislature. And should that pass in both parts of the legislature without some nonsense, generally that's when other people decide that they want to try to attach amendments to it or confuse the process. So then it's going to have to go, once it gets passed as a compromised form out of the committees together, they go past them both, and then it can go to the president's desk as a bill to be signed. Once that happens, right? So the money is going to be appropriated, but then it also needs to be expensed, I believe. So the expense of it is generally a perfunctory thing where you just sort of wave your wand and say, yes, everybody says, yes, we've already agreed we're going to spend this money, but now need to expense it to the various departments. Okay, great. There may be some shenanigans there. So I guess long story short is that even though this is a very small win, and it's a very significant win to start the process, we're still not looking at a signature for this, in my estimation. Now, I'm not in the Beltway. Somebody else will come up and tell me I'm wrong. Fantastic if they have better on that. But I don't see anything getting a signature really for weeks. I hope that helps. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much. Did you have a follow-up, Vita? Democracy, welcome. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was like how it's called, exhausting summary. Thank you very much, Christopher.
Thank you very much. Loves Democracy, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, goodness. Thank you. I haven't spoken yet this morning. I did want to say that while Chris was giving that explanation, I went to the Senate website. They have just in the last few minutes started their work for the day, and that is live streamed. Of course, I'm in the United States, so I can see it, but I would imagine that anybody who has access to the internet could see it. I don't know if someone wants to test that out. I put the URL directly to the page that has the live stream on it in the purple pill. So I guess I'm probably down towards the bottom, right? Because the new stuff goes to the bottom. You can also access the full Senate site from that. And you can see the video there, but you have to actually start the stream. Right now it just looks like a black video box if you don't start the stream. So they do intend on working today and tomorrow. If anyone, American or not, is interested in that process, you can go check it out.
Thank you very much, Loves Democracy. CC, welcome back.
Thanks. I am interested in this process. And I just adore that Loves Democracy is also so interested in this process as the world balance hangs, which is crazy to even hear those words out of my mouth, because I'm not a very dramatic individual. But just as, you know, we've had ex-CIA spies and statesmen and everyone else, you know, in these chief of staff meetings, they talk about it openly, about how this Ukraine vote is not just about Ukraine. This Ukraine vote is our rules-based international order. This is about saving democracy. Would you mind if I put my list of senators of who to call and thank and encourage to vote again? It's the 17 that voted yes yesterday in the NEF.
Go ahead, CC. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, people, you need to be calling, and then what after that? Call some more, CC, right?
Yeah, and our new thing is faxes. So 1980 has called, and they want to join in our fight here. So if you guys can get this list that I just put out in the nest, did it work? Yeah, it worked. You can get this put out into the world. You know what? I'll do some of you put this on your walls, which I love like I do, so it's handy dandy every day. But with the black background, that's rough on a printer, so I'll get the inverse. But if you can just give this to as many people as possible, especially big accounts. Earlier we had Liam Neeson on here, who's awesome, so I think he's gonna help us. So it's very exciting. But just, you know, but huge accounts like Jay and Kiev or Julia Davis. I'm just thinking of people off the top of my head, that these targeted lists, you know, that we're working with people in DC and Will, and you know, it was just like it was so funny when I put that Wicker Rounds post day before yesterday in the nest, and we all just attacked them like the ninjas that we are, politely. And Will walked into that office shortly after, and like they were talking about how they were in shock because the phones and emails were off the hook for Ukraine, and they have no idea that the guy that walked in there was working with someone named CZ who did this, right? All they know is what counts, which is holy shit, we have a tsunami of support on this issue, and in fact, they voted yes. So this stuff works, y'all, and it's really because so few Americans are. You've heard me say this before, but join in the civic process. That's a win for us, right? It's sad for my country, but it's a win for us. There's a lot of MAGA that call. That's for damn sure. So we're actually fighting. That's why we are ninjas. We're actually fighting a tide of people that are influenced by Russian disinfo, who are saying like, "Oh, but my tax dollars." Like, so thank you. My heart goes out to you. Big, warm, huge mama bear hug to all of you that actually have the character to have persistence on this thing, because that's what really will win the race.
Thank you, CC. Yeah, I was listening to that when he came on and explained about that. That was just absolutely priceless. It really was. You know, I mean, of course, we know that these things work. We know public pressure works, but for people to be able to get, you know, an actual kind of, you know, specific example like that, something so specific as well that they can relate to and think about and understand, you know, and it just gives you, it just makes that realization, it gives people that visualization, doesn't it, I think, and gives them that feedback to, it's like a little chink of a light at the end of the tunnel. And of course there's a long way to go yet and many hurdles to jump, but it just proves that everything that you guys are doing is working. So that's why it's really, really important to double down now. And the more propaganda you see, the more people you hear trying to make you think it doesn't work, then the more we should keep on doing it, because that's exactly why those people are there, to stop us all joining together and uniting and keeping this wave of public pressure going. not just in the US, but of course, importantly for what's happening for you guys right now, but all across the world. You know, many countries are going to be having elections in the next coming year. Go ahead, Cece.
Yeah, you have just entered a movie script where you personally are helping to save democracy in a very direct fashion. So that's how bizarre the world has gotten now. Is that that we would even have that much power, because so few people call, but the fact that what hangs in the balance is something I would have never ever envisioned in my lifetime. So you can say that you can tell people in the future that you helped save democracy. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Insanely cool.
No, you're right, Cece. It is like living in a movie. Sometimes this is what happens to me all the time when I'm trying to explain to people that don't have this knowledge. And then I'm finding that I have to kind of screen them first and find out where their level of knowledge is. So it's not just one thing that they think about one particular item. I need to find out what they think about other things, which involves, of course, asking them questions about their knowledge. Before then, I can even say, well, actually, this is right because of this, or, you know, point out to them the facts of why it's wrong what they're saying, or, you know, give them sources or whatever it is that how you choose to. You have to understand their level of information before you can understand the level of information you can give them, because to just dump it all on somebody who's completely has really not very much knowledge about the insidious nature of Russian propaganda and, you know, the information warfare and Russia's hybrid warfare and all those things that are happening, it does sound like some kind of conspiracy or some kind of movie script sometimes when you're trying to explain these things to people. So that's something, a new skill that I'm kind of playing about with, trying to just find the best way to do that when I'm speaking to people. Cece?
Yeah, in TV and in movies we say the wide shot, right? So the wide shot is that we're saving democracy. The very specific teeny tiny pull in on the tight shot is that an 11-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 4-year-old died last night. So at a very granular, specific level, the reason that we as a world are writing on democracy.io for Ukraine is for these kids. It's literally to stop the death of these children. And like, to me, that's just such a amazing, you know, trait that you can imbue your life with, is that I just feel honored to be able to actually help people in such a profound way, and try to stop, you know, these future deaths of children. So there's, you know, really huge, beautiful, more esoteric things that that getting this bill passed will achieve, but there's also, you know, very specific I mean, can you imagine the families of these kids? Like, there's just very specific things that we are doing from a human to human level here.
Thank you, Cece. Speaking of the family, imagining the family, I just posted something on my profile not too long ago, actually. It's a post from the Minister of Internal Affairs, and he's posted a photograph of a woman in one of these pop-up emergency tents with officials. She's lost her son and daughter and 3 small grandchildren in this attack that you're talking about in Kharkiv. And he just goes through a little bit of the process, explaining there what she has to go through, the DNA that she has to give, some of the steps that they have to consider, how they recognise the family is, the fact that they are also burnt, that they will have to have DNA to identify the bodies. You know, all these things. It's not too long. It's like 3 or 4 tweets long. And the picture, it's not very graphic. It's just the woman sitting there, obviously having to go through some of the paperwork, etc., the official things. I thought that's really quite a good example to maybe think about if you're faxing to use, because it's from an official statement, so they're going to know that they can trust the information, because it's and they can easily check whether or not the Minister of Internal Affairs has said this, of course. So that's another thing, and you know, they'll be able to source that themselves very easily. It's public information. And of course, I think it's quite a profound example, as you said, of the considerations that family have to go through when these kind of things happen. So use that. Feel free if you would like to. I think that's a very good example to use. And just the way that he explains those things that people have to go through, CC, because I don't think people, even people like us that are fully engaged with this topic every day, we do not think of those things. It doesn't initially spring to your mind when you have empathy for what these people may be going through. So use that example. Adam, welcome. How are you today?
Oh my God, forgot I was on the panel with my hand up. Guys, did I hear that Liam Neeson, I'm not going to make the mistake of saying it's the actual actor, but the Twitter guy, Liam Neeson, was on the space and I missed it?
Yes, he was, Adam.
What the hell? That's amazing. And he is a huge account. And he
You have to
does.
listen to Maria. You have to listen to the YouTube. He's down. We're DMing. He says he's gonna help us. So if everyone can just to make sure this does happen, take that tweet in the nest. Those you can either use mine or please steal my visuals if you don't feel like helping the that particular tweet or you dislike me. That's fine. Steal my material and if you can post that on his timeline, because if we get enough people asking him, and so he feels like a part of our community, he really will get this info out into the world. And Adam, he was so funny. That's why you have to listen to it, because I'm such a huge fan, and he was so funny. You have to listen to it.
That's awesome. How far back is it? Like
It just happened like an hour and a half ago.
Oh, okay, so I can rewind on YouTube in a reasonable thing. Okay, I gotta go hear that, you guys. I love you. Oh, the only other thing I was gonna say is the problem with the MAGA cult is that is the Mueller investigation was they took it because of the way it was handled by the Justice Department at the time. It's like their ultimate get out of jail card with the Russia thing. Like it was sort of like that whole aspect was ruined because that I don't know what I'm saying. It's just sad that conservatives in America seem to like Russia now. I know it's not all of them, but the MAGA guys. And it's just crazy to me, Reagan spinning in his grave.
Thank you very much, Adam. So, yes, you can definitely go listen to that. Isn't it fantastic that we have a YouTube stream that you can go and listen to? Very helpful. So, of course, you all know about the YouTube, and you can definitely do the same like Adam. Adam, what happened? Where did you go? You dropped down. Let's see if we can get you back up again. Well, it looks like we're having a few technical problems, a few people bouncing up and down. That's nothing that we are not used to. So, there you are, Adam. Up you came again. What on earth is going on? And let's have a look. Furious George, you have joined us also. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Hey, everyone. Thank you. CC, I see you. I see you. I just wanted to come up here, and I know I am not from Vermont. I'm from Pennsylvania. I don't have to worry about my two senators. They are in it to win it. Especially John Fetterman, as you saw last night, he was going home, and he had a nice Ukrainian/American flag holding it outside his vehicle. Anyway, but when it comes to Vermont, Senator Sanders didn't vote for the bill. Because of whatever kookiness he's got going on with Israel. That's his that's his decision. But if you're from Vermont, please reach out to his office and tell him, look, we can't, we're talking about a couple of $1 billion to Israel. Is it going to make a big difference, whether he stops that going there for whatever crazy reason he's got? But the majority of the bill goes to Ukraine. And he doesn't want to be on the wrong side of history. So just please, if you're from Vermont, reach out to him and let him know. I see CC's hand shot up. Oh yeah, and CC, thank you for retweeting the tweet I put out. I made a clip from the 20 Days in Mariupol. It's a very emotional clip, and I'm asking Senator Fetterman to actually, when they do the debates in the next few days over this bill, to play that clip in the Senate, because then it'll be carried by C-SPAN and everybody will get to see it. And hopefully a couple of mainstream news media places will actually mention that Fetterman played this emotional clip. It's the clip from 20 Days in Mariupol. It unfortunately shows the death of a 4-year-old child. Her name was Evangelina, an innocent victim of Russian and the Kremlin's barbarity. But yeah, if everybody can just tweet that out, trying to get them to play, I think that clip speaks volumes. So anyway, well, I just wanted to say thank you. And if anybody, like I said, is from Vermont, please reach out to this guy.
Thank you very much. Cece, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Senator Sanders' office, and I just told them to run the cost benefit scenario, right? So what they told me is they hate BB. And I was like, well, we can talk about this in the future for sure, but right now, the world order is at stake, so we got to prioritize things, right? So I would say, definitely, if you call him, please call after these other people. I don't think, and I only say that because I don't think there's any change. I think you should call him, but I don't believe that will probably change his mind. That's what old men kind of do, I guess. But definitely, if you feel so inclined, I'm putting. Do you mind if I put Shovel Girl, who's often a contributor on here, has a great thread, and I think it's such a great idea. She addresses Senator Ron Johnson, who supported Ukraine, and a clip of him supporting Ukraine, and then Steve Daines, who also supported Ukraine, and went there and was talking on Fox. There's a clip of him talking. So she's addressing each of these senators, right, in her thread, and shows, it's just such a brilliant idea, and shows each of them in support of Ukraine. Do you mind if I put it in the nest for 1 minute so everyone can look at what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, go ahead, CC.
So if you can support this, and if you have any twist on this, it's welcome, right? Or any other senators who once supported Ukraine and are on video and are in newspapers quoted as supporting Ukraine, but now they're voting against it. They have no excuse. Like, the border's gone, the border issues are gone, right? Now they want border amendments put in it. But has nothing to do with what was happening before. So there really there's zero excuses now. And so it really is about exposing, and sunlight being the best disinfectant. So if you can all help boost this literal tweet of Shovel Girls, you can see the thread there of what she does, and use them as an example yourself. It really is such a brilliant way of presenting this. Like, look, here you are on record in support of Ukraine. Like, what in the world happened? We're all watching you. We're all expecting that you help save democracy. That's literally your job, right? Saving democracy. There's very few people in the world where that's your job. You're employed, you draw a paycheck to assert and save democracy. And there's very few of them, right? So let's get this out into the world, because it is and call their offices and write, because there's also a non-US working group. If you want to be added to it, just DM me, of incredible people, working to support Ukraine in all different ways. Because when we all come together and lock arms as brothers and sisters in this community who care about, all of these individuals who are dying, and also, There's slow, torturous, painful deaths going on that we don't want to think about. But you know what? People need to think about it right now, because we have to get this vote. This one vote is going to determine everything, not only for my own country, but for all of our Western allies. This is it. So unfortunately, I'm not usually Americentric, even though I'm American, right? It's very old. Americans thinking they're in the middle of everything. But in this case, right now, 61 billion makes that so. But there are things that you can do to help to know that you're actually acting and not purely having to witness it, because that's torturous.
Thank you, CC. Yeah, it'll be. It's probably second in the nest. That I would think now, because we always put the fundraiser first, as you know. So I just jiggled that around. But it's an interesting angle, isn't it? Like you say, because just to point out where they've contradicted themselves previously, like you supported Ukraine, so why are you doing this against Ukraine now, George?
Yeah, I was going to say there is one ploy tactic, one argument you can bring to those that want to call Senator Sanders' office. He is of Jewish descent. His I think his father's side lost family to the Holocaust. If you call his office, just remind whoever picks up the phone that his dislike, hate, whatever word you want to use, of one person, Bibi, should not condemn 40 million people to genocide. And ask them, has he looked in the mirror on this decision and asked himself, what was his parents think of his stance in regards to the genocide going on in Ukraine? That's the question you ask. I want to know how he feels, how his parents would feel. Ask him this, knowing that he's condemning 40 million people to genocide because of his personal, whatever you have, beef with Bibi Netanyahu.
Do you think he'll change his mind? That's an honest question.
I don't agree with a lot of his politics. I do consider him a man that is very in touch with his past. I know when he talks about his parents and the Holocaust, it chokes him up in interviews. And I think that is a good question. It is a question that people sometimes lose track, of things because they get so worked up focusing on one thing. So his focus on Bibi is now clouding his judgment when it comes to
his focus on Bibi is clouding his judgment when it comes to the fate of 40 million Ukrainians, including Jewish Ukrainians that live in Ukraine, condemning them to the fate of his ancestors, and he needs to be reminded of that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's have a look. What have we got going on now? I was looking at some interesting things today early, Christopher. So I was talking about, somebody was talking about, I think actually it was John, he was here earlier because he's from that area of the world, isn't he? Talking about Japan. I was looking at some news that Japan, that what they were doing some helping in terms of with the military medical stuff, Christopher. So I thought that was quite interesting. So some more detail that they gave. So the National Military Medical Clinic. It's a main military clinic hospital, and that's received lots of new diagnostic equipment, various different types of things. This is because of the cooperation of the United Nations officer for the Embassy of Japan in Ukraine. That's following that visit there. So they've got some new ultrasound equipment, amongst other things, a Canon, a Pleo, I-700, Well, that will obviously mean a great deal more to people that understand these machines much better than I do. Of course, I understand what these machines do. Now, diagnostics, I think, is one thing where medical is really difficult because it's having that time and having that equipment in the right places to do that, isn't it? So, of course, this makes a difference, especially at a military medical hospital. This doesn't help, obviously, on the front line or anything like that, but this is once they get to hospital or they manage to be able to be rescued and evacuated to hospital. So the event was actually attended by the Deputy Minister of Defence and the Ambassador Extraordinaire and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Ukraine. The commander of the medical forces was also there. Let's have a look who else. The medical service industry, the head of the main military clinic hospital, and the colonel of the medical service. So, of course, we know technology is changing lives, both on the battlefield and in hospitals as well. Actually, I'm reminded of the SBU documentary about combat medics when I think of that, the things that they go all around the world to find the best equipment for them to be able to take out into the field, and the incredible things that they have to be able to do way more than combat medicine, what these guys do. But of course, they're a special forces unit, so special forces combat medic unit. Shovel Girl, welcome. How are you today?
I'm okay. I'm kind of stuffy too. You sound a little stuffy. I got my kids' germs. So I was summoned, honestly. Like actually I just popped onto Twitter and then all of a sudden it went from 0 to 60 real fast. I did a thread yesterday. I was digging into all these senators who are opposing the foreign aid bill, which should be a simple let's go. But I'm pulling up all their tweets where they were all about supporting Ukraine when the war began. And most of them were gung ho for at least a year. And even some of them up on until October were still on board. And then all of a sudden they got some different marching orders. So, what I'm trying to do with this thread is remind them, since we're speaking about memory issues, that's how it starts, that they were supportive of Ukraine, and they've had some strong statements when they posted these. Some of them, even one of them, he had gone to Ukraine. He had spoken about it on Fox News. That was Senator Daines. I mean, he laid it all out there. It's genocidal. So right now, because the pressure is on, this is the time to remind them, to kind of shame them into remembering, what they were standing for a while ago, and ask them what's changed. And this is the time. This is such a critical time. We need to push this through, and everybody needs to be calling. So I just wanted to come up there and highlight that thread, and make sure if anybody's in any of these states where these senators are, that they get on the horn, get on the phones, and give them a call. We need you. Ukraine needs you right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, get on the phone. It's the very least that everybody can do. And really, at this point, it's something that we all should be doing. Did I just mute everyone by accident? It's a good job nobody was speaking then, isn't it, Christopher, with my fat fingers? So I was trying to bring somebody up and I muted everybody. So apologies there. At least I didn't do it in mid-conversation or somebody that was in mid-sentence. That would not be good. Okay, let's move on. What are we doing now?
I have a quick comment.
Go ahead, Cece.
One thing I always do is just if you hit the PFP and add speaker, because that damn button gets me every time. The mute that comes up underneath add is what Shovel was saying. I just wanted to give some supporting fire to that. These things should be no brainers. And in fact, they're not. I think sometimes, because I know I do it myself, we get stuck in a, like, of course they know that, right? Of course they know all this about Ukraine, and they're still doing that, but they're trying to keep track of, which this is not an excuse at all. This is just context. They're trying to keep track of the whole world in their office. And so you calling them up, giving them some facts, actually is something that then, these staffers will talk about in the lunchroom. They'll talk about it in their own meetings. Like when you have really searing, cutting facts and figures, and you cite, you can even say to the staff member, like, go to Shovel's post here and say, like, hey, remember on March 15th how Senator Johnson, this is his quote. Do you mind, explaining to me why now more than ever it matters? And also you can say, like, the quotes from Johnson that he wants to wait for the bundled bill to be a Trump talking point, an electoral talking point. You can bring these things up, right? As long as you're bringing them up politely. They need pushback. They need to hear this stuff, right? They're not just on output mode. They also listen to things. So if you fax, and I love Fella who, or I guess it was another Alex and then Fella who bonks was talking about it, about using fax to these means, and you don't have to have a fax machine. You can do it on your computer. I just like to joke about the fax machine. All of these messages, it doesn't matter if it's one sentence because you're busy as all get out. With February 14th, you got to plan stuff, and there's always something in each person's family going off. Your work is always in crisis. Like, I get it, right? We're all overloaded, but just one sentence to these people will speak volumes.
Thank you, Cece. Go ahead, Shovel Girl.
Yeah, I just had one more thing to add. An ironic thing that I noticed when I was digging through all these senators' old tweets referencing Ukraine was when the full-scale invasion began, a lot of them were hurling the same insults that we're hearing them now. Well, they were saying Democrats weren't being urgent enough about the issue, that they weren't being proactive enough about helping Ukraine. And now how the tide has turned. So I wanted to point that out as well, that it's like they've done a 180 and they really need to be called out for it. And that's all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so
Hey, Chris, can I just say one thing to Chris?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chris, can you do your introvert weekend smooth jazz 89.9?
Now, folks, remember, over the weekend, although the Senate, however, apparently appears to be in session, the House members will not be. Their offices will be closed. So, smooth jazz 89.9. It's the introverts weekend. If you don't want to speak to somebody directly, you can leave a message. You can send a fax. It's back to the 80s weekend at Smooth Jazz 89.9.
Yes, that's so good.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just doing two things at once. And Christopher, can you see the nest? Because I can't see the nest, so it's not updating for me. I'm just I was messaging about that to see what's going on with that, because I can't update it if I can't see what's going on there. Sometimes this happens to mockers, but it's never happened to me before.
We can. Shovel and I can. Just FYI.
Well, fortunately, Christopher has control over the nest. He likes to prune away. He's very good at pruning.
Pruning. Now, we've got the Blitz fundraiser We've got Shovel Girl, and I'm rolling through. We've got CC Sparkles Sauce, CC Sparkles Sauce. And then today in my thread, I'm going to completely analyze an interview between Tucker Carlson and Putin, which I thought actually was a pretty good one. Ghost shared that a little bit earlier. I think that's a pretty good synopsis if you don't, like me, really want to engage. I really don't even want to give it any more air because it really just needs to be buried. Anyway, sorry, back to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Christopher. So, well, as long as you can do it, that's all that matters. So, anyway, it's your talent, isn't it? So, I'll leave you to prune away at the nest, Christopher. So, let's see, what was I talking about before? Oh, yes, the support from Japan to the military medical hospital there. So, that's going on. Japan's doing loads of things. They're giving lots of money for energy. That's what I was talking about earlier when I meant things that are happening with Energatom and various different things that they're doing in terms of energy. So they are doing a great deal.
Wait, Tracy, let me, I have to say this. Remember that Japan has done a little bit in terms of trying to rework its constitution to get some of this stuff across. The recalcitrants in the government have been sort of given their marching orders. And remember that Japan lives in Crazy Town. That end of the world, Crazy Town. North Korea, China, Crazy Town. So they see all this interconnected and they see all this as mattering to them. So anyway, I thought I would mention that. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, it's important to mention. No, that I mean, you know, sorry, I am stuffed up, everybody. I apologise. Yeah, they've changed a great deal, and to be able to provide Ukraine with a lot of the things that they have, and like you say, the region that they live in, that definitely has to be taken into account and considered. So. Let's go back to what I was saying here about what they've been doing for the military medical side of things. Oh, goodness me. Every time I go back to this page now, I have to, for some reason, it does that. You know, when you get that conform resubmission thing and you have to refresh the page, it's so annoying. But anyway, that's not important. So let's have a look. So they're taking into account they're talking about injuries and the equipment that they need as part of the injuries, as part of diagnosing injuries that people have, and that's why they were talking about ultrasounds and things like that earlier. So that type of medical equipment. As part of the project, 5 units of the most modern medical equipment were handed over, and they were received by 2 more medical institutions of Ukraine, the Military Medical Center of the Southern Region, and the joint project is an important step in strengthening Ukraine's healthcare infrastructure, which, of course, as we talk about all the time, in every avenue, all across the country, they are updating systems, updating processes in many, many places. So it's a whole suite throughout the country to change from those old Soviet systems to new modern systems. So they are strengthening Ukraine's healthcare and infrastructure, reflecting Japan's commitment to humanitarian efforts and a bilateral cooperation. So, thanks to the Japanese-made equipment that was actually delivered already to the institutions, Ukraine will be able to treat approximately 15,500 wounded and injured servicemen per year. And this was said by the ambassador Kunaomi Matsuda. So, the director of the UNOPS noted that the impact of the project in cooperation with the Japanese government made it not only possible to provide the equipment, but also to provide comprehensive training of that for the medical workers, because that's another important step in the chain, isn't it? That these people, of course, having new modern equipment, well, it goes without saying that people are going to need training. Especially if it's a complete new system and it's not something that you've ever experienced before at all. So as part of one of the projects, a video system for neurosurgical operations, a mobile X-ray and fluorographic X-ray machine, a video endoscopic system, and 2 ultrasound machines were transferred to one of the medical institutions in particular. And medical trainings were given on the effective use of the new equipment for relevant medical staff and surgeons within the hospital. So I think that's definitely good to hear, because we hear that, you know, they have a lot of difficulties. It must be really hard going from like an old Soviet system with all these things and just trying to modernize in, you know, not just in the equipment that they have, but also in the digital system, in the way that they record things. You know, the whole works. It's like a complete change from ground up. And it's not often that things happen that way, is it, in our societies? We usually have, you know, a gradual change and some kind of transition period. So it's got to be pretty hard, Christopher, I would imagine. But nevertheless, it's good to know.
One of those things that is, while it might be seemingly difficult, I think that if you can, how do I want to say this? So with some of this technology, there's a leapfrog effect that happens. And so not having to deal with or be using an intermediate technology or growing from a previous technology, but yet all of a sudden an introduction of a new technology allows the leapfrog effect to take place. And you don't, I think the reception is much greater because there's no recalcitrance. I think that's, Cece, that's going to be my word for today, recalcitrance. There's no recalcitrance from people who have been used to using the system and don't want to change. If you didn't have a system before and you have something that's new and up to date, that you've leapfrogged across the technologies and, you know, the iterations of the technology, I should say, I think that's a great thing. And I'm very happy to see. Of course, Japan is promoting its own stuff, right? But Japanese equipment in this area is world class, second to none. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, Christopher. It is absolutely second to none, world class, like you say. So that's a real leapfrog, which I'll be really pleased to see when they've been able to fully implement all of that. So what else should we talk about? Let's see what's going on just very recently, shall we? So, of course, what's been going on in government, some changes in the government. The Deputy Colonel Vadim Shkarevsky will be responsible for unmanned systems and deployment of the use of drones. So this is the new unit that President Zelensky mentioned about creating. Well, it's not a unit, is it? What do they call it? I don't know. It's a new arm of the armed forces of Ukraine, I guess, the unmanned systems. So I think that's really interesting. It's a bit of a mouthful of a name, though, don't you think, Christopher? I think the name could have been better.
Sorry, sticky finger. Yeah, I know, right? All of those. Yes, we've complained when we try to read the. Oh, sorry, I'll do it to me. When I tried to read the news, and there all of a sudden there is this gigantic, and it could be really simpler, but I guess it's important for everybody to have their place. It's important for the org charts to feel loved, I guess, and there must be a reason for it. But from a marketing standpoint, no, not the best. Back to you.
Yes, I mean, I think it would have been better even if it was just UAV instead of, you know, the unmanned systems department or the unmanned systems brigade, or yeah, it's just a bit of a mouthful. I think people will just shorten it to UAV, won't they? So but yes, absolutely. So these names are sometimes a bit odd, but of course, who are we to make these decisions? If it makes sense in Ukraine, that's all that matters. But anyway, we now have a new colonel. He's going to be responsible for the unmanned systems and development and the use of drones. And then we're going to have Colonel Andriy Lebedenko for innovations and the technological components of the army and other combat systems. So 2 new positions there. and the deputy chiefs of the general staff became Volodymyr Gorbakyuk, who will be responsible for the operational work and the work of headquarters planning and management, and Alexei Shevchenko, who is going to be responsible for logistics. And then there will also be General Mikhailo Drapati, and he is going to be responsible for training of the fighters. So more changes coming along there. So of course, one of those that's left that position is General Pavliuk. I'm not sure who are the others that have left all the other positions, but no doubt we will get more updated information as the days come out. So what's going on in Moscow? I don't know. Crashings of cars, it looks everywhere, Christopher. Bystanders set fire to a car with a Z symbol on. The car belonged to an in-law who participated in the war in Ukraine. We've seen this more and more, actually. I don't know if you've noticed any of this over the past few months, Christopher, the increase in reports coming from Moscow of soldiers being just randomly attacked or shouted at or abused. Like, in particular, I'm reminded of one who was travelling home on a bus, I think, or a train. I can't remember which, and getting like abuse from people, or people moving away from them and not wanting to sit there near them because they've participated in the war in Ukraine, which I think is very interesting. It's quite an interesting development.
We saw this in our country here in the United States after during the Vietnam War, and in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. That was a very unpleasant time in American history and American culture. There was a visceral reaction to the war by a lot of people, and unfortunately the guys that went to serve because they were asked to serve, they were told, well, they were conscripted. I mean, it was a draft, and they got that same kind of reception, many of them, when they came home, and it was a shame. It really isn't the way I would have. I was not even born, really, but yeah, I can see it. I don't have any sympathy, however, for what's happening in Russia. However, that it has something that isn't just unique to them. Back to you.
No, you're right. I don't have any sympathy for them either, but I think this is, the things have got to change in that country before they can have anything to do with the rest of the world again. And although I don't really care about them and that's their responsibility, they'll have to deal with it, given everything that they've supported, with Russia invading Ukraine and their genocidal war. I don't, and they'll have to deal with it, and that's just how it is. But it's going to take a very, very long time for these changes to happen, and decades probably, as some people have said. But it's never going to happen unless we see things like that. I think these are the seeds and things like that are going to sow, and those mothers and other people like that. That's where real change is going to come from society. You can have those forces wanting to change power, wanting to change all these things, but unless the whole society wants to change the way that they basically treat human life, the way that they treat each other as well as the rest of the people in the world, then things are not going to change. But that's their journey to be on. Never mind them. Let's talk about Ukrainians. So the National Bank of Ukraine has made some information public today, which I thought is quite interesting. So they are going to introduce limits on the amount and number of transfers through terminals. So they've been looking at things with a specialised committee of council and looking at innovations, and propose temporarily for the period of martial law to establish restrictions on financial transactions using details of electronic payment means, limits on transaction amounts for their number, and also limit amounts of cash transfers made through self-service terminals. So I want to dig into this a bit more when I've got more time. So what they're saying is, in this particular post, if you do not want to have problems with transfer limits, they recommend using the Ukrainian trustee wallet. But that is indeed obviously cryptocurrency and Google Pay and all sorts of different things. So the card is connected to your Google Pay. I guess it's just like using Google Pay any other way, because some of the services are going to be down. I think this is why they're probably doing that, because they've got some maintenance to do, it looks like. And Private Bank will not work tonight for carrying out routine work. But the service is not going to be suspended, or the service will be suspended until 5 a.m. So, but I guess, how much do you need your bank overnight? I guess, but I suppose it depends what you do. If you work in the night, then maybe you might need your bank overnight. I don't know, but well, you see this sometimes, don't you? I get these notifications from my bank anyway. Do you, Christopher? I guess everybody does, because banks
Yeah,
have to do
sure.
maintenance.
Yeah, well, sure, but I think that what they're trying to say is that there's the ability. They want to have the there wants to be, during martial law, some oversight and insight into how money is being moved around, because I'm sure that they're starting to begin to tighten things down to the point where they're beginning to understand that transactions of cash between people who are not I'm sorry, I'm not finding the right words. People who are against Ukraine, or people who are assisting the enemy, or whatnot, can probably move stuff around, move money around a lot easier if it's in cash, and be able to procure things with cash, so that there's no paper trail. But if you have a paper trail, then it's easier to spot trends of things. And so I think that's probably the reasoning behind all of that. Back to you.
Yeah, I think you're right, and a few other things. But before I talk about those, let's go and see what Anke has to say. Welcome.
Hey there. I know we've kind of moved on a little bit from the subject, but in regards to contacting Congress members, I mean, I happen to live in a state with two very reliable Dem senators who will vote for Ukraine. So I feel like I can't do much other than, thank you very much for your support and all that. But one of the things that I kind of thought about yesterday, as we were all kind of madly trying to contact or find ways of contacting, and is that I have some friends in some of the states that have gettable senators. Like I know somebody in Texas. So I asked her to give Cornyn a call, and she's like, "Oh yeah, sure, no problem." So I was just thinking that another resource that we could use is our own personal networks, who might not be as aware as we are of everything that is going on and how important, and which senators are gettable and all of that stuff. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there for people as an additional resource.
Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Where are we to go now? Let's see what's happening now. I have an SBU roundup if you would like to hear about that. But apparently, before I do that, there is a missile threat declared in Belgorod. Apparently, there's air raid sirens have been going off there. So that was happening today. Lots of other things have been happening. Now military units will be able to keep accounting registers and supporting documents only in electronic form. So we've spoken about this a little, mentioned this a couple of times, about the Ministry of Defence updating their system, along with many of the others like the Ministry of Health, Social Policy, etc. And of course, they're going on to what, as you would imagine, like a digital system. So in case of transition, only electronic accounting remains. And now they're making it so that keeping paper journals and duplicating information is prohibited, which you would expect, because that's, we'll be used to seeing. We've had these systems, of course, and we're used to having to deal with data protection and that type of thing. So that's why you're not, of course, allowed to duplicate, as many of you will know. For example, things that you deal with at work, you may not be allowed to duplicate and take away from the premises, for example. So it's just a case of that, really, isn't it? Aligning with that type of system, Christopher.
Yep. There's remember when you were at work. It's always funny. I always think back to something I read years ago with somebody I was involved with in Philadelphia when I was living there. They were a graphic artist and they had worked on a couple of things, but they were doing some freelance or some work with Hallmark, and they noted to me that everything that they produced was not theirs, belonged to Hallmark. And it was very much Hallmark is a card company, the big card company here for greeting cards and other things in the United States. And I'm sure that they are pretty much on the way worldwide. But yeah, what you produce there isn't yours. It belongs to the company. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. For every child, welcome. How are you today?
I am well. I don't think Cece's there anymore. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, got you loud and clear.
Yeah, I took Shovel Girl's tweets and I sent them out. I sent out, I think, all of them, maybe all of them, but the last one. But anyway, she talked about religious persecution in one of her tweets. And last night on Understanding Genocide in Ukraine, Gina mentioned that two priests were imprisoned, and that they were trying to get them out. And I asked her more about it, and she added a little bit more to it, and then tagged me with the tweet showing me the I think she showed me pictures of the priests that had been imprisoned. But in any case, it was a picture, and it was about a meeting being held about them being imprisoned, and I added it to the one about religious persecution, so that there's an extra one on religious persecution. And and then I'm going to use Democracy.io and send off a letter like that, because that automatically shows that I am a voting constituent. But I missed what was. It's the thing of it is, every time that I'm using my computer to send out tweets, I have it sound letters as I type, just to help me, because my eyes blur at a certain distance. And that means I can't hear you guys talking. Or I can hear like every other word, or bits and pieces of words. It clips off your talking. So I didn't catch all of what she was saying about somebody that was on the space maybe 2 hours ago, and wasn't it exciting, and did he really say that, and yes, he's going to do this. I missed all of that, and when I went over to YouTube to try to pull it out, I guess I'm just not good enough, because I couldn't figure out how to do it. So does anybody remember what it was she's excited about? Could you give me just a
Yes,
little?
it was Liam Nissan, Forever Child. Liam Nissan is a very prominent guy
Actor.
with
He's an actor.
yeah, he is making fun of MAGA people and their conspiracy theories and
Oh, I
the
see.
likes.
I
So,
see.
and he has a lot of followers and
Yeah,
that's
yes,
why she was excited.
I'll go over and look at his site. He's one of my favorite people. Okie doke. I'm gonna go off. I have to do some more, and I won't be able to hear you anywhere while I'm typing. Slava Ukraine.
Heroes Slava.
Heroes Slava. Okay, so on we go. So let's see what I was just looking at President Zelensky because he's posted his evening address. So I was just looking to see what he had to say. He spent the entire day in meetings with military leadership, which you would expect given all the changes that's happened today, and government. We continue to reboot the management team in the armed forces, and now people who are well known in the army and who themselves know well what the army needs are taking on new responsibilities. Oh, that's a significant statement, isn't it? So I think from that, I would take what he's saying is these people have got military experience and then they know what they're doing. Combat commanders of this war, whose experience will be useful at all army levels. And of course, he goes on to give all their names that we've spoken about throughout the day. What else has he got to say? All the real life experience of combat commanders, combat brigades, our units who have built quality training systems for soldiers and evaluation of analysis of combat actions. All this experience must be implemented for the success of the armed forces of Ukraine. So I think it just seems to me like what he's saying is, well, I'm not happy with the management, so I'm going to put people in place who I think have more experience in the things that I'm expecting, and therefore will be able to deliver that more. So I don't think there's anything wrong with highlighting that. And people are having a big fit about nothing, if you ask me. So, would you like a little bit of a roundup of what the SBU have been doing this week, Christopher?
Oh, that'd be wonderful while I do my laundry. Absolutely. Thank you.
While you do your laundry. I like that. Okay, so let me have a look at where I have stored it now. I have so many different files. Where did I put it? Oh, yes, I know where it is now. Of course, it's going to be in the SBU file, isn't it? So let's have a look what they've been doing today. I'm going to give you the headlines of the things that they've been doing today. Sorry, not today, this week. And then you can all come up and tell me if you would like to discuss any case in particular or hear more about them. So this week, they've detained a traitor who installed webcams near Mykolaiv port to spy on Ukrainian ships, dismantled another 5 mobilization evasion schemes, including one set up by a district council member. Disgusting, very naughty behaviour indeed. Vasyl Maliuk has made a statement about the ambassadors discussing cooperation and Ukraine's democratic development during wartime with the G7. Back to detentions. So we have a detention of a farm worker who helped Russia minefields during the occupation of Kharkiv. I mean, that's just disgusting, isn't it? A farmer helping to minefields. Absolutely despicable. Marcus, welcome. Please go ahead. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Thank you.
That's splendid. So I just wanted to clarify something about Liam Neeson. That's a parody account. It's not Liam Neeson. In case anybody's wondering, it's not the actor, despite the fact that the governor of Texas may have tweeted at that account and mocked him for being just a Hollywood actor, which was the highlight of my Liam Neeson posting experience. Reading that tweet was very funny.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Marcus. Thank you for clarifying that. That is indeed a parody Liam Neeson account, not the actual actor. I mean, I think everybody would be squealing if the real actor came in our space. That would be definitely fantastic.
He's also been a parody of Cher called Cher. So he has quite a few parody accounts.
Called Chair. That's pretty funny. I like that. Yes, this guy is hilarious by all accounts. I must admit, I wasn't even aware of him until today. So it just shows you, doesn't it? We think we know everything here as co-host, but we actually, in fact, do not. It takes a great deal of work. So, what do you want to hear about this week from the SBU, Marcus? Do you want to hear about a farm?
Ooh, Tracy. Okay, yeah. Give me my preview. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I'll give you your previews. You have a traitor who installed webcams near a Mykolaiv port to spy on the Ukrainian ships. We have a farm worker who helped Russia mine fields during the occupation of Kharkiv. A saleswoman spying on the armed forces of Ukraine. More spying on defense forces. That's an official statement from Macedonia. You don't want that. Let's have a look. They have dismantled an FSB intelligence network, including former and current officials of Ukraine's special services. And following SBU's investigation, the court nationalizes Russian tycoons' assets worth 500 million in oil. Wow.
You spoil us with these choices, Tracy. As always,
Yeah.
Tracy. I'm amazed as always the excellent stories you dig up for us every day. You're a workhorse. Can we go with the person that helped the Russian forces mine the fields? Because there's a lot of volunteers we've heard from on MriyaReport that specifically go out there and try to save people's limbs by removing these mines. So I'd like to hear a bad guy get caught about that.
I'm so glad you said that, Marcus, because that is indeed a particularly despicable case, isn't it? When I looked at that, I was like, oh my goodness. And the fact that this guy is a farmer as well. I mean, it would be bad enough if he was just, I don't know, not a farmer and anything else. But to do it when you're a farmer as well, absolutely disgusting. So yes, let's go and have a look and see.
Although, just to be fair, you said farm worker.
Oh, well, I did actually, to be fair. But even so, if he's working on a farm, he fully understands the implications of what he's doing, even if he's just a farm worker. In fact, probably more so if he's a worker and he has to do all the donkey work, as we say, and get his hands dirty. So
speaking of donkeys, anybody that hurts Gaz and his boys, well, that kind of person's an ass in my books.
Yes, indeed. So they have uncovered, have the SBU, an enemy accomplice who collaborated with the Russian military during the occupation of Kharkiv. So they've had to uncover this as well. It's not like this is one of these cases where the evidence was just there for them to see. So they mined the areas around the district centre, including local roads used by civilians. And the traitor gave the occupiers farm food and wood to heat themselves, and obviously taking it away from the schools. That's disgusting. Sorry, he took it away from the schools where they had stationed. So Russia using schools again. The man also forced his colleagues to provide the invaders with concrete blocks and wood for the construction of fortifications. In case of refusal, he threatened to imprison them in Russian torture chambers. After the liberation of the area, the perpetrator stayed in the community and tried to hide and evade from justice. However, the SBU officers established his location and promptly detained him. So, investigators served the detainee with a notice of suspicion under Article 111.2 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, which is aiding an aggressor state. And the offender, I'm glad to say, is now in custody. But he only faces up to 12 years in prison. You know what I say about them, don't you, Marcus? What sentence should they all get?
Life.
Life imprisonment, indeed. If you're prepared to take a life, then you should be prepared to use your life. This is what I say, but that's just me, of course. And that's why you know that I am not a judge. So what do you think about that? I mean, that's disgusting, isn't it, Christopher? Helping to mine the fields and the roads as well, where civilians use them. Despicable.
Oh, I'm also, yeah, and diverting food from its intended source. It's also, yeah.
I've heard this before as well. There was one guy, I forget which area it was now, but it was when one of the areas was occupied. It probably was Kharkiv or Kherson, something like that. But he'd done a similar thing, and he diverted the gas supply from residents to, I forget where it was, some office building or something or other, where the Russian military had decided to station themselves. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, we've heard from people like Gaz and Nurse Anna and a myriad of other volunteers about the devastation